Chapter 1685. Whether you want to leave or stay, you can decide for yourselves. Faced with this group of servants and maids who had wavering thoughts, Li Jingqiu didn't get angry, nor did she reprimand them. Instead, she took a step back in order to advance, and very frankly gave the choice to these servants and maids. The current her did indeed have the confidence to do so. Ever since she had taken over the Li clan, the Li clan's finances had long since fallen into her hands. Even if these servants all insisted on leaving, she had the ability to make arrangements for them. This, Li Jingqiu's unexpected move left all the servants and Lu Yuerong dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other in dismay for a moment and fell into hesitation. Young Miss has always been benevolent and kind to us. At this time, I won't leave. I want to stay and take care of young Miss. At this time, a female servant wiped her eyes and stood out to say. That's right. Not to mention that the Wang clan might not make trouble for young Miss. Even if they do, I want to stay by young Miss's side. Everyone knows how young Miss treats us normally. If you choose to leave now, aren't you afraid of being poked in the back? The maidservant's words received a response in an instant. A young retainer raised his arm and shouted. That's right. That's right. At this time, we can't be ungrateful. I won't leave. I won't leave either. For a moment, the rest of the servants began to shout in agreement. Lu Yuerong was completely dumbfounded. The development of the situation was completely beyond her expectations. This was completely illogical. Crazy. Have you all gone crazy? Aren't you afraid of the Wang clan's revenge? Don't you know the consequences of offending the Wang clan and Princess Tongren? Lu Yuerong staggered a few steps and roared at the servants with a pale face. Humph. You're so sure that the Wang clan will take revenge on you? Just as Lu Yuerong was yelling like a madwoman, the Li residence's gates were pushed open from the outside. A clear and cold female voice sounded, and the temperature in the front yard seemed to drop a few degrees. Lu Yuerong was shocked by the sudden snort. She quickly turned around and was dumbfounded again. She saw a woman in a white dress with a sword in her hand. She stood coldly and proudly at the entrance of the Li residence. This was not the main point. The main point was that behind the woman, there were two groups of men in dark red festive clothes. They were carrying large red wooden boxes one after another. They were walking in the direction where Lu Yuerong was standing now. You, who are you? You, what are you doing? Being interrupted, Lu Yuerong was just about to get angry and curse when she caught a glimpse of the sword at the woman's waist. She immediately swallowed her curses and pointed at the large men carrying the boxes, asking the woman, "What are you doing? Miss Leng, why are you here?" Lu Yuerong did not recognize this woman, but Li Jingqiu did. She hurriedly stepped forward and greeted her with a smile. At the same time, she was a little puzzled because Leng Yuyao's entourage was too inconceivable. Wasn't the Wang clan going to punish her? But why were they carrying so many large chests? No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like they were going to punish her. Leng Yuyao did not immediately answer Li Jingqiu's question. Instead, she coldly glanced at Lu Yuerong and said, "If it weren't for the fact that you are Miss Li's only living elder, I would kill every one of you on sight." Lu Yuerong couldn't help but shudder when she felt the faint murderous aura emanating from Leng Yuyao. However, Leng Yuyao's gaze didn't linger on her for long. After she finished speaking, Leng Yuyao looked at Li Jingqiu. Leng Yuyao felt a little better when she saw that the latter's face had obviously become thinner. After all, Wang Renbiao hadn't just become thinner recently. He had almost paid the price with his life. Today, I brought a matchmaker to propose marriage for the young master. Chapter 1686. A horse carriage and a troop of soldiers came down from the cloud mountain under the scorching afternoon sun and embarked on the long journey to Qingzhou. Ma Zhou didn't know what he would experience there, but he firmly believed that with his own ability, he could quickly stabilize Qingzhou. The road ahead was long and he understood that this was a great opportunity given by Li Zishuan to fulfill his political ambitions. He didn't want to waste it. Ever since Ma Zhou became the editor-in-chief of Datong Daily, he had published many articles in Datong Daily. Not only did his political views attract the praise of a considerable number of court officials, even the heir had read a few of his articles and praised them to no end. Therefore, it was actually very easy for Ma Zhou to enter the court as an official at this time. As long as Li Zishuan recommended him, he would be able to obtain an official position. However, he had just entered the court and hadn't made any contributions. Furthermore, he didn't take the proper path of the imperial examinations. At the beginning, he wouldn't be able to become a high-ranking official. At most, he would be an assistant official in some yamen. Therefore, Ma Zhou thought that rather than being an unknown and powerless assistant official in the court, it would be better to follow Li Zishuan's wishes and go to Qingzhou to take the position of the provincial governor. As an official, with Li Zishuan's trust and important position, he could more unscrupulously display what he had learned and realize his political ambitions faster. Therefore, even though he knew that the road ahead was bumpy and full of thorns, Ma Zhou still resolutely embarked on the road to Qingzhou. However, whether it was him or Li Zishuan, they didn't expect the situation in Qingzhou to be far from simple. Furthermore, in the near future, there would be an unprecedented change in Qingzhou. Uncle Ma. You must be safe. I'm still waiting for you to send someone to bring me to Qingzhou to play. On a small hill at the foot of the Cloud Mountain, a young girl wearing a red dress was facing the east. She looked at the group coming down from the Cloud Mountain. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes to pray. Girl, since you're here, why don't you go up and see Mr. Ma off? Suddenly, a man's voice came from the side of the young girl. The young girl was shocked. She quickly opened her eyes and turned around. When she saw who it was, she hurriedly stepped forward and greeted him. It's Mr. Why are you here? The person who came was Li Zishuan, and the girl in red was Li Yu. She was wearing a red dress, and under the sunlight, she looked like a red koi, bright and beautiful. Ha! After sending Mr. Ma off, I was preparing to go down the mountain to the workshop. I didn't expect to meet you here. Li Zishuan smiled and then asked, since you are already here, why don't you go up and say goodbye to Mr. Ma? Could it be that you didn't know that he was going to Qingzhou? No. I already knew about it this morning. Li Yu shook her head. She looked at the back of Ma Zhou and the group that was gradually disappearing. She said softly, Uncle Ma and I have already said goodbye this morning. I don't want to go up the mountain to say goodbye again. It will only make us sad. It's better to look at him from afar like now. Seeing that Li Yu's face was full of reluctance, Li Zishuan expressed his understanding. When this girl came to Chang and alone, although he took care of her and helped her enter the editorial department of Datong Daily, he didn't care much about what happened after that. It was completely Ma Zhou who took care of her. Now, Li Yu could mix well in the editorial department, mostly because of Ma Zhou's efforts. Now that Ma Zhou was going to Qingzhou, this girl would naturally feel reluctant to part with him. Chapter 1687. I heard that Yanhuang College is going to release the exam results tomorrow. I wonder how many people will be admitted this time. Oh. Last time, Yanhuang College admitted more than 600 students. This time, it should be more, right? Only 600 people? But this year, the number of people taking the exam is close to 10,000. It's several times more than last year. But don't forget that this year, Yanhuang College has two schools, the School of Engineering and the School of Medicine. Maybe the total number of students will be several times more than last year's. Doesn't that mean I have a chance this year? Sigh. I'm in trouble. I didn't finish the last two big questions in the mathematics exam. I also got 2 quadratic equations wrong. I'm afraid I have no hope of getting into Yanhuang College this time. Sigh. I didn't answer a few questions in the theory exam for the School of Medicine. Especially the question, Taiyin inner body, Yangming Qi division, Taiyin spleen meridian, disease in blood division. I still haven't figured it out. 2 days had passed since the end of Yanhuang College's entrance exam. According to the rules, the college would release the exam results on the 3rd day after the exam to announce the results of the candidates. At this juncture, the examinees who had indulged themselves for 2 days after the exam no longer had the mood to indulge in debauchery, eating, drinking, and having fun. Some of the people who were close to each other gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss the possible situations that might occur when the results were released tomorrow. Such a grand occasion was no less than the imperial examinations of the Song and Ming dynasties. Of course, this didn't mean that the influence of Yanhuang College's entrance exam had surpassed that of the imperial examinations. In fact, the imperial examinations were more attractive to scholars. There were 2 reasons why the entrance exam was more grand than the imperial examinations. First, the threshold for Yanhuang College's entrance exam was much lower than that of the imperial examinations. Only a few decades had passed since Emperor Yang of Sui established the imperial examinations. The imperial examination system wasn't as perfect as it was during the Song and Ming dynasties. In this era, if one wanted to take part in the imperial examinations, one had to be recommended by a local famous scholar, family, or official. Just based on this point, most of the people who didn't have any social connections and weren't famous were rejected. On the other hand, taking part in Yanhuang College's entrance exam didn't require any threshold. As long as one was confident in one's ability, they could sign up. The only thing one needed to pay was the travel expenses to Lantian County. Second, Yanhuang College's enrollment quota was much more than the number of jinshi in the imperial examinations. Every year, the Tang Empire's imperial examination selected only 100 jinshi. However, Yanhuang College's first batch of students had more than 600. The second batch would definitely have more. This also indirectly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm to apply for Yanhuang College. However, there was a more important point. That was, through the joint efforts of all the teachers and students of the academy, the results created by Yanhuang College in the past year had changed the majority of people's impression of Yanhuang College and engineering. Among the people's voices for engineering were getting louder and louder. Although it wasn't enough to compete with the powerful and deep-rooted Confucianism, the number of people who opposed engineering was getting fewer and fewer. It could be said that although the attraction of Yanhuang College's entrance exam wasn't as attractive as that of the imperial examinations, the reputation of Yanhuang College today had definitely surpassed that of the Tang Empire's first official university, the Imperial College. Chapter 1688. Sigh. If I had known that these questions were for Yanhuang College's medical school, I wouldn't have sold them so cheaply. In the side hall of the Hanging Pot Hall, Lin Jichang looked at Chang Feng's back and couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. Thinking back to when Chen Weining came to ask him for medical advice and claimed that each question would cost him 5 strings of coins, he felt that he had made a killing. After all he did was talk and he got 50 strings of coins in the end. But now that he thought about it, it was a huge loss. After all, Chen Weining only paid 50 strings of coins to buy a place in Yanhuang College's medical school. With Yanhuang College's current reputation in Tang, if the entrance exam questions could be bought, not to mention 50 strings of coins, even if it was 5,000 strings of coins, people would buy it. But since the matter had already passed, Lin Jichang knew that it was useless to regret it. But when he thought of Tang Yuan who had slipped away, his heart ached. I just don't know which big family that Chen Weining is from. She was so resourceful that she could get Yanhuang College's medical school's entrance exam questions a day in advance. I heard that the Turkic state preceptor tried to sneak into the college to steal books but failed. Could it be that the power behind this Chen Weining is even more terrifying than the Turkic state preceptor? Apart from his heartache, Lin Jichang also couldn't help but be curious about the identity of Chen Weining who came to the Hanging Pot Hall that day. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chen Weining's identity was not simple. He felt that he knew a big secret, but he didn't dare to say it out because he was afraid that he would be killed. After all, Lin Jichang was the imperial physician of the Sui dynasty. He knew that those with real power could kill someone like him, who had no background, as easily as killing an ant. But this old man didn't know that this so-called Chen Weining didn't have any background at all, let alone someone from a big family. The person that Lin Jichang was thinking about was chatting with her sister, Chen Shuoyu, in the small courtyard that they rented. When she and her sister first came to Chang'an, they lived in the city god temple because they didn't have money at that time. After Qin Shuoyu swindled 100 strings of coins from Li Tai, Qin Shuoyu rented a vacant farmhouse in Lantian County as a temporary shelter for them in the capital. Sis. Should we wake up early tomorrow morning and go to Yanhuang College to look at the rankings? Yeah. What? Xiaoyu, you're going too? Oh. Of course I'm going. I want to see my sister get into Yanhuang College with my own eyes. Haha. Since you want to go, then go. But don't oversleep tomorrow. I won't. Oh, right. Sister. You've just washed all the clothes we bought. What should we wear to the academy tomorrow? At this moment, Qin Shuoyu pointed at the colorful dresses hanging in the courtyard and frowned at Qin Shuozhen. Those clothes were the high-quality clothes that they had spent a lot of money to buy in order to get an answer from Lin Jichang. Qin Shuozhen said without thinking, what else can I wear? Wearing what we're wearing? Are we going to wear what we're wearing now? Hearing this, Qin Shuoyu looked at the rough linen clothes that he and Qin Shuozhen were wearing, which were patched up like beggars' clothes, and was instantly dumbfounded. What? Xiaoyu, you've been living a life of luxury for a few days. Now you can't live a hard life? Qin Shuozhen couldn't help but tease. Sister. I'm not. Qin Shuoyu hurriedly said, I just think that tomorrow is a big day for you to get into Yanhuang College. We should wear something nice. Dad and Mom will be very happy for you if they see you in heaven. Hearing Qin Shuoyu mention her late parents, Qin Shuoyu's heart softened. She went forward and patted Xiaoyu's head, then said softly, silly girl, getting into Yanhuang College is just the beginning. We sisters will live a better life in the future. After pausing, Qin Shuozhen smiled playfully and said, but let's not wear the clothes that we bought before. Are you afraid that the people from Hanging Pot Hall won't recognize us? Hanging Pot Hall? Sister, what do you mean by that? How can people from Hanging Pot Hall go to Yanhuang College? Qin Shuoyu was very confused. Qin Shuozhen waved her hand and said, why do you ask so many questions? Anyway, for the time being, we can't wear those clothes out. Ho! Marquis has helped us so much. We can't give him any trouble. Oh. Yes. Sister. Qin Shuoyu nodded, but she didn't quite understand. On the other side, after Li Zixuan brought little Yu to the workshop, Li Zixuan went directly to the editorial department of Datong Daily, while Li Zixuan went to the research base of the Trump Card Project, in the depths of the workshop. Inside, you could see the busy figures of Yanhuang College's teachers and students everywhere. They were all carefully selected Yanhuang College's teachers and students who were proficient in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Everyone else in the college was on summer vacation, so they took advantage of the summer vacation to devote themselves to the research of the college's Trump Card Project. Yamacho, you're here. After passing through 2 courtyards, Li Zixuan bumped into a student, and this student looked very familiar. Li Yan? You didn't go back during the summer vacation? Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. That's right, the student in front of him was Li Chuanfeng's son, Li Yan. Last year, this kid ranked in the top 5 in the entrance exam of Yanhuang College. Of course, it wasn't just the entrance exam. This child was also one of the top students in the academy's midterm and final exams. Unlike Bruiser, who was partial to his subjects, this child excelled in all of them, regardless of whether it was classics, mathematics, physics, chemistry, or geography. He could be considered to have a balanced development. At this time, Li Yan replied with a smile, I'm going back to Yamacho. My family lives in Chang'an, so I can go back whenever I want. But I think it's more meaningful to work on the college's Trump Card Project in the workshop than to go back home. Besides, my father lives in the college now, so it doesn't make a difference whether he goes back home or not. Haha. You child. Li Zixuan smiled happily. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, oh, right, what has your father been busy with recently? Li Yan thought for a moment and replied, I don't know the specifics, but my father seems to be very confused recently. At this point, Li Yan seemed to have something to say. Li Zishuan asked curiously, confused? Taoist Li is so knowledgeable, but you also have times when you're confused? Li Yan cupped his hands and said, Yamacho is too kind. In fact, my father has been sorting out the orbits of other planets near the Earth through the Academy's telescope in recent months. He found that the orbits of these planets follow a certain pattern, but he hasn't completely found out what the pattern is. Also, are these patterns related to the heavenly axiom recorded in the Taoist classics? My father has been very confused. When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately understood. Li Chunfeng had finally walked into the Hutong Alley. There was going to be a collision between science and metaphysics. Haha. It seems like Taoist Li has gained a lot in the past 6 months. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and patted Li Yan's shoulder. He smiled and said, Don't worry, your father is only at a dead end for now. When he really figures out these problems, he will be the most powerful person in Taoism in the past thousands of years. Li Zishuan could not provide any substantial help to Li Chuanfeng's confusion. It was hard to tell whether science and metaphysics were mutually exclusive, or if there was something in each of them. Especially after he had somehow transmigrated from the modern world to the Tang dynasty, it was even harder for him to figure it out. Perhaps metaphysics was the end of science? This question could only be left to Li Chunfeng to figure it out himself. Where's Qin? Suddenly, Li Zishuan recalled the purpose of his visit today, so he asked. Li Yan was still in shock from Li Zishuan's words. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he subconsciously pointed to a courtyard in the north and said, Let's go back to Yamacho. Qin should still be doing experiments there. Okay. Go ahead and do your work. Li Zishuan patted Li Yan's shoulder and turned to walk towards the courtyard. Hey, hey, hey. Test. Test. As soon as Li Zishuan arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, he heard Fatty's voice. He was slightly surprised because there was no one around him. However, as a modern person, Li Zishuan would not be frightened by this. He quickly found the source of the sound. There was a square wooden box hanging on the wall in front of him. There were many small round holes on the wooden box. Is this a loudspeaker? Li Zishuan was surprised. It was obvious that this was a sound transmission device. Li Tai used a wire to transmit sound from inside the courtyard to outside. Qin, I can hear it from outside. And I can hear it very clearly. Inside the courtyard, someone shouted into the house. Is that Sun Zifen? Li Zishuan hurriedly stepped into the courtyard and saw Sun Zifen facing the room with his back to him. What are you guys doing? Li Zishuan could not help but ask. Ah. Yamacho, you're here. Sun Zifen turned around and saw Li Zishuan. He quickly greeted him warmly and said with a smile, Yamacho, Qin wants to make a set of communicators for the academy before going to Taiyuan. Now we are doing experiments in the workshop. Communicators? What's that? Li Zishuan frowned. Right at this moment, Qin Huayu ran in while gasping for breath, and then he said loudly, Zifen, quickly tell Qin that she can hear from the outer court. Chapter 1689. Qin, what are you doing with Zifen and the others? In the deepest courtyard of the workshop, Li Zishuan walked into the house and asked Li Tai, who was holding a cylindrical object. Behind him were Sun Zifen, Qin Huayu, Li Huiren, Yuqi Baolin, and the others. After Qin Huayu came to report, Li Huayu, Yuqi Baolin, and the others also ran over from all corners of the workshop. Oh. Yamacho is here? Li Tai heard the voice and quickly put down the thing in his hands. He turned to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, we did it. Our experiment was a success. Standing beside Li Tai was Mo Chui from the college's physics department. He was not only a candidate for the next generation of the Mo family, but also the technical backbone of Yanhuang College's trump card project. At this time, he was also excited. Li Zishuan heard this and was a little confused. He asked, Qin, what did you say? Are you talking about those loudspeakers outside? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, those loudspeakers. Li Tai nodded fiercely. Then he picked up a blueprint and walked quickly to Li Zishuan. He said excitedly, Yamacho, you told me that there were two ways to improve the telephone. One was to add a filter circuit inside the telephone to filter out the noise and make the sound clearer. The other was to add a signal modulation and demodulation circuit to reduce the signal attenuation and let the sound travel farther. Later, I thought about it. The second method is more complicated and needs a long time to study, so I wanted to try the first method these days. I tested a lot of filter circuits with different parameters to make the sound of the phone clearer. Now it seems that we have almost succeeded. I see. When Li Zishuan heard this, he instantly understood. He pinched his chin and nodded, saying, N. Just now, I also heard it from outside. The sound is much clearer than before. The improvement you made is indeed useful. Yes. Not bad, not bad. Qingke, you are very good at doing things. Hee hee. This is all thanks to Mr. Mo Chui and Ziffan's help. After being praised by Li Zishuan, Li Tai was a little proud. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, Oh, right, Yamacho. We are not doing this purely to improve the telegraph. I want to install this thing in every corner of the academy. This way, when the academy needs to inform the students and teachers of important matters, they can use this to transmit the information to every corner of the academy. It will be many times more convenient than before. Yamacho, what do you think? Install this thing in the college? Hearing this, Li Zishuan. According to Li Tai's words, this was equivalent to installing a campus radio? Then, in the future, in the college, in the future, the academy, is. This thinking, this little fatty's thinking. Li. Yes. It just so happens that the college has already been electrified. It is just the right time to install this thing. Oh, let's call this thing the cable radio in the future. After all, this thing is only used to transmit information over a short distance. Its function is still somewhat different from a telephone. After a pause, Li Zishuan came back to his senses and looked at Li Tai with admiration. Cable radio? Spread it widely. Yamacho is a good name. A glint flashed across Mo Chui's eyes as he cupped his hands with a smile. Hee hee. I also think that Yamacho is a good name. In that case, let's call this thing the cable radio in the future. Li Tai did not have any objections to the name. He smiled and said. Li Zishuan looked at the experiment table full of various machines behind Li Tai. He straightened his face and said, Qingke, whether it's the telephone or the cable radio, they aren't very urgent matters. Your most urgent task right now is to build the 2 telegraph relay stations in Bingzhou and Yunzhou. These 2 days, the teachers of the academy have been busy marking the exam papers. Once the results are released tomorrow, the teachers and students of the academy's trump card project will have to leave for the north. You must finish building and adjusting the 2 telegraph relay stations within 3 months. In truth, Li Tai's campus broadcast had truly surprised Li Zishuan, but that was all. He understood that with the impending war, inventions like the cable radio that could only increase the entertainment value of life were irrelevant. It would be good if they existed, but if they didn't, it would not affect the daily lives of the people of the Great Tang. However, the telegraph relay stations were different. This thing was related to the direction of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks in a few months. It was related to the lives of millions of people in the Great Tang. Thus, Li Zishuan could not help but be anxious. Li Tai said with a solemn expression, Yamacho, Tai does not dare to forget the task of building the telegraph relay stations. A few days ago, I ordered the craftsmen to start producing the components needed to build the telegraph relay stations and the steam engines needed to build the thermal power stations. These things can only be made in the workshop. They can't be made anywhere else. As for the cable radio, it's something that we made in our free time. I hope that it can be installed in the academy before we go to Taiyuan. This won't affect the construction of the telegraph relay stations. Li Tai was right. Whether it was the telegraph relay stations or the thermal power stations, they were all technologies that surpassed the technology of this era. The components needed could only be built in the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion. This was because the workshop not only had skilled craftsmen, but also some machinery that could not be found anywhere else. It was no exaggeration to say that the new workshop of the Curious Pavilion could represent the most advanced production technology in the world. Mo Choi also interjected, Yamacho, Chin-kei is right. The workshop has already gathered a group of top craftsmen to make the components needed for the telegraph relay stations and the thermal power stations. They should be finished the day after tomorrow. As long as the initial tests in the workshop are successful, we can bring these things to Bing Province and Yunzhou. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. After the initial tests in the workshop are successful the day after tomorrow, you can set off immediately. This time, Mr. Mo still has to preside over the construction of the protective formation and the medical school. He really can't leave. Mo Choi, you'll have to work hard and go with Chin-kei. The teachers and students in the Academy's Trump Card project are completely at your disposal. In addition, Chin-kei, apply to His Majesty for a team of guards to personally escort you to Bing Province and Yunzhou to avoid any accidents. Mo Choi and Li Tai cupped their hands and replied, yes. Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes. Then you can continue with your work. I'll go to the steel mill to take a look. Chapter 1690. Hongsheng, how's the forging of the new batch of armor coming along? After leaving the research base of the Trump Card project, Li Zishuan came to the steel mill. At this time, Zhang Hongsheng was instructing the craftsmen to move things. Li Zishuan went up to him and asked when Zhang Hongsheng was free. Marquis, you're here? Zhang Hongsheng heard the voice and quickly turned around. He first wiped the sweat on his forehead, then replied with a smile, Marquis, you've come at the right time today. The 5,000 sets of plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, and vanadium steel horse armor that you ordered have all been completed today. Now, the craftsmen are bringing the workers from the Riverside workshop to transport the armor here. Tomorrow, Marquis should be able to bring people to transport this batch of armor to the barracks tomorrow. They've all been completed? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and showed a little shock on his face. In just over a month, the workshop had completed 5,000 sets of plate armor, horse lance, and horse armor. This speed was completely miraculous. Of course, the reason for such a fast speed was mainly because the workshop had invested a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to produce this batch of armor. First of all, in order to produce the armor for so many years, the workshop had invested close to 3,000 craftsmen, not including the civilian workers. Secondly, Kusher Qing was in charge of the Sichuan region, supplying the workshop with a steady stream of vanadium ores, providing a solid material foundation for the production of armor. Lastly, and most importantly, in order to produce new equipment, the workshop had specially developed hydraulic stamping machines, using machines to replace manpower. Naturally, this would greatly increase the production speed of armor and equipment. Yes. Marquis. If you don't believe me, you can come here tomorrow to count the number. Zhang Hongsheng's face was solemn as he clasped his fist and said. Li Zishuan quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. It's not that I don't believe you, I'm just a little surprised. To be able to complete such a difficult task in such a short period of time, it shows that not only are your skills superb, but your leadership skills are also outstanding. Hearing this, Zhang Hongsheng let out a sigh of relief. He scratched his head and laughed. Marquis, you flatter me. To be able to forge 5,000 sets of armor in such a short time, I wouldn't have even dared to think about it in the past. The reason we were able to complete it was mainly due to the large number of craftsmen in our workshop. Also, Marquis, the hydraulic press machine that you previously built played a crucial role. All of this is the result of everyone's hard work day and night. It has nothing to do with me. Li Zishuan patted Zhang Hongsheng's shoulder and said with a smile, Hongsheng, you're too modest. To be able to make these thousands of craftsmen work together as one is enough to show your ability. Hee hee. With these new armors, the strength of the imperial court will definitely be stronger than before. Hearing this, Zhang Hongsheng's eyes widened and he said in surprise, Marquis, is there going to be a war in the imperial court soon? This fellow was usually immersed in forging and naturally did not hear about the recent tense situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks. In addition, ordinary people did not know the exact time of the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. Only the civil and military officials knew the approximate time. Li Zishuan's face turned serious and he nodded. Yes. Yes. This war concerns the fate of the Tang Empire. Chapter 1691. Faubert, who had been an artisan all his life, knew better than anyone else how important the machine tool Li Zishuan described was. Li Zishuan calling it the mother of industry was not an exaggeration at all. With this thing, they could quickly produce standard parts of uniform sizes and machines to produce other industrial products. It was simply the mother machine of industry. In addition, Faubert's concerns were very realistic. After all, not long ago, Yanhuang College, which had many experts protecting it, had been attacked by the Turkic state preceptor. Many confidential information had been stolen. He was just an old man with one foot in the grave. How could he protect such a huge secret for Li Zishuan? But to Li Zishuan, Faubert was the person who had been with him the longest. His loyalty was definitely higher than anyone else's, so he would give the machine tool blueprint to Faubert. However, after the Turkic state preceptor's theft of the Academy's information, he had to pay attention to the issue of safety. Faubert, you are a person of virtue and prestige. You are the most worthy person to entrust these blueprints to. However, what you said just now also has a certain degree of truth. After all, these blueprints are of great importance. It is inevitable that there will be people coveting them. When the time comes, it will bring you danger. If that happens, I will really die 1,000 times. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan looked at Faubert and solemnly said, therefore, for the sake of safety, it is better to store these blueprints in the Academy's confidential archives. Faubert, if you need to consult them, you can directly go to the Academy's archives to consult. If necessary, you can also copy some of the blueprints for production purposes. After the Turkic state preceptor's theft of the Academy's information, not only did Li Er pay more attention to the Academy's security, but the Academy itself also did a lot of work in this regard. First was the recruitment of more than 500 guards. This was being carried out in an orderly manner. Another was the construction of the mountain protecting formation. This was gradually being carried out under Mo Huai's leadership. After everything was ready, Yanhuang College would be the safest place in the entire Lantian County. It was believed that even if the Turkic state preceptor came again, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Hearing this, Faubert nodded with a smile. Yes. Young master's arrangement should be the best. Li Zishuan rolled up the blueprints on the table again. Then he continued, Faubert, these machine tools have extremely high requirements for precision, and it is extremely difficult to produce them. And I'm afraid that a lot of energy will be consumed in this process. It's just a matter of the best craftsmanship and the highest quality machine tools. We don't ask for the fastest speed. Only the best craftsmanship and the highest quality, the highest. As a modern man, Li Zishuan understood better than anyone how difficult it was to produce machine tools. When the new China was first established, its industrial foundation was extremely backward and it urgently needed all kinds of machine tools. But at that time, due to the technological blockade by the Western powers, the new China could only buy the finished machine tools, but not the technology to manufacture them. In the end, in order to realize the independent production of machine tools, countless scientists worked day and night, painstakingly for several years, before finally creating a machine tool. The Great Tang's current industrial foundation was undoubtedly weaker than when the new China was first established. It was even more difficult to manufacture machine tools. Even with a prophet like him guiding the way, there were still many difficulties in actually doing it. Chapter 1692. Chiue Wui. Qi Shi. Not as good as Z's clothes, peaceful and auspicious. Chiue Wui. Lu Shi. Not as good as Z's clothes, peaceful and auspicious. Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan and coincidentally met Wang Ji, who was humming a tune as he walked down the mountain. Having transmigrated to this era, Li Zishuan had experienced the influence of many great scholars around him. Very quickly, he was able to distinguish what Wang Ji was humming. It was the Qin Feng, Naked, from the Book of Songs. Modern people usually only studied and appreciated the Book of Songs from a purely literary point of view. Little did they know that every line in the Book of Songs was a beautiful line of lyrics. It was more commonly treated as a song in ancient times. Listening to Wang Ji's melodious and rhythmic hum, Li Zishuan paused and savored it. When Wang Ji walked up to him, he couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Wang, what happy occasion did you catch? Why are you so happy?" "Yo! It's Yamacho." Wang Ji was immersed in humming and didn't notice other people on the side of the road. When he heard Li Zishuan's voice, he subconsciously paused and turned his head to look. Then, he smiled and walked up to him. "Haha. I finally finished marking the papers. Of course I'm happy. Sigh. There are too many papers. Our academy needs to recruit a new batch of teachers." This time, if Mr. Yen hadn't used the assembly line method that Mountain Head Elder suggested and mobilized everyone in the academy to mark the papers, it would have been impossible to finish marking more than 10,000 papers in 3 days. This time, there were nearly 10,000 people participating in the Yanhuang College's medical and engineering entrance exams. There were more than 10,000 papers accumulated. Under normal circumstances, with the current number of teachers in the academy, it would be impossible to finish marking so many papers without at least 10 days to half a month. However, they couldn't let the students from all over the Tang Empire wait in Chang'an for 10 days to half a month, could they? At the crucial moment, Yen Silu made a prompt decision and decided to use the assembly line work method. Questions with fixed answers such as multiple choice, fill in the blank, and judgment questions were given to teachers who didn't specialize in the subject and other people who could read, such as the guards of the academy, the editors in the editorial department of Datong Daily, and the scribes urgently sent by Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Qingqian, to mark them. The rest of the questions, and policy questions that had more flexible answers were given to teachers who specialized in the subject to mark. In these 3 days, the teachers who were marking the papers in the academy could only sleep for 4 to 6 hours a day, let alone leave the academy. They ate, drank, and lived in the academy. In addition, all the papers in the entrance exam were covered. Moreover, every paper that had been marked was checked by a special person, so generally, there wouldn't be a situation where students and teachers colluded with each other to cheat. It was because of this assembly line work method and the hard work of all the workers in the academy that Yanhuang College was able to finish marking all the papers in the entrance exam on the eve of the release of the results. Of course, this incident also exposed a serious problem that the academy was facing at the moment, and that was the lack of teachers. Especially when the next batch of students came, the lack of teachers would be more serious, so this problem had to be solved as soon as possible. The academy is indeed in urgent need of teachers. I have already discussed this matter with Mr. Kong Gue. After tomorrow, we will start to recruit teachers. A few days ago, Datong Daily has already published a notice for teachers in the academy. I believe this problem will be solved soon. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and said. Wang Ji shook his head, sighed, and said, "Sigh. It's troublesome to recruit these people. Who knows, we might even have to tutor them. We won't have any free time." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "The teachers of classics and mathematics don't need special guidance because the academy's classics and mathematics teaching materials have long been circulated outside. However, the teachers of physics, chemistry, and geography need specific guidance from the original teachers of the academy. After all, they have never learned this knowledge before. But this doesn't matter. Didn't the current teachers of the academy start from scratch? When Yanhuang College was established last year, many people didn't even know what engineering was. This caused the academy to be in a great predicament when recruiting teachers. In the end, Li Zishuan took a special approach. He first recruited a group of people with strong learning abilities, flexible minds, and not pedantic pedantry. Then, he let these people start school a month earlier than the students. Because the first month of school was military training, these people had 2 months to study the academy's teaching materials. Moreover, Li Zishuan also formulated a strict assessment, reward, and punishment system. Fortunately, in the end, all the teachers passed. Wang Ji even obtained the first place in the chemistry group and became the subject leader of the chemistry group in the academy. Engineering had been developed for nearly a year. The classics and mathematics teaching materials in the academy were not confidential to the public. Now, the classics and mathematics teaching materials of the academy could be bought in every county in the Tang Empire. Therefore, in this year, there were probably many masters of mathematics among the people. But why didn't these people participate in the Yanhuang College's entrance examination? It was mainly because they didn't fit the age requirement. Yanhuang College's admission age was 12 and below. However, those who didn't fit the age requirement but had outstanding mathematics ability weren't unable to get into Yanhuang College. They could apply for the teachers of Yanhuang College. Therefore, in theory, the teachers recruited by the mathematics department of the academy this year were much better than last year's. But physics, chemistry, and geography were different. The teaching materials for these 3 subjects were classified in the academy, and students were not allowed to take them out of the academy, much less buy them outside. Li Zishuan would never allow these books that could rapidly increase the people's understanding of the natural world and their understanding of tools to be leaked to other countries. At the very least, before the Great Tang became invincible in the world, he would not allow these teaching materials to be made available to the outside world. Therefore, the recruitment of teachers for the 3 departments of the academy was actually similar to last year's. They would pick some people with good aptitude to apply what they have learned. The only difference was that after these people were recruited this year, there would be many seniors guiding them in their learning. Haha. Back then, when the teachers of the academy were collectively assessed, I almost lost my life to fight with Yen Kongue. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. If Yamacho doesn't have any other instructions, this old man will go down the mountain for a drink. Wang Ji laughed and said half-jokingly. He was talking about last year's examination organized by Li Zishuan after the teachers of the academy had self-studied for 2 months. At that time, in order to get first place in the chemistry group and win the bet with Yen Silu, he studied day and night for 2 months. In the end, after the examination, he directly fainted. Haha. Mr. Wang, please wait for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Li Zishuan smiled. He suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said. Oh. What is it? Wang Ji stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. Haha. This isn't the place to talk. Mr. Wang, please follow me to the meeting room. I won't take up too much of your time. Haha. Okay. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the meeting room on the first floor of the academy's Guanghua building. Li Zishuan took out a piece of xian paper and handed it to Wang Ji. Wang Ji took a look and saw that the paper was full of strange symbols. If an outsider saw this, they would definitely think that it was scribbles. However, Wang Ji could see that this piece of xian paper was full of chemical equations. Yamacho, this is. Wang Ji's face suddenly became serious. He had a hunch that what Li Zishuan was going to say next was very important. This was because in the chemical equations written on this piece of paper, there were a few chemicals that he had never seen before. To be precise, he had never seen the real thing, not the chemical symbols. Li Zishuan stood up and said with his hands behind his back, I plan to ask the workshop to build a few special lathes. These lathes need a new alloy, and the new alloy needs a few new metal materials. I have just told Faubert to look for the corresponding mineral veins for these new metal materials. I believe that it won't be long before the new ores are shipped back. When the time comes, I would like to ask Mr. Wang to help me refine the ores. This piece of paper has recorded the refining principles and conditions for these ores. Please keep it well, Mr. Wang. What? New metal materials? Wang Ji heard this and suddenly stood up. He said excitedly, Yamacho, are we going to find new metal materials? That's great. Speaking of this, he took the piece of paper in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully. Then he murmured, "Tungsten, molybdenum, chromium, hee, yamacho. There is finally hope to add 3 new actual members to the periodic table of chemical elements that you previously wrote." When Li Zixuan was writing chemistry textbooks, he encountered a very awkward problem. In this era, there were many chemical elements that people could not recognize. Chemistry was mainly about the way to transform the elements. If they did not even have the basic material elements, how could they write textbooks? In the end, he still couldn't solve this problem. He could only act as a charlatan and, prophetically, put the complete periodic table of chemical elements in the textbooks. The textbooks often involved some unknown substances. Li Zixuan always told the teachers in the academy that although these substances weren't found yet, they would definitely be found in the future. Therefore, verifying the accuracy of the periodic table of chemical elements became the lifelong pursuit and goal of all the teachers in Yanhuang College's chemistry department. Now that he heard that Li Zixuan might find 3 new metal materials, how could Wang Ji not be excited? Yes. That's right. Li Zixuan nodded and then said solemnly, "These metal materials have a wide range of uses. Extracting them as soon as possible will be very important for the future development of Tang Empire's industry. I'll be leaving Lantian County the day after tomorrow. I'll leave these matters to Mr. Wang. If there are any problems, remember to ask Qin Ke to contact me." Wang Ji immediately cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Yes. Yamacho." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said half-jokingly, "All right. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb Mr. Wang from going down the mountain to drink." Haha. Haha. No disturbances. No disturbances. Yamacho, if you can find a few more new materials, I'm willing to not drink for a month. Chapter 1693. Li Zixuan turned around and left the conference room. Wang Ji carefully folded the paper full of chemical symbols and put it in his arms. He patted it to make sure it was in good shape before he left the teaching building and went to the workshop at the foot of the mountain. After obtaining such a big secret, Wang Ji didn't care about going down the mountain to drink. He just wanted to join the scientific research. What he said to Li Zixuan just now was not a joke. If Li Zixuan could really find a few more new substances, he, as an old drunkard, was willing to give up drinking for a month. This was Wang Ji's obsession. He hoped that he could see all the elements in the periodic table of chemical elements being found and verified one by one in his lifetime. That way, even if he died, he could die with a clear mind. Wang Ji used to be half a Taoist priest. In addition to studying, his biggest hobby was drinking. Of course, as a Taoist priest, it was inevitable that he would come into contact with some alchemy methods. However, Wang Ji didn't have a famous teacher to guide him on the path of Taoism. Even when it came to alchemy, he was still messing around blindly. Last year, he heard that Yanhuang College was an interesting place. Then, under the encouragement of his old friends, he joined Yanhuang College. After coming into contact with the chemistry textbooks compiled by Li Zixuan, he suddenly felt that the door of a new world was opening for him. The periodic table of elements drawn by Li Zixuan was even more shocking to Wang Ji. At first, he didn't believe it, but later on, one chemical experiment after another proved that chemical reactions were the way to transform elements. Although many elements in the periodic table of elements couldn't be found, the chemical reactions of existing elements could indirectly prove the validity of the periodic table of elements. In addition, this year, Li Zixuan sent Fu Bin to Sichuan to look for vanadium ore. What was amazing was that Fu Bin actually found it in Sichuan. Later on, Wang Ji refined vanadium according to the method provided by Li Zixuan. This made Wang Ji completely believe in Li Zixuan's periodic table of chemistry, and also made Wang Ji worship Li Zixuan like a god. In Wang Ji's eyes, the chemistry textbooks and periodic table of elements compiled by Li Zixuan were worthy of being called the heavenly book, a heavenly book that predicted all the chemical elements that existed in nature. Wang Ji didn't know why Li Zixuan was able to write the periodic table of elements, compile the chemistry textbooks, and accurately predict the chemical elements that were unknown but did exist. He didn't know, but he didn't dare to ask, because he was born as a human being. He was in awe of the heavens and the earth, but he was even more in awe of the gods. After Li Zishuan told Wang Ji about the matter of refining the ore, he didn't immediately leave Yunshan. Instead, he went to find Yan Silu to discuss the recruitment of teachers for the academy. According to his plan, he would go to the military camp the day after tomorrow. Therefore, when the academy recruited teachers, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it. That night when the academy was attacked, Li Gang was seriously injured. Although he was later rescued and his body was fine, he was after all an old man. That injury had damaged his vitality. Now, Li Gang's energy was much weaker than before. Therefore, the overall teaching affairs of the academy were slowly handed over to Yan Silu. As the academy had just finished marking all the entrance examination papers in the afternoon, Yan Silu was organizing the mathematics teachers to tally the scores. Li Zishuan waited outside the office for a long time before Yan Silu was free to leave. Chapter 1694. Yamacho, you've come to the academy? After chatting with Yan Silu for a while, Li Zishuan left the teaching building and prepared to go down the mountain to return to the county. He didn't expect to meet Li Ku, who was also preparing to go down the mountain, at the entrance of the mountain path. Li Ku was pleasantly surprised to see Li Zishuan. He quickly stopped and greeted him. Actually, ever since he returned from the north, Li Zishuan had rarely seen Li Zishuan in the academy. One reason was because Li Zishuan was busy with work in the imperial court. For example, when the dragon sect attacked Chang'an city, if not for Li Zishuan's preparation, the Tang Empire might have suffered a great loss. Another reason was that Li Zishuan also had a lot of work to deal with in the workshop. Adding both sides together, he could not leave. This directly caused the number of times he came to the academy to sharply decrease. Yes. I'm here to discuss some matters with Mr. Yen. Li Zishuan smiled and replied. Then, he asked, Little Ku, are you going down the mountain to return to Chang'an? Li Zishuan asked because Li Ku had a blue bag slung over his shoulder. Of course, looking at the scene before him, Li Zishuan had to sigh that the Yanhuang Academy, with its strict system, was really a good place to train people. Thinking back to the days when Li Ku, Li Tai, Qing Chimo, and Zhang Sun Chong were the second generation of the royal family or young masters who lived like princes. Weren't they surrounded by servants and attendants wherever they went? At that time, no one would be willing to carry the burden from Chang'an to Lantian County, let alone let them carry the burden. Now, after a year of training in Yanhuang College, these pampered children had gradually learned to be independent. This was a good thing. After all, the future of the Tang Empire belonged to the young people. When Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, Li Jing, and Zhang Sun Wuji's generation grew old, these young people would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Empire. And with their pampered temperament, they would definitely not be able to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Yes. The Academy's classes for this semester have ended, and I can't interfere with the killer project at the workshop. You know, Yamacho, I'm not good at investigating things, so I want to go back to Chang'an and to completely rectify the internal problems of the Yanhuang Bank. After all, when the students and the Yamacho went north to exterminate the locusts, we discovered many corruption problems in the bank. Li Ku tightened the bag on his shoulder, and looked at Li with a respectful expression. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. Only then did he recall that half a month ago, when they were heading north to exterminate the locusts, they had encountered the shopkeeper of the Xinfeng County branch of the Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, who had accepted bribes from the local grain merchants and illegally lent out loans. As the issuing organization of the Great Tang's official banknotes, the Yanhuang Bank bore too much of Li Zishuan's expectations. This was an extremely important department, and Li Zishuan would not allow any parasites to exist in it. Thus, he had ordered his men to arrest Jin Wanfu and hand him over to the imperial court for investigation. Yes. Regarding the reform of the bank's supervision system, it must be implemented as soon as possible. You are the most suitable person to handle this matter. I hope that the Yanhuang Bank's gold-robed guards can be established as soon as possible. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan patted Li Ku's shoulder, and said in a serious tone. Chapter 1695. When they returned to the county town, the sky was gradually darkening. Li Jingma, Yi Yuzhu, and Yi Guizhong were chatting in the main hall. Han Yushi was not there. At this time, she must be in the kitchen arranging for someone to make dinner. Although Li Zixuan was now a marquis and the Li family had become a noble, Li Jingma, Yi Yuzhu, and Han Yushi did not have the cold, and arrogant attitude of a noble. Usually, Han Yushi and Madame Li would personally participate in the kitchen when they had time. Although this made the work of the Li family's cook much easier, it did not make her feel relaxed at all. After all, her duty in the Li family was to cook. Xian is back. As soon as Li Zixuan stepped into the front hall, Yi Yuzhu stood up from her chair and said with a loving expression. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, what are you all talking about? This child can hear your laughter from far away. Li Zixuan smiled and said. You child, I can't see you all day long. If it wasn't for the dark, you would have forgotten that you still have a home in the county town. Li Jingma did not give his son any face. He coldly snorted and said with a dark face. He couldn't be blamed for his sharp tongue. It was just that Li Zixuan had been running outside every day. In the past few months, excluding the time he spent eating and sleeping at home, the amount of time Li Zixuan spent at home was pitifully little. This made Li Jingma, who thought that after his son became a high-ranking official, he would not have to worry about food and clothing, and that the family would be able to enjoy the joy of a family reunion together. Li Zixuan's expression froze, and his face was filled with embarrassment. Yi Yuzhu rolled her eyes at Li Jingma and said, "You old thing, our son runs out because he is busy with official business. Xian works so hard. In the end, isn't it for our family? In the end, you're here making sarcastic remarks. Do you still look like a father?" After being scolded by Yi Yuzhu, Li Jingma's face turned red. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare. After all, Yi Yuzhu's family was sitting across from him. However, if he didn't say anything, he would lose face. He was in a dilemma. It's too hard for me. In the end, Li Jingma sighed and decided not to say anything. Mother. Don't say that, father. I've been too busy recently and couldn't be by your side to fulfill my filial duties. It's my fault. Father is right. Li Zixuan looked at his father sympathetically, but they were father and son after all. He hurriedly stepped forward to help his father out. Haha. You brat. Mrs. Li smiled and said, "Mother and your father are still healthy. We don't need you to stay by our side and take care of them. You just need to focus on your business. But my son, don't tire yourself out." Haha. Little Xian, in grandmother's opinion, if you and Yushi can give birth to a chubby grandson for your father, even if you don't come back for 10 days or half a month, your father won't say anything. Looking at the warm daily life of this family, Mrs. Yi, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help but laugh. As soon as she finished speaking, the room suddenly quieted down. Li Jingma couldn't help but sit up straight. His eyes flashed with a hint of desire. Obviously, Mrs. Ye's words had really poked his heart. He and Yi Yuzhu had children late in life. Now that Li Zixuan had finally started his own family, the two of them weren't young anymore. It was time for them to have grandchildren. Being urged to have a child by his grandmother, no matter how thick-skinned Li Zixuan was, he couldn't help but blush. After all, this was a matter between him and Han Yushi. How could it be brought up in public? Father. Mother. Grandfather, grandmother, it's time to eat. Husband, you're back. Just as the room fell into a honeyed silence, Han Yushi walked in and broke the silence. After seeing Li Zixuan in the hall, Han Yushi's face was slightly happy. However, a trace of imperceptible shyness flashed in her eyes. Wife, you've worked hard. Li Zixuan nodded at Han Yushi. Haha. Since that's the case, let's eat first. Little Xian has been running around outside all day. He must be hungry. Yushi, let the servants serve the dishes. Although Mrs. Li also wanted to follow Mrs. Ye's wishes and let Li Zixuan quickly give birth to a chubby son for the old couple, now that Han Yushi was also here, it wasn't appropriate to talk about this. Therefore, she hurriedly said to Han Yushi as if nothing had happened. "Yes, Mother." Han Yushi responded, then turned around and went out to instruct the servants to serve the dishes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Li Zixuan seemed to have heard Han Yushi's soft sigh. He thought to himself, could it be that my wife had been standing outside for a while? "Father, Mother, the new batch of equipment for the Black Armored Army that His Majesty had ordered has been completed. I plan to bring those things to the army camp in the morning after tomorrow. In the next few months, I might not have the opportunity to come back." When dinner was almost finished, Li Zixuan suddenly put down his bowl and chopsticks and spoke apologetically. Previously, Li Zixuan had complained that his son was always away from home. Now, he had suggested that he would be away from home for a long time. Facing the two elders in front of him, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't feel guilty. As soon as he finished speaking, the lively dining table suddenly quieted down and the atmosphere became somewhat gloomy. Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu also put down their bowls and chopsticks, a trace of worry flashing across their faces. In fact, on the day that Li Zixuan was appointed as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, the two of them had already mentally prepared themselves for Li Zixuan to enter the army camp. However, the incident of going up north to exterminate locusts had been in the middle of it for almost a month. Now that Li Zixuan mentioned it again, the two elders were somewhat caught off guard. Go. Without everyone, how can there be a small family? Only when the Tang Empire is strong and prosperous and no longer has to be afraid of external harassment can we live in peace. Since His Majesty thinks so highly of you, then go. You don't have to worry about the family. Your father and mother can take care of themselves. Besides, don't we still have Yushi? Unexpectedly, the person who spoke up to persuade Li Zixuan was actually Li Jingma. Although Old Man Li had grumbled about Li Zixuan earlier, that was only a private joke. In the face of a serious matter, Old Man Li was still very clear about what was right and what was wrong. Madame Li opened her mouth, but in the end, she swallowed the words of urging him to stay. In the end, she still worriedly reminded, Xian, Mother doesn't care where you go. You must ensure that you are safe and healthy, do you understand? Li Zixuan nodded and said, Mother. Don't worry. With my abilities, there aren't many people in this world who can hurt me. Besides, I'm only going to the army camp this time. It's very safe. Only going to the army camp? Actually, even Li Zixuan didn't believe these words. Since Li Er had made him the Black Armored Army adjutant and let him train the Black Armored Army to adapt to the new equipment, then in the future war between Tang and the Turks, Li Er would very likely let Li Zixuan accompany the army. This war was the fate of the country and also fate. Li Zixuan couldn't escape from it. Besides, the battle at Longmen Pass also allowed Li Zixuan to see the combat power of the world's #1 Turkic wolf cavalry. When the Turkic army arrived at Longmen Pass, Li Zixuan was severely injured and unconscious, but he was conscious at that time. He could clearly hear the roars of the mountains and the shaking of the mountains below the city walls. In addition, he had heard from Xian Qing about the dangers of the battle at Longmen Pass and also heard from Qing Yao Jin about the desperate pursuit of the Turkic wolf cavalry. This gave Li Zixuan a more direct understanding of the current strength of the Turks. The Turks were truly powerful. In history, the great Tang had relied heavily on luck to defeat the Turks. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. But the Turks had yet to encounter a natural disaster, and the great Tang didn't have the support of the heavens in the war with the Turks. Could the great Tang really win? This was an unknown. After coming to this world for more than a year, Li Zixuan had already assimilated himself into this era. He had the pride of a Tang person in his bones. His family, lovers, and friends all lived on this land. He wouldn't allow all that he had to be destroyed by the Turks. Thus, if Li Er wanted him to go to the battlefield, he would definitely do it without hesitation. He wanted to personally eliminate this uncertain factor, the Turks, with his own hands. But even so, he didn't dare to say that he wanted to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, his two elders would definitely be worried sick. After all, he was the only son of the Li clan. Since you're going to the army camp, you should prepare tomorrow. The military rules are strict. You have to be careful and not be impulsive. Understand? Li Jingma said after a moment of silence. I understand, father. Li Zishuan hurriedly replied. Li Jingma nodded, then put down his chopsticks and got up. This old man is tired. You guys continue eating. This old man is going back to his room to rest. Then, he turned and left. Father Li was tired. Mother is also full. Eat slowly. After you're done, accompany Yushi. Madame Li forced a smile on her face, said a few words, and left. Little Xian, national affairs are important, but you have to consider your father and mother's feelings. It really wasn't easy for the two of them to bring you up. That's all I have to say. This old man is also going back to rest. Yi Guizhong patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said a few words. But then he hesitated. Finally, he sighed and left with Madame Yi. Li Zishuan was silent. He understood the hidden meaning in Yi Guizhong's words. It was nothing more than letting Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu have a grandson as soon as possible so that the Li clan would have descendants. Only then would the two elders have something to rely on. After all, there were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. This was a concept that had been passed down for thousands of years in Chinese. No one could change it. But his wife was indeed still young. It was not suitable for her to have a child now. Li Zishuan watched the 2 elders of the Yi clan leave, then looked at Han Yushi beside him. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. Chapter 1696. Husband, let's have a child, shall we? After dinner, Li Zishuan, Yi Yuzhu, and the 2 elders of the Yi family all returned to their rooms to rest. The elders all left Li Zishuan at home for Han Yushi. For some reason, Han Yushi was especially active tonight. After a round of making love, she leaned over to Li Zishuan's ear and whispered. Child. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be startled. In his previous life, he was a human and had never been a father. In this life, it was the same. A father was a completely unfamiliar character to him, which made him somewhat stunned. No. Not yet. Wife, you are still too young. If you have a child now, it will harm your foundation and cause you to fall ill. A moment later, Li Zishuan came back to his senses. He firmly shook his head and said. Husband, this concubine is almost 16. I'm not young anymore. Han Yushi couldn't help but roll her eyes and say. Although Li Zishuan had patiently explained to her many times before on the issue of having a child, every time she saw a woman of her age whose child was now soy sauce, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li were kind people and had always treated her as their own daughter, so they had never mentioned this matter in front of her. They were afraid that she would have thoughts, but it was precisely because Father Li and Mrs. Li treated her like this that she should be even more grateful. Even if they didn't say it, Han Yushi could feel the 2 elders' obsession with holding a grandson. 16 years old? You're not young anymore? Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. At this age, if it was in modern times, she would still be in high school, okay? Before dinner, did you hear what grandmother said? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and asked. He was talking about the joke that old Madame Yi had said about letting Li Zishuan give birth to a grandson for Li Jingma as soon as possible. Han Yushi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she softly acknowledged. At that time, she originally came in to inform the several elders in the family to prepare for dinner. Coincidentally, she heard old Madame Ye's joke outside the door. Grandmother was just joking. Wife, you don't have to take it to heart. Li Zishuan patted Han Yushi's jade-like back and comforted her. Then, he said, don't be in a hurry to have children. When your body grows up and your physique becomes stronger, we'll consider having children. I don't want my wife to have a lifelong illness because of a child. It turns out that I am so important in my husband's heart." When Han Yushi heard this, she couldn't help but feel touched. In this era where the concept of, there are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst, was deeply rooted, most women were actually just tools for reproduction to men. A man like Li Zixuan who would rather have a child later than let his woman take the risk was really rare. However, it was precisely because Li Zixuan was so good to her that Han Yushi wanted to repay him even more. At this time, she pursed her lips, shook her head, and said softly, "Actually, the reason why I'm saying this isn't because of what grandmother said in the front hall today. It's because I really want to have a child. Husband will go to the military camp the day after tomorrow. I know my husband's character. If His Majesty wants my husband to go to the battlefield in the future, my husband will definitely not hesitate to put on his armor and go to the battlefield. I want to give birth to a child for my husband. This way, my husband will have one more concern and will do his best to protect himself." It had to be said that the person who understood Li Zixuan the most was actually the person who slept next to him. Although Li Zixuan said that he was only going to the military camp and not to the battlefield, Han Yushi knew in her heart that when the imperial court needed Li Zixuan to go to the battlefield one day, Li Zixuan would definitely go to the front line personally to kill the enemy. In the end, the words that Li Zixuan had comforted Li Jingma and the others in the front hall could not deceive Han Yushi. Giving birth to a child was just to give you one more concern and to let you do your best to protect yourself. Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel his heart soften. He turned his head and gently kissed the forehead of the beauty in his arms. He sighed softly and said, "Wife, don't worry. With you, father, mother, and your husband will not bear to die no matter what. Don't mention the matter of children again. Your body is still too weak now." Although she knew that Li Zixuan was concerned about her, Han Yushi still couldn't help but pout and say, "Husband, I am not as weak as those ladies from noble families. When I was young, I raised iron egg alone. Besides, I have been practicing the Taiji fist that you taught me before. Recently, I feel that my body is much better than before." "Oh. Wife, you are still persisting in practicing the Taiji fist?" Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. He had believed that Han Yushi had long forgotten about this matter. "Of course." Pleased with herself, Han Yushi raised her chin and stated, "Previously, this concubine heard that the reason why Princess Changle's illness was cured was not only due to husband's superior medical skills, but also due to Princess Changle's constant practice of Taiji fist. How could this concubine dare to be lazy? Oh. Then let this husband see to what extent has wife practiced." Somewhat curious, Li Zixuan pinched Han Yushi's wrist. A strand of soft Daoist jinqi entered Han Yushi's body. Han Yushi felt a wave of warm energy flow through her limbs and bones. Afterwards, she heard Li Zixuan cry out in surprise. "Wife, you've actually managed to sense qi. Inconceivable. This is too inconceivable." That's right, Li Zixuan had discovered a strand of Daoist jinqi in Han Yushi's dantian. Although that strand of Daoist jinqi was very weak, it had been detected by Li Zixuan. How could Li Zixuan not be astonished? It must be known that there were millions upon millions of people in this world who wished to learn martial arts. However, those who were able to absorb qi into their bodies and cultivate jinqi were less than 1 in 1,000. Who would have thought that it would be Changle and now Han Yushi? These two people had coincidentally managed to absorb qi into their bodies. This was truly too unimaginable. Could it be that these two women were both martial arts geniuses? Why had he not discovered this before? Li Zixuan muttered to himself. Sense qi? Husband, what is sense qi? Although her husband was a martial arts grandmaster, Han Yushi knew nothing about martial arts. Hearing Li Zixuan's question, she was somewhat apprehensive and somewhat curious. It is jinqi. Wife, your body now has a strand of jinqi, the type of jinqi that only martial artists possess. This is really rare. However, no matter what, this will only be beneficial to you. Wife, you don't have to worry about it. Li Zixuan paused and explained. Oh. Does that mean that this concubine's body is indeed much better than before? Han Yushi's eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked. She was not interested in the affairs of martial artists. She only wanted to know, yes. You can say that. Li Zishuan pinched his chin and nodded. Although this strand of Jinshi was extremely weak and Han Yushi did not know how to use it, it could imperceptibly improve a person's physique. Therefore, Han Yushi was indeed much healthier than ordinary women now. Han Yushi was delighted. She turned over and sat on Li Zishuan's body. With a face full of excitement, she said, "Husband, does that mean we can have a child?" Li Zishuan was speechless. It turned out that this woman was still thinking about this. Alright, since there was no problem with her body and the other party was willing, what else could he say as a man? Haha. Since my wife wants to fight, then I am willing to risk my life to accompany her. Haha. Yes. It's time to get up. The next day, Li Zishuan, who had recently gotten used to waking up early, slept until the third quarter of the morning before waking up. Facing the dazzling sunlight outside the window, Li Zishuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. However, he found that there was still a person lying on his arm. Recalling the several punitive expeditions and crazy entanglements last night, he rubbed his old waist with some lingering fear. He thought to himself that when this woman went crazy, even a martial arts master could not handle it. Yes. Han Yushi, who was sleeping, let out a very soft murmur and subconsciously tightened the quilt for herself. Li Zishuan smiled. He thought to himself that this woman must have been exhausted last night, right? Li Zishuan carefully pulled his arm out and then quietly got out of bed to put on his clothes. Although the warmth of the woman was intoxicating, he still had important matters to attend to today. He could not laze around in bed the whole day, could he? At this time, Li Jingma and the others had already eaten breakfast. However, it did not matter. The kitchen quickly served hot rice and hot dishes. Li Zishuan ate his breakfast hastily and left the house. What he did not know was that in the east courtyard of the Lord Protector's manor, there was a detective drama going on. How long did they last night? In reply to Madam, Young Master and Young Madam probably, until the middle of the night. Ah. The middle of the night? Isn't this too long? Old Master, do you think little Xian might have overindulged and damaged his body? When Madame Li saw that Li Zishuan had left the house, she immediately called over Li Zishuan's personal maid, Xiao He, to secretly spy for information. Hearing Madame Li's words, Li Jingma's old face could not help but darken. As a parent, it was hard to say these things out of concern for their son and daughter-in-law. But now, the words that came out of Madame Li's mouth. What kind of words were these? Overindulgence, was this something a mother should say? It should be fine. Little Xian is after all a martial artist and his physique is much stronger than ordinary people. Seeing that Li Jingma did not reply, Madame Li could not help but roll her eyes. Then, she justified herself and found an answer for herself. She then waved her hand at Xiao He and said, "All right, Xiao He, you can leave. What I asked you today, you must not mention it to little Xian and Yushi, understand?" Although Xiao He was thick-skinned, her cheeks were already flushed red. She hurriedly took her leave. "Madam, don't worry. Xiao He will not tell anyone. Xiao He will take her leave." Madame Li nodded. After Xiao He left, she looked at Li Jingma with some excitement and said, "Old Master, it looks like little Xian has been enlightened. We will be able to hold a grandson soon." Li Jingma stroked his beard and scolded jokingly, "Humph, this stinking brat." Although that was the case, it was difficult to conceal the smile between his brows. Chapter 1697. Hey! Brother Zheng, why haven't you left yet? Yanhuang College's results are about to be released. That's not it. It's not even 4 minutes yet. Didn't they say that the results would be released at 9? It's true that the results will be released at 9, but there are so many people looking at the results today. If we don't go and get a spot in advance, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to squeeze into the academy later. Damn! Why didn't I think of this? I'm not eating anymore. Let's go quickly. After leaving the Marquis residence and walking on the cement road of the county, Li Zixuan could clearly feel a stream of people heading towards the Cloud Mountain outside the city. These people were basically all students participating in the Yanhuang College's entrance exam. Among the students who came for the exam, quite a number of them chose to stay in Lantian County. After all, compared to Cheng and City, this place was closer to Yanhuang College. Previously, some of them might have thought that the accommodations in Lantian County were inferior to those in Cheng and City. However, when they arrived in Lantian County, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. The wide and flat streets, the dazzling lineup of shops, and the clean and tidy inns. How was this a small county? It was completely comparable to a bustling city. This was especially true for the Dragon Gate Inn that had just been built in Lantian County. It was luxurious, imposing, and resplendent, stunning everyone. The living conditions inside could be said to be the best of all the inns in the Great Tang. Therefore, the students who were fortunate enough to stay in Longmen Inn could be said to be both physically and mentally happy these few days. After all, whether it was the accommodations or the distance to Yanhuang College, Longmen Inn had an absolute advantage over the other inns in Cheng and City. Lin Wenyuan could be said to have used the Yanhuang College's entrance exam as an opportunity to completely spread the name of the Lin family's Longmen Inn. After these students left Cheng and returned to their respective hometowns, they would promote Lin Wenyuan's Longmen Inn for free. When Lin Wenyuan set up other branches of the inn in other places, he wouldn't have to worry about business at all. People would definitely swarm in to stay there. Li Zixuan sighed internally as he looked at the grand and imposing Dragon Gate Inn. Lin Wenyuan truly had a business acumen. After a moment, he shook his head and walked out of the city with Dabai. There were too many people in the city, so it was not easy for him to ride a horse. Along the way, Li Zixuan saw countless examinees walking in groups. However, very few of them were chatting and laughing. Most of them had very serious expressions on their faces. This situation reminded Li Zixuan of when he was in elementary school in his previous world. He would go to school to get his report card after the end of term exams. He was nervous, but he also had some expectations. He hoped that he would perform better than usual and obtain good results. As someone who had experienced this before, Li Zixuan could understand this kind of contradictory mentality very well. After about 15 minutes, Li Zixuan and his horse finally arrived at the foot of Cloud Mountain. However, when he looked around, he was instantly dumbfounded. He saw that the long and winding path of Cloud Mountain was already packed with people. Among these people, there were examinees who had come to check their results. There were also parents and relatives who had accompanied the examinees to check their results. There were also some vendors selling snacks. These people really knew how to do business. They purposely went to places with a lot of people. This made the already narrow path of Cloud Mountain seem even more crowded. In addition, there were countless horse carriages parked at the foot of the mountain. Presumably, the wealthy young masters who came in horse carriages also understood that it was impossible to climb Cloud Mountain with horse carriages. Thus, they abandoned their horse carriages and walked up the mountain instead. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly. Then, he turned around and patted Dabai's head. "Go into the forest and wait for me." After saying this, he didn't care whether Dabai understood him or not. He put down the reins and walked toward the path of Cloud Mountain. This was the territory of Cloud Mountain. He wasn't worried at all that Dabai would get lost or be stolen. Moreover, Dabai's legs were very strong. If it really started running, no one would be able to catch it. On the mountain path, Li Zixuan slightly released a bit of his protective real qi. An invisible pushing force gently pushed the people around him away. Relying on this skillful force, Li Zixuan arrived at the top of the Cloud Mountain in a short while. He saw that the peak of the mountain was also filled with people. As it wasn't time to release the results yet, the gates of Yanhuang College weren't open yet. Otherwise, with so many examinees swarming in, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be a single person causing trouble inside the college. For safety reasons, he could only wait until the time was almost up before the gates of the college opened. There were many college guards maintaining order at the gates. When they saw Li Zixuan, they hurriedly bowed and greeted, Greetings, Yamacho. Mr. Yen and the others are all here, right? Li Zishuan nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. Returning to Yamacho, Mr. Yen and the others are all at Guanghua Tower. The college guard cupped his fists and said. Li Zishuan nodded and then said, maintain order well. Don't let them cause trouble. After saying that, he directly walked into the college. Naturally, someone would open the gates for him. Yes. Yamacho. The guard replied loudly as he looked at Li Zishuan's back. The examinees surrounding the gates of the college suddenly became excited. Wow. That person just now is the Yamacho from Yanhuang College? The Yamacho from Yanhuang College is actually so young. That's right. He's much younger than the teachers in our county's official school. Also, the Yamacho from Yanhuang College is the current Marquis Yong'an. He's already a marquis at such a young age. He's really a role model for our generation. These people were obviously examinees from other places. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so surprised to see Li Zishuan. Dad, it's Grandmaster. He's entered the college. In a corner of the crowd, a young man stood on his tiptoes and said excitedly in the direction Li Zishuan left. Don't talk nonsense. When did Marquis become your Grandmaster? Don't say such things to others in the future. Beside the young man stood an old man in luxurious clothes. Who else could it be other than Lin Wenyuan, who Li Zishuan was talking about in the county? The young man beside him was Lin Hao. The reason why he didn't allow Lin Hao to say that Li Zishuan was his grandmaster in front of outsiders was mainly because Lin Wenyuan didn't want to cause trouble for Li Zishuan because of this matter. Today, Lin Wenyuan came to look at the list with his son. Whether Lin Hao could enter Yanhuang College was very important to the Lin family. It could be said that the fate of the Lin family depended on Lin Hao to change it. In this era where the classes of scholars, farmers, and businessmen were strict, merchants were looked down upon the most. The children of merchants would face great obstacles even when they went to school, not to mention the imperial examinations. However, Yanhuang College didn't restrict the children of merchants. Moreover, anyone with foresight could see that the future of Yanhuang College was limitless. If one could enter Yanhuang College, their future achievements might not be inferior to taking the imperial examinations. Therefore, Lin Wenyuan was very anxious to know whether Lin Hao could make the list as soon as possible. Therefore, he personally came to Yunshan. But Han Xiao is clearly. Oh, yes, Dad. Lin Hao wanted to refute, but he was frightened by Lin Wenyuan's stern gaze. He quickly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue and changed his words. Only then did Lin Wenyuan's gaze become gentle. He murmured, soon. The list should be released in half an hour. Ancestors of the Lin family, please bless this kid. He must pass the exam. Lin Wenyuan was praying to the gods, but there were two slippery little fish in the crowd. They shuttled back and forth between the gaps of the crowd. They relied on their small bodies to quickly arrive at a position slightly in front of the crowd. Sister. You're still the smart one. If we didn't come early today, we might not even be able to reach Yunshan. The two little girls were wearing coarse clothes with many patches on their clothes. There were also a few spots of black ash on their faces. It was obvious that they were children from poor families. At this time, the younger girl sighed and said. The slightly older girl said, sigh. We still woke up too late. But it's already not easy to squeeze in here. Xiaoyu, when the academy opens later, you have to hold on to me tightly. Otherwise, if we get separated by the crowd, I won't be able to find you. These two little girls were the sisters Chen Shuozhen and Chen Shuoyu. Sister, don't worry. I'll definitely hold on to you tightly. This Yanhuang College is really imposing. Sister, do you think you'll get first place this time? If that's the case, Dad and Mom will definitely be overjoyed when they know about it. Chen Shuoyu nodded and responded. At this time, she looked at the tall and majestic buildings within the walls of the academy and couldn't help but sigh. Because today was only the release of the results and not the exam, there was no need for a quiet environment and strict order. The academy didn't restrict the examinees from entering the mountain like a few days ago. Moreover, after the exam ended, all the examinees' tokens were taken back. At this time, even if they wanted to restrict it, it would be difficult to do so. Therefore, the examinees who weren't from Yanhuang College could also take this opportunity to see the majesty of Yanhuang College. Chen Shuozhen's eyes flashed. After a moment, she whispered inexplicably, "Silly girl, how can I get first place? I only hope to get into the academy." She was talking about how to get first place, not how it was possible to get first place. This difference of one word meant 1,000 miles of difference in the meaning. However, Chen Shuoyu was deeply shocked by the majestic building of Yanhuang Academy at this time and did not notice this small detail at all. But with her small brain, even if she noticed it, it would be difficult for her to understand in a short time. "Dad. Mom. Let's not push forward, there are too many people. In a while, when the people in front of us finish looking at the results, they will naturally come out. At that time, we'll go in and take a look." On the other side, Zhang Wenzhong also brought his parents to look at the results today. To be more precise, he was brought by Zhang Wenzhong's parents to look at the results. He originally wanted to come alone, but Zhang Wenzhong's parents couldn't wait at home and couldn't wait to come together. However, they came a little late. At this time, the release of the results was near, but they were still stuck on the mountain road halfway up the mountain. Zhang Wenzhong saw that his father wanted to cut in front of the line and quickly stopped him. "Alas. Zhong, I'm just anxious." Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but wipe his sweat and said. Zhang Wenzhong laughed and said, "Dad, this is not your exam. Why are you anxious? What's more, now that the test papers have been marked, the results have been set. If the child passes the test, it means that he has passed. Don't tell me that if he's late, his name will fly off the list." Zhang Wenzhong's father was speechless. He had to admit that his son's words were very reasonable. "Haha. All right. Darling, you see that Zhong is not anxious. Why are you anxious? Let's line up slowly at the back. If we cut in line, it will be embarrassing to be seen by the guards of the academy who maintain order. Zhong still has to go to school in the future." Zhang Wenzhong's mother couldn't help but say at this time. She looked at her son's expression of victory and couldn't help but calm down. "The door is open. The academy is open. The results are about to be released. Those in front, hurry up." At this time, there was a noise in front of the crowd. It was almost 9 o'clock. The academy was about to open the mountain gate and prepare to release the results. Chapter 1698. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yunshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. Everyone, line up and enter the academy in order to see the results. Do not push and shove. Those who violate the order and their relatives will be expelled from Yunshan and will never be allowed to step into Yanhuang College again. When it was close to 9, the gates of the academy opened. The examinees and their relatives who were crowding around the mountain peak and squeezing on the mountain path heard the news and moved immediately. There was a commotion in the crowd. After all, it was difficult to avoid conflicts when tens of thousands of people were squeezed together. At this moment, the guards of Yanhuang College and the Imperial Army guarding the foot of Yunshan all moved out. Each of them held a loudspeaker and shouted as they ran on both sides of the path. The voices of the guards of the Yanhuang Academy and the Imperial Guards at the foot of the Cloud Mountain were amplified by the loudspeakers and suddenly became abnormally loud and clear. Almost everyone heard this sentence. Therefore, the noisy and disorderly crowd suddenly quietened down. After all, to some of them, being expelled from the Cloud Mountain was not scary. What was scary was that the relatives of those who violated the order would never be able to take half a step into the Yanhuang Academy. Didn't this mean that even if their children were admitted to the Yanhuang Academy, they would be rejected by the Yanhuang Academy because of their squeezing and shoving today? This wasn't worth it at all. Therefore, the shouting of the guards of the academy and the imperial army had an immediate effect. The crowd outside the academy consciously lined up and walked towards the academy in order. Yamacho's idea is still the best. This way, we won't have to worry about these people getting hurt because of the pushing and shoving. Yen Silu and Li Zixuan stood by the window of the corridor on the 4th floor of Guanghua building and looked down. Yen Silu couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the crowd outside the academy had suddenly become orderly. Li Zixuan frowned and said, "The academy has not considered this aspect thoroughly. Today, tens of thousands of people have come to look at the results. Although the Cloud Mountain is not very steep, the academy is located at the peak of the Cloud Mountain. It is a small mountain. If so many people suddenly come here, it will be easy to cause trouble. Especially the mountain path of the Cloud Mountain. Although it has been widened several times, if these people are in a mess, they will still be easily pushed down the cliff. If that happens and someone dies, our academy will be in trouble." He had squeezed his way up from the foot of the mountain and knew the situation of the crowd outside the academy like the back of his hand. It was precisely because of this understanding that he realized the seriousness of the problem. The first thing he did when he arrived at the academy was to order the academy guards to take out a batch of loudspeakers. Together with the Imperial Guard stationed at the foot of the mountain, they immediately maintained order on both sides of the mountain path. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, Li Zixuan knew better than anyone else how serious the situation would be if a large group of people panicked and trampled. Therefore, he had to take precautions. Today was a good day for Yanhuang College to release the results. He couldn't allow this good day to become a bad day. This old man did not consider this thoroughly. "Please punish me, Yamacho." Hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed across Yen Silu's face. Then, he cupped his hands and apologized to Li Zixuan. "No, I don't mean to blame Mr. Kong Gue." Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said seriously, "The scale of the academy's entrance examination this time is far greater than last year's. The number of applicants alone is more than 3 times of last year's. Under such circumstances, the entire academy is overloaded, including the previous few days when the academy teachers were marking the papers together. Everyone has worked hard. As for you, Mr. Kong Gue, you're in charge of the overall situation. You've worked harder than anyone else. Under such a pressing situation, it's completely understandable that you didn't consider this point. It's me, the Mountain Chief, who has done too little." Chapter 1699. How, Quick. I'll search from the back to the middle. You search from the middle to the front. Quickly see if you can find your name. Lin Wenwen's father was also nervous at this time. It was as if he was the one taking the exam instead of Lin Hao. "Dad. Why do we have to search from the back to the front? Can't we search from the front to the back?" However, his words hurt Lin Hao a little. Did his father look down on him that much? "Hey. You brat. Don't tell me you still think your name can be ranked at the front? I just want to find your name as soon as possible." Hearing that, Lin Wenyuan could not help but smack the back of Lin Hao's head as he said in annoyance. He had fantasized that his son could get first place or top 10, but that was just a fantasy. How could it become reality? To be honest, Lin Hao went from being an ignorant rich kid to being taught by Iron Egg to learning engineering knowledge. It had only been 6 or 7 months. How could he get a good result in the entrance exam of Yanhuang College, where there were so many experts? Lin Wenyuan thought that as long as Lin Hao could get into the college, he would be satisfied even if he was last on the list. Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, was very realistic when looking at problems. Dad. I found my name. 228th, a total of 82 points. Dad, look. Just when Lin Wenyuan was looking at the bottom of the list, Lin Hao suddenly exclaimed and said excitedly. What? Lin Wenyuan's body suddenly shook. He suspected that he had heard wrong, so he couldn't help but say, 228th? How, you said you were 228th. Where is it? Let me see. After that, Lin Wenyuan quickly opened his eyes wide and desperately looked for the 228th name on the list. Fortunately, although Lin Wenyuan didn't want to get into Yanhuan College, he still taught himself a little of the college's new mathematics in his spare time. After all, the new mathematics was very helpful for business, so Lin Wenyuan also recognized the Arabic numerals on the list. Soon, he found Lin Hao's name behind the number 228. 228th, Lin Hao, a weighted total of 82 points. Seeing this small line of words, Lin Wenyuan had the urge to laugh out loud. However, he didn't know why. When he was extremely happy, he couldn't laugh, and he even had tears in his eyes. It's true. It's actually true. Hao really got into Yanhuan College. And his score is in the top. The ancestors of the Lin family bless and protect him. Lin Wenyuan excitedly patted Lin Hao's shoulder with both hands, and then said incoherently. Hee. Father. I told you long ago, this time's entrance exam, your son is in the bag. At that time, you and mother didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right? Lin Hao took the opportunity to show off. Hee. I believe you, I believe you. Looks like your mother and father didn't have good eyesight before. Unexpectedly, this time, Lin Wenyuan didn't attack Lin Hao's weak spirit with words as usual. Instead, he went along with Lin Hao's words and praised him. This made Lin Hao stunned, and he couldn't help but feel flattered. Father, are you all right? Don't tell me you have a fever. Get lost. Lin Wenyuan reacted at this time, and his old face couldn't help but darken as he roared angrily. He thought to himself, can't you be nice to this brat? Hee. That's normal. Lin Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Father. This time, your son got into Yanhuan College as you wished. Shouldn't you give me some reward? Lin Wenyuan said with a straight face, what reward do you want? Lin Hao thought for a while, and said with a serious face, there are still 2 months before the academy starts. In these 2 months, your son wants to finish all the novels that I didn't have time to read before. Father, you and mother can't interfere with me during this time. Lin Wenyuan glared and couldn't help but feel a little angry. He thought that Lin Hao wanted to use this as an excuse to ask for some money, but he didn't expect that this stinking brat actually made such a ridiculous request. He was really useless. Sigh. Forget it. We'll do as you wish. In these 2 months, your mother and father won't interfere with anything you do. In the end, Lin Wenyuan nodded and agreed to Lin Hao's request. Haha. Thank you, father. Then, your son will go back now. Lin Hao laughed loudly, turned around, and ran away. In a short while, he was nowhere to be seen. This brat, he doesn't have any ambition at all. Lin Wenyuan looked in the direction that Lin Hao left, and then he walked out of the crowd. Hee. No matter what, my Lin family will have a scholar this time. Let's see who dares to look down on this old man in the future. Humph. Although he was a little disappointed, Lin Wenyuan was still very satisfied with Lin Hao's results this time. He clasped his hands behind his back and squeezed out of the crowd while thinking proudly in his heart. Sister. Why didn't I find your name at the front? In contrast to Lin Wenyuan, on the other side, a little girl started to search from the first place on the list. However, after searching for more than 10 names, she still couldn't find the name she was looking for. She turned her head and was puzzled. This little girl was Chen Shuoyu. At this time, she and Chen Shuozhen were in the 3rd row of the crowd. Although they were shorter than the people around them, fortunately, the Academy's red list was hung very high. As long as they looked up, they could still see the words on it. Hee. Who said that sister must be at the front? Xiaoyu, look at the 33rd row. Isn't that your sister's name? Chen Shuozhen couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She rubbed Chen Shuoyu's head and smiled. Ah. It's true. Chen Shuoyu looked at the 33rd row and was stunned when she saw it. She said in disbelief, "Sister, why are you only 33rd? Only 33rd?" If these words were heard by others, they would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. However, Chen Shuayu knew that her sister got the test papers in advance and went to find people to get the answers in advance. According to common sense, Chen Shuazhen shouldn't be able to get first place, but she should be able to get into the top 10. However, what Chen Shuayu didn't expect was that Chen Shuazhen only got 33rd. This was really inconceivable. Hee hee. When you grow up, you will understand why your sister only got 33rd. Chen Shuazhen glanced at her right front and said meaningfully. Then she pulled Chen Shuayu's arm and said, "Okay. Let's go home. No matter what, your sister got into Yanhuang College. Let's go home and celebrate." N. Hearing the word celebrate, Chen Shuayu quickly nodded. The two sisters quickly walked out of the crowd. However, in the direction that Chen Shuazhen was looking at, there was a middle-aged man in green who was looking at the red list. He looked from top to bottom and whispered to himself, "Strange. There is no one named Shen Weining in the top 10. Could it be that master is lying to us?" This person was the apprentice of the Hanging Pot Hall, Chang Feng. Previously, when Chen Shuazhen went to the Hanging Pot Hall, she met him. He was also the one who introduced Chen Shuazhen to Lin Jichang. Yesterday, Lin Jichang accidentally found out that the entrance examination questions of Yanhuang Academy's medical school were exactly the same as the questions that Chen Weining, Chen Shuazhen, had asked him. Out of curiosity, he sent Chang Feng over to see if Chen Weining was the top student this time. At the same time, he also wanted to see who exactly Chen Weining was to be able to obtain the entrance examination questions of Yanhuang Academy in advance. However, the result was destined to disappoint Lin Jichang. The top student of the medical school wasn't Chen Weining. Her surname wasn't even Chen. Chang Feng didn't even see Chen Weining at the scene. This made Chang Feng wonder if Lin Jichang was lying to him. Ah. It seems that the old man from the Hanging Pot Hall has found out the secret of the questions. He actually sent people from the medical hall to investigate. Luckily, I was prepared. Not only is my name fake, but I didn't get first place because I purposely answered the last two questions wrong. More importantly, I'm wearing tattered clothes today. Unless Chang Feng comes close, he definitely won't be able to recognize me and Xiao Yu. Chen Shuazhen, who was walking down the mountain with her little sister, couldn't help but think proudly. In fact, from the moment she decided to go to the Hanging Pot Hall to get the answers, she was prepared to take precautions. She couldn't let Lin Jichang know her true identity. She also couldn't let anyone other than Lin Jichang know that the 10 questions she said that day were all questions for the Yanhuang College's medical school's admission exam. This way, as long as Lin Jichang couldn't find her, he couldn't take her down and confront her face to face. He wouldn't have any way to prove that she cheated. Without any evidence, without any foundation, and with this matter related to Yanhuang College's reputation, Chen Shuazhen believed that Lin Jichang wouldn't have the guts to publicize this matter before he was 100% sure. As a small fry, if she wanted to live longer, she had to be careful. Chen Shuazhen understood this point very well. This was the caution of a small fry, and also the wisdom that a small fry needed to survive. But the person who got first place in the medical school actually got full marks. Who is so good? Also, this name sounds familiar. Could it be that Marquis not only gave the exam to me in advance, but also leaked it to him in advance? After being proud for a while, Chen Shuazhen's heart also had a trace of doubt. She was very clear about the difficulty of the medical school exam. She didn't think that anyone could get full marks without cheating. If there was, then this person must be a monster. After all, at such a young age, having such high medical skills, if he wasn't a monster, what else could he be? Chapter 1700. Oh my God. Someone actually got full marks in the medical school this time. What? Full marks? Were the medical school's exam questions this year so easy? Bullsh *T. How could it be so easy? I heard that after the exam 2 days ago, someone wrote down the exam questions from memory and showed them to a doctor in Chang'an. Even the doctor wasn't very sure about a few questions. Do you think the exam questions this time were easy or difficult? Hiss. Even the doctor in charge of the medical school couldn't answer them? Then the medical school's exam questions this time were too difficult. Of course. I heard that the medical school's exam questions were personally organized by Dr. Sunday. Of course, ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to answer them. Damn. According to what you said, shouldn't the medical school's examinees have done very badly? How could there be someone who got full marks? How would I know? It seems that the medical school has recruited a medical genius this time. Let's go. Let's go and see who the person who got full marks is. Lin Hao, Lin Wenyuan, Chen Shuozhen, and Chen Shuoyu left, but the commotion on Yunshan Mountain did not stop there. Instead, as time passed, more and more people knew that the medical school had a top scorer who got full marks. Even the examinees who were looking at the results at the Eastern Institute of Technology couldn't help but shift their focus when they heard the news. They came over to see who the student who got full marks was. In an instant, the medical school's results list, which was originally quite relaxed, suddenly became crowded. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this Zhang Wenzhong? He actually got full marks. Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. If that's the case, isn't this Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills already on par with some of the doctors in the medical school? I wonder how old this guy is. He actually has such amazing medical skills. Soon, more and more people noticed the name list of the medical school's top student. Looking at the name on top of everyone's head, most of the students couldn't even feel jealous because the gap between them was too big. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, 100 points. Second place, Cui Shirong, 90 points. There was a gap of 10 points between the first and second place. One must know that this wasn't a gap of 10 points in a single subject. This was a weighted average score. It was obviously more difficult to create a gap of 10 points in this area. Therefore, that dazzling 100 points directly made people unable to feel jealous. Everyone understood that they really couldn't be jealous of this score. Even if they were given another 10 chances, none of them had absolute confidence that they would be able to get full marks. Did you hear? There's someone who got full marks. What? Full marks? That's amazing. Who is it? According to the people in front, that person seems to be called Zhang Wenzhong. Zhang Wenzhong? Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Sigh. Not only you, I. As time passed, the people who had finished looking at the results began to leave the academy. Today, the academy was only open to the public in front of the Guanghua building. The other places were guarded by guards and no one was allowed to get close. Therefore, those who had finished looking at the results could only leave the academy. Those who were queuing outside were able to move forward and slowly approach the academy's mountain gate. As those who had finished looking at the list left, the news of someone scoring full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences gradually spread through the queue. Soon, almost everyone in the queue knew of this shocking news. Zhong. Zhong, did you hear that? Are you the one who scored full marks? In the crowd, Father Zhang and Mother Zhang were still queuing outside the academy. From time to time, they could hear the people around them talking about a student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong beside him and ask in a trembling voice. At this moment, Father Zhang was both nervous and excited. Even his voice had a slight tremor in it. Mother Zhang immediately looked at Zhang Wenzhong with eager eyes. At this moment, she really hoped that the student who scored full marks in the Academy of Medical Sciences was her son. Oh. It should be. But, there are thousands of students taking the exam this time, and they are all from different counties in the Tang Empire. It's inevitable that there will be people with the same name. Zhang Wenzhong thought about it and said cautiously. When Father Zhang heard this, he was overjoyed at first, but then he was stunned because the latter half of Zhang Wenzhong's sentence made sense. Hence, he asked nervously, Zhong, how do you think you did in the exam this time? Zhang Wenzhong smiled and said, Father. Didn't I tell you this before? Don't worry. Even if I don't get first place, I won't do too badly. I'm still very confident in this exam. Besides, whether I'm first or not, we can just walk closer to see later. Every candidate has an exam number. With the help of the exam number, even if there are people with the same name, there won't be any confusion. There were 6,000 to 7,000 students taking the entrance exam for Yanhuang College this time, and the final admission number was more than 1,000. It was inevitable that there would be people with the same name. Hence, Zhang Wenzhong guessed that the academy would definitely use other methods to distinguish between people with the same name. In fact, this was indeed the case. Behind every name on the list of results was a row of Arabic numerals. This row of numbers was the student's exam number. Oh. Yes. There's an exam number too. That's good. Zhang Wenzhong's father patted his head. Then, he looked at the dense crowd in front of him and said dejectedly, Sigh. There are so many people. I don't know when it'll be our turn to enter. Father. Don't worry. There are already a lot fewer people in front of us. I estimate that we'll be able to enter the academy in 3/4 of an hour. Although Zhang Wenzhong was also very eager to see if he was the one at the top of the list, he didn't show it. Instead, he calmly comforted his father. 3/4 of an hour? Sigh. We can only wait. However, for Zhang Wenzhong's father, he couldn't even wait for 3 blinks of an eye, let alone 3/4 of an hour. But what could he do if he couldn't wait? Could it be that he could cut the queue? Looking at the two sides of the line, the Yanhuang College guards were eyeing covetously. Then, he recalled that a few people had already been expelled from Yunshan by the guards for cutting the line. Zhang Wenzhong's father shrunk his neck and decisively dismissed the idea of cutting the line. It didn't matter if he was expelled from Yunshan. The key was that it would affect Zhang Wenzhong's future. This was something that Zhang Wenzhong's father absolutely didn't want to see. Zhang Wenzhong's father didn't know how many 3/4 of an hour he had experienced in the first half of his life. However, the current 3/4 of an hour felt so long to him. Under the entanglement of nervous, excited, anxious, conflicted, worried, and other complex emotions, Zhang Wenzhong's father finally endured the 3/4 of an hour. We're in. We're finally in. In order to prevent a large number of people from suddenly rushing in and causing a stampede, the academy adopted the strategy of entering in batches. After the first batch of people left, the next batch of people would enter. Of course, each batch of people could only stay in the academy for a limited time. When the time was up, they had to leave. This was a bit like the upper limit strategy used by some subway stations during the morning rush hour. At this time, almost 3/4 of an hour had passed. The Zhang family of 3 finally entered the academy. Zhang Wenzhong's father couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. There was a trace of joy on his face, but there was also a trace of worry. The medical college's results list is on the west side. Following the guidance of the academy's guard, Zhang Wenzhong's father quickly brought Zhang Wenzhong and Zhang Wenzhong's mother to the medical college's results list. They were faster, so they managed to grab the 3rd row position. It was not bad as they could see the words on the red list clearly. First place, Zhang Wenzhong, exam number 062800913, score 100 points. Zhang Wenzhong's father was literate. He raised his head and went straight to the top of the list. Immediately, he saw his son's name. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Wenzhong's arm and said excitedly, Zhong, quickly take a look and see if this exam number is yours. Zhang Wenzhong didn't say anything. He raised his head and quietly looked at his high and mighty name on the red list. It was at the top of the list, far ahead of the 2nd place. This result was a recognition of his devotion to medicine, his diligent study of medicine, and his previous master's treatment of patients. Of course, this was also a reward for his parents' silent support for his medical studies all these years. Zhong, what's wrong? Is this exam number not yours? Zhang Wenzhong's father's expression suddenly changed when he saw that Zhang Wenzhong didn't speak for a long time. Dad. Mom. This exam number is mine. I got into Yanhuang College. Zhang Wenzhong retracted his gaze and looked at his parents with tears in his eyes. He said firmly. Haha. Good. 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 My son got into the Yanhuang Academy, and he even got first place. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenzhong's father heard this and his nervous mood suddenly turned into ecstasy. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The crowd in front of the medical college's results list immediately turned their attention to this side. Look. That person is the top of the medical college's exam this time. He got full marks. The crowd automatically ignored Zhang Wenzhong's father and looked at the young man next to him. According to the age limit of the college's enrollment, that young man could be the medical college's candidate this time. Oh my God. So young? How did he get full marks? Could it be that he started studying medicine when he was in his mother's womb? This is incredible. The medical college's enrollment exam questions not only require theoretical knowledge but also practical medical experience. Could it be that he has treated patients at such a young age? I know him. A few days ago, the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Lantian County treated a young man with intestinal abscess. Marquis, Dr. Sun, and Taoist Xian Qing from the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain treated him together and finally pulled him back from the jaws of death. If I remember correctly, that young man's name is Zhang Wenzhong. What? How could there be such a coincidence? Marquis, you've saved a medical genius from the Yanhuang Academy. Soon, someone recognized Zhang Wenzhong, but Zhang Wenzhong didn't care about the outsider's comments. He cupped his hands to the surrounding candidates and then turned to leave with his parents. Dad, Mom. My life was saved by Marquis. Oh, it should be Yamacho. I will use this life to save more people in the future to repay Yamacho for saving my life. When they reached the foot of Cloud Mountain, Zhang Wenzhong suddenly stopped and turned to look at his parents. He said in an unusually serious tone. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang couldn't help but be startled. After being stunned for a moment, Father Zhang opened his mouth and said, Zhong, you're right. One must know how to repay kindness. The Marquis saved your life, so all the more you should work hard to repay him. However, Marquis doesn't lack money or reputation. Now that you are a student of Yanhuang College, you are his disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. You must listen to Marquis in the future and fulfill your responsibility as a disciple by Marquis' side. Zhang Wenzhong nodded solemnly and said, I will remember father's teachings. Haha. That's enough. Let's go home. Zhong, I will make your favorite dishes when we get back home to celebrate the top of the exam. Zhang Wenzhong's mother laughed. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mom. Chapter 1701. Who would have thought that Zhang Wenzhong would be able to get full marks? Looks like I've still underestimated him. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh as he watched the bustling crowd in the academy's Guanghua building. Previously, when Yen Silu told him the name of the person who got full marks in the medical school, he was a little nervous because he was afraid that Yen Silu's name would be Qin Shuazhen. If that happened, he would have to cover up countless lies later on. However, although the person who got full marks wasn't Qin Shuazhen, Li Zishuan was still a little surprised when he heard the name Zhang Wenzhong. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Zhang Wenzhong's ability. Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were unquestionable since he was able to leave his name in history. However, he should only be 7 or 8 years old now, right? What could a 7 or 8-year-old do in modern times? He probably only knew how to play mobile phones and games. However, Zhang Wenzhong's medical skills were already comparable to a doctor in a medical hall when he was only 7 or 8 years old. It was really unbelievable. Are all the children in ancient times so monstrous? First, there was Jia Jiayin, Li Yan, Li Ku, Li Tai, and now there's Zhang Wenzhong. Yanhuang College is getting more and more monstrous. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, he was really glad that he had saved Zhang Wenzhong's life in the medical hall that day. He didn't just save the life of a young boy, he might have saved the lives of hundreds and thousands of people. Now that Zhang Wenzhong was admitted into Yanhuang College, under the guidance of experts like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Gu Qingyue, and under the influence of the Academy's modern medical theories, Li Zishuan believed that Zhang Wenzhong's future medical skills would be much higher than the original Zhang Wenzhong in history. At that time, he alone would be able to save countless lives. He might very well become the second Sun Simiao of Tang dynasty. Shaking his head, Li Zishuan shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and left the academy. After descending the cloud mountain, he found Dabai in a small forest. Then, man and horse headed straight for Chang'an City. All the talents in the world will enter Yanhuang College. Although this was just a slogan and Li Zishuan's beautiful vision for the future of the college, this vision was slowly being realized. The number of students that Yanhuang College could recruit was increasing, and the number of talents it could attract was also increasing. Among them, there was no lack of intelligent and stunning geniuses. They would support the future glory of the college. The academy was developing in a better direction, so Li Zishuan had to fight for a stable and safe environment for the academy. Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu requests an audience. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er had just finished his morning court session and was sitting on the dragon couch. He did not even bother to drink a cup of immortal tea. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in and bowed to Li Er. Oh. Ku is back. Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Shu had returned to the city last night. However, it was already late, so His Highness did not enter the palace to disturb the emperor. A few months ago, Li Ku was conferred the title of King of Shu and was in charge of military and government affairs in all the states of Jiannan. This was also the official establishment of a prince's residence. Since then, Li Ku had moved out of the palace. However, he usually stayed at Yanhuang College and did not return to Chang'an. He had only stayed in this residence outside the palace a few times. Li Er nodded and said, Let him in. Yes. Zhao Song responded and turned to leave. Greetings, father. Not long after, Li Ku walked in from outside the hall and bowed to Li Er. You may rise, Ku. Li Er waved his hand and then looked at Li Ku for a while. He smiled and said, You've become more mature. You haven't returned to the palace for a long time. Have you paid your respects to your mother? Li Ku cupped his hands and replied, Father, before this, I have already paid my respects to my mother. Li Ku's birth mother was imperial concubine Yang, and the head of the Tang Empire's imperial harem was Zhang Sun Wugo. In this palace, etiquette was the most important thing. Even if imperial concubine Yang was Li Ku's birth mother, he had to pay his respects to Empress Zhang Sun before he could go to his birth mother. Therefore, Li Ku's words were very appropriate. Li Er nodded in satisfaction and then asked, Good. Ku, what brings you here today? Li Ku had already prepared a draft before he came. He took a step forward and bowed to Li Er. Father Emperor, a few days ago, this sun followed the mountain elders to the north to exterminate the locusts. I have seen too many hardships of the people. Although most of these hardships were caused by natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. In this extermination of the locusts, there were corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants who tried to hoard and drive up the price of food. The corrupt officials and the evil grain merchants will be dealt with by the imperial censors sent by Father. However, I have also discovered that some of the shopkeepers of the Yanhuang Bank's branches are taking the opportunity to stir up trouble in the dark. Jin Wanfu, the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank in Xinfeng County, is a typical example. Other than him, during the journey to the north, I and Mountain Head found out that there were a total of 12 branches of the bank that were secretly involved in illegal activities. When we returned to the capital, I learned from Mountain Head that the Dragon's sect had previously rebelled and was fortunately executed in front of Chang'an City. However, behind the dragon sect, there were also 8 shopkeepers of the bank who were using their official position for personal gain, secretly sending money to the dragon sect. The Yanhuang Bank was in charge of the distribution of the Tang Yuan and also controlled the deposits and loans of the people. It could be said that it was a vital department that was related to the fate of the Tang Empire. The appearance of a parasite like Jin Wanfu was a serious blow to the reputation of the Yanhuang Bank among the people. Fortunately, the Yamacho used a thunderous method to resolve the trust crisis of the Yanhuang Bank. However, who can guarantee that the Yanhuang Bank will not be corrupted in the future? You must know that a place like the bank is the most prone to corruption. Li Er narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice, Ku, what do you think? Although he was mentally prepared, Li Ku was still a little nervous. Because it involved military matters, he was likely to be suspected by his father, who had taken the throne because of the coup. Forcing himself to calm down, Li Ku's face turned solemn. He bowed again and said, Father, I intend to establish a new department in the Yanhuang Bank called the Gold-Clad Guard. It will specialize in correcting illegal activities within the bank to ensure that the bank will always operate normally. I sincerely ask for Father's permission. The hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Li Er's tiger-like eyes suddenly flashed. After a long silence, Li Er calmly said, Oh? Gold-Clad Guard? Ku, can you tell me in detail? Chapter 1702. In the Ganlu Hall. Under the watchful gaze of Li Er, Li Ku braced himself and explained the overall structure of the golden-clothed guards of the Yanhuang Bank. Father, the golden-clothed guards will be responsible for monitoring the various branches of the Yanhuang Bank in the Great Tang Empire and preventing internal members from accepting bribes and corruption. They will also ensure the safety of the Yanhuang Bank in its daily operations and prevent criminals from coveting the wealth of the bank. Therefore, the golden-clothed guards will not only have clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but they will also have military personnel who are good at arresting criminals and fighting. This department will be a department that is well versed in both civil and military matters and will do its best to ensure the normal and healthy operations of the bank. I believe that Father knows the importance of the bank to the Great Tang Empire even if I don't say it. Therefore, I implore Father to support me in establishing the golden-clothed guards. After saying that, Li Ku bowed deeply and didn't dare to raise his head for a long time. This matter was too important. He didn't know if Li Er would agree or not, let alone what choice Li Er would make. The hall fell into a deathly silence once again. Li Er narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his mind was racing. As an emperor who had risen to the throne through a coup, Li Er had always been extremely sensitive to the military and military matters. Take Li Qingxian for example. Even though Li Qingxian was the heir to the throne of the Great Tang Empire, other than the few hundred guards in the East Palace, Li Qingxian didn't have any military forces in his hands. He didn't even have the 6 squads of the Crown Prince. It was just a thing in name only. Among Li Er's sons, none of them had the military power of more than 1,000 people. As someone who had been through this before, Li Er knew very well that with an army in hand, one's ambition would be bred and one would have the capital to fight for the throne. The heavenly policy residence that he had led back then was his capital to rule the world today. And now, Li Ku was requesting him to establish the golden-clothed guards. Although the jurisdiction of the golden-clothed guards was only the Yanhuang Bank, there were so many branches of the bank in the world. If the golden-clothed guards were established, the number of military personnel would definitely not be small. Was Li Er doing this for justice or for personal reasons? On the other hand, Li Ku was the first prince to propose to Li Er. However, Li Ku's identity was too sensitive. He had the royal blood of the Great Tang Empire and the Sui dynasty. He wasn't the heir, but the nobility of his bloodline was no less than Li Qingxian. If he agreed to establish the golden-clothed guards, it would be hard to guarantee that the others in the court wouldn't have improper thoughts. In this short span of time, many thoughts flashed through Li Er's mind. Finally, Li Er opened his mouth and said, Ku, the matter of the gold-robed guards, did you think of it yourself, or did someone mention it to you? Tell Father the truth. Hearing Li Er finally speak, Li Ku couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He clasped his hands and said, I don't dare to lie to father. The golden-clothed guards came about when the Yamacho went up north to exterminate the locusts and saw the serious corruption within the Yanhuang Bank in Xinfen County. That's why they had the idea of establishing the golden-clothed guards. The Yamacho said that the Yanhuang Bank was related to the economic lifeline of the Great Tang Empire. Its importance was definitely not inferior to any of the 6 ministries of the imperial court. If the internal operations of the bank couldn't be normal and healthy, and if the corruption reached the root, not only would the bank be finished, but the Great Tang Empire would also be in danger. Li Zishuan? It's really him. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He was silent for a long time before he spoke again. Then have you thought about how many military personnel there would be in the golden-clothed guards? How many civilian personnel would there be? Li Ku was already prepared for this. He replied without hesitation, replying to father, the Great Tang Empire currently has more than 300 provinces and 1,500 counties. However, not every county has a branch of the Yanhuang Bank. According to the internal records of the Yanhuang Bank, there are a total of 512 branches of the bank in the entire Great Tang Empire. If the golden-clothed guards want to cover all the branches of the bank, they would need at least 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. At that time, the golden-clothed guards will set up the State Guard Station in each province and the Dao Guard Station in each province. Each guard station will conduct security and irregular audits of the accounts of the banks under their jurisdiction. If they discover any corruption, they will immediately report it to the higher levels. First, the internal affairs of the bank will be dealt with. After that, the relevant criminals will be handed over to the local government or the Supreme Court. Even though Li Er was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Li Ku's grand plan. More than 600 civilian staff and more than 2,000 military staff. What was Li Ku trying to do? He was going to establish a national yamen. Thinking back to when he was still the king of Qin, the Heavenly Policy residents only had 2,000 to 3,000 civil and military personnel. Could it be that Li Ku wanted to use this opportunity to touch the position of the crown prince? At this moment, Li Er couldn't help but suspect that Li Ku had selfish motives. Seeing that Li Er didn't speak, Li Ku's heart jumped to his throat. He actually knew that his request was a bit too much. However, the Yanhuang Bank stall was too big. If there were too few people, they definitely wouldn't be able to take care of such a big stall. 600 civilian personnel and 2,000 military personnel. This was already considered a small number. When the golden-clothed guards were fully established, the total number of personnel would definitely far exceed this scale. Although this might cause Li Er to be suspicious, Li Ku had a clear conscience. He didn't have any improper thoughts about the position of the crown prince. He only wanted to manage the Yanhuang Bank well. He realized that he had already fallen in love with the job of managing money. Therefore, although the atmosphere in the hall was becoming more and more serious, although Li Ku was also a little afraid of Li Er's might, he still straightened his back and looked at the top of the hall without changing his expression. This was because he had a clear conscience. Perhaps it was because of this clear conscience gaze that moved Li Er. Li Er looked at Li Ku for a moment and then said, haha. 600 civilian staff and 2,000 military staff. Ku was truly a bold man. The Yanhuang Bank is in charge of the issuance of the Tang dynasty's currency and the savings and loans of the common people. It is indeed important. As for the personnel of the bank, they come into contact with large amounts of money every day. It is indeed easy for them to have thoughts of corruption. Your suggestion to establish the golden-clothed guards is very good. Unexpectedly, the moment Li Er opened his mouth, he actually confirmed Li Ku's idea. Li Ku, who was prepared to receive a storm from Li Er, couldn't help but be stunned. What he didn't expect was Li Er's next sentence. Li Er paused for a moment and continued, since that is the case, then Ku, you will be in charge of establishing the golden-clothed guards. The number of civilian and military personnel will be handled according to what you said earlier. All the manpower and resources needed, I will fully cooperate with you. Chapter 1703. Within the Ganla Palace, a yamen of more than 2,000 people had been built just like that, and it had even been given to a prince. Before this, no one would have believed that the wise and mighty Emperor Li Er would make such a foolish decision. Li Ke's mouth was agape in shock. Li Er had agreed too quickly and decisively, so much so that he almost couldn't believe that the person in front of him was Li Er. While Li Ke was still in a daze, Li Er spoke once more. In addition, since the Yanhuang Bank is affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue, the establishment of the Gold-Clothed Guard cannot be done without the support of the Ministry of Revenue. We will issue a decree for Xiao Yu to cooperate with you in establishing the civil staff of the Gold-Clothed Guard. They will be responsible for checking the accounts of the bank. As for the military staff of the Gold-Clothed Guard, Li Er paused for a moment, his brow creasing as if he was seriously considering something. After a few moments, he chuckled. Although you've been practicing martial arts since you were young, you've never led soldiers before. If you rashly establish a military staff of more than 2,000 people, I'm afraid that your strength will be insufficient. How about we send someone to assist you? Send someone to assist? Li Ke suddenly had a conjecture. Could it be that Li Ma was recommending Li Junxian to him? Your son thanks Imperial Father. Although many thoughts were running through his mind, Li Ke did his best to maintain a normal expression as he clasped his hands at Li Er. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. We heard you speak of the functions of the Gold-Clothed Guard just now and felt that the Gold-Clothed Guard was similar to the 100 Cavalry in terms of martial arts. Thus, we plan to have Li Junxian assist you in establishing the military staff of the Gold-Clothed Guard. What do you think? As expected, although he had expected this, hearing it from Li Er's mouth made Li Ke feel that everything today was too surreal. If not for the fact that he knew that Li Zishuan had not entered the imperial palace recently, Li Ke would have suspected that Li Zishuan had colluded with Li Er. Otherwise, how could the two of them have the same idea? Royal Father is wise. This son will listen to Royal Father's arrangements. Li Ke realized that he couldn't understand Li Er, so he decided not to think about it. In any case, he just needed to do his own thing well. What other people had planned had nothing to do with him. At the very least, as long as he didn't have any ulterior motives for the throne, no one in the Tang Empire could do anything to him. Yes. If you don't have anything else to report, then go back and prepare. Li Er straightened his body and leaned against the dragon couch. He looked down at Li Ke and said, Yes. Imperial Father. I will take my leave now. Li Ke cupped his hands and left decisively. Today, Li Er's combination of punches had left him in a daze. He had to go home and calm down. With that, he turned around and left. Only Li Er and Zhao Song were left in the main hall. Zhao Song lowered his head and looked straight at the floor of the Suite Du Hall, as if there was some secret martial arts manual on the floor. He was so focused and engrossed in it. He didn't want to ask too much about the matters of the royal family, especially when it involved the princes. Although Li Er's decision today was somewhat abnormal, Zhao Song couldn't be bothered to think about whether there was a deeper meaning to it. Because the emperor's will was hard to fathom, he didn't want to guess. If he had the time, he might as well concentrate on meditating on the true meaning of martial arts. Chief Zhao Song was just so real. Li Er looked at Li Ke's back as he left. The smile on his face disappeared and turned into a thoughtful expression. After a long silence, he finally sighed and said, 2 dragons playing with a pearl is more interesting than a single dragon flying. If Ke really has this idea, then Qingxian should be under pressure, right? Zhao Song's body froze. As a martial arts grandmaster, his hearing was very sharp. Although Li Er's voice was soft, he still heard every word. This short sentence was full of Li Er's unfathomable shrewdness and foresight. The art of an emperor was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1704. Master, the Marquis of Yong'an is here. Chang'an City West, Duan Residence. Duan Jishuan, who had just finished his morning court session, was preparing to put on his armor and head to the army camp. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the backyard and bowed. Oh. Where is he? Duan Jishuan raised his eyebrows, secretly guessing the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit. At the same time, he asked. Master, this old servant has invited the Marquis of Yong and to the front hall for tea. The servant bowed and said. Duan Jishuan nodded and said, You have done well. Go and tell the Marquis of Yong, and this old man will be there soon. Although Li Zishuan was only a marquis, he had an entire province as his fief. Furthermore, he was also the provincial governor of a province. He could be considered as a high-ranking official of the border. His status was no longer the same as before. Now, if he were to be rejected by the Duan residence's servant, it would indeed be very inappropriate. Yes. The servant obeyed and left. Duan Jishuan could only hang the armor that he had just taken off on the wooden rack at the side. Dressed in his normal clothes, he left the room. Hee. How did Marquis have the time to visit this Duan residence today? In the Duan residence's main hall, Li Zishuan sat quietly on a wooden chair. The tea on the side table emitted a faint fragrance, but he did not touch it. He closed his eyes and rested. Suddenly, a burst of hearty laughter came from outside the room. Following that, Duan Jishuan walked in with majestic steps. Li Zishuan's eyes suddenly opened. Then, he hurriedly stood up and went forward to greet him with cupped fists and said, This subordinate came uninvited. I hope General Duan will not blame me. This subordinate? Duan Jishuan, who had originally planned to exchange a few pleasantries with Li Zishuan, couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this. Then, his expression became somewhat interesting. Marquis, are you planning to join the army after dealing with the external affairs? Duan Jishuan was not stupid. In fact, to be able to get to this position, no one was stupid. Almost instantly, he understood the crux of the matter. More than a month ago, Li Zishuan was appointed as the Black Armored Army adjutant. However, due to the Academy's affairs and later on going north to eliminate the locusts, he did not go to the army. Now that Li Zishuan claimed to be his subordinate, he was obviously prepared to join the army. 2. Although Li Zishuan was now calling himself Duan Jishuan's subordinate, Duan Jishuan could see that Li Zishuan was neither servile nor overbearing. His aura was even restrained, making him seem even more unfathomable. In comparison, Duan Jishuan was more like a subordinate. Duan Jishuan could not help but narrow his eyes. They had not seen each other for more than a month, but Li Zishuan's temperament had changed so much. Although he did not actively release his aura, the restrained aura made Duan Jishuan feel more unfathomable. He must have made a breakthrough in his martial arts realm. At least, his current martial arts realm is not lower than mine. This was Duan Jishuan's subconscious judgment. Many people knew about the battle at Longmen Pass in the north, but not many people knew about the details of the battle. Li Zishuan benefited from the disaster and broke through to the Grand Master late stage in that battle, and even fewer people knew about this. However, Duan Jishuan could tell that Li Zishuan had made a breakthrough in his realm from just one encounter, mainly because Duan Jishuan's martial arts attainment was also profound. Yes. I have arranged the matters at the academy for the time being. More importantly, the new batch of armor needed by the Black Armored Army has been completed by the wonderful Pavilion Workshop. I plan to bring this batch of armor to the barracks tomorrow. In addition, since I will be going to the barracks tomorrow, General Duan, please don't refer to me by my title in the future. Just call me by my name. Li Zishuan clasped his fists and said. Duan Jishuan was the boss of the Black Armored Army, to be precise, he was the second in command. The boss of the Black Armored Army was always Li Zishuan. To put it bluntly, Li Zishuan was here today to bow to the boss. After all, he knew that the third in command of the Black Armored Army, Qiu Xinggong, had always disliked him. How could he not curry favor before entering the barracks? It was not that he was snobbish. The main reason was that he did not want to fight for power with Qiu Xinggong. He only wanted to raise the combat strength of the Black Armored Army to a higher level so that the Tang Empire would have a greater chance of defeating the Turks. After completing his mission, even if Qiu Xinggong did not allow him to leave, he would still resign from Li Zishuan. His life's dream was not to join the army or fight on the battlefield. However, the life he pursued required a stable environment. In his opinion, with Duan Jishuan's protection, he would at least be safe in the black armored army. Thus, he was more humble today. Putting this aside, Duan Jishuan was a person worthy of respect. This person had also made great contributions to the establishment of the Li Tang Empire. Duan Jishuan's eyes flashed and he immediately recovered from his deep thoughts. He nodded and said, "All right. Since Adjunct Li is about to return, I will naturally welcome you. Tomorrow morning, the soldiers will be called out. I hope Adjunct Li can arrive on time." Duan Jishuan had been in the army for more than a decade and was a straightforward person. Since Li Zishuan was willing to return to the army at this time, he was naturally more than happy to oblige. Disregarding everything else, Li Zishuan's terrifying martial arts prowess was a force to be reckoned with for the black armored troops. Although the military had never advocated individual strength, it still depended on the level of the individual's strength. At present, no army could ignore a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm. If a martial artist at the Grandmaster realm also knew how to lead troops and the art of war, it would undoubtedly be a headache for the enemy. In addition, Li Zishuan was not an ordinary martial scholar. To be able to face the martial scholar Wu Jie head-on and survive, Duan Jishuan knew that if he were in Li Zishuan's shoes, he would not have such strength. Thus, in terms of individual strength, Li Zishuan was not any weaker than him, the commander of the black armored army. Not to mention, Li Zishuan had brought 5,000 new sets of armor to the black armored army. Duan Jishuan had personally experienced the power of these new sets of armor, and he was very greedy for them. Therefore, Li Zishuan's arrival would undoubtedly raise the strength of the black armored army to another level. This general obeys. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely not be late. Seeing Duan Jishuan's decisiveness, Li Zishuan also cupped his fists and accepted the order. Good. Then this general will wait for Adjunct Li in the camp tomorrow. Duan Jishuan looked at Li Zishuan with appreciation and said in a clear voice. Yes. After discussing official matters, the two exchanged a few words of greeting before Li Zishuan said his goodbyes. Because he could see that Duan Jishuan seemed to have something to do, he tactfully took the initiative to say his goodbyes. It just so happened that he had to go to the army camp tomorrow and had to go back today to prepare. Chapter 1705. Xiao Xian, what brings you here today? After leaving the Duan mansion, Li Zishuan did not leave the city immediately. Instead, he went to the Qin mansion. Qin Xiong was Han Yushi's adoptive father and was one of the closest people to Li Zishuan in Chang'an City. Before he went to the military camp to take up his post, he should have informed Qin Xiong. Coincidentally, Qing Yaojin was also in the Qin residence. The two brothers had just finished their morning court session and were practicing in the Qin residence's martial arts field. When Li Zishuan suddenly came over, they quickly put down their weapons and greeted him. Uncle Cheng, you're here too. Li Zishuan first bowed to Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin respectively before stating the purpose of his visit. Tomorrow, I will be heading to the Black Armored Army's barracks to take up my new post. The Black Armored Army has just been expanded. Before the war, they will definitely be training hard to build up their combat strength. As the Black Armored Army's adjutant, I will probably have to live in the barracks for the next 2 months. Hence, I am here today to inform both of you. In April, in order to quell the rebellion in Guangxing as soon as possible and destroy the Chui and Jing family's rebellious forces, Li Er ordered Li Jing to take command and also sent Duan Jishuan to lead the Black Armored Army as the vanguard to Guangxing County. Unexpectedly, they encountered the tens of thousands of main forces of the Chui and Jing family. Although the Black Armored Army won that battle, they suffered heavy casualties. Then, the situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks suddenly changed. First, they encountered the Turks in the Battle of Shuafang. Then, the tutor of the Turks, Wu Jie, snuck into the Tang Empire and stole the confidential files of Yanhuang College. Following that, 50,000 elite wolf riders suddenly entered the Tang Empire and headed straight for the Longmen Pass. The two countries were at daggers drawn and Li Er realized that the war between the two countries was imminent. On one hand, he ordered the officials to prepare for the war seriously. On the other hand, he ordered Duan Jishuan to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand it from the original 2,000 to 5,000. This was because Li Er believed that cavalry was the most effective when attacking the Turks, and the Black Armored Army was the most elite of the great Tang cavalry. They were the sharpest spear, and in this crucial war, they were bound to play a crucial role. However, the Black Armored Army had just been formed and its overall combat power was obviously not comparable to before. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew that the Black Armored Army's mission for the next few months was nothing more than to train them crazily, to develop into the greatest combat power in the shortest time. He, as the Black Armored Army's adjutant, he would be extremely busy. Oh. You're going to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow? Qin Xiong's eyes narrowed as his mind raced. He suddenly thought of something and asked, could it be that the 5,000 new sets of armor for the Black Armored troops had been completed? Qin Xiong was very familiar with Li Zishuan's situation. He knew that the reason why Li Zishuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army was not only because he was busy with the Academy and the Exterminating Locust mission, but also because it was difficult to complete the new equipment that Li Zishuan had asked Li Zishuan to forge in such a short period of time. Now that Li Zishuan said that he was going to the Black Armored Army, it meant that the 5,000 sets of equipment had been completed. It's indeed completed. Tomorrow, I will bring the equipment to the Black Armored Army's camp. Li Zishuan nodded and said under Qin Xiong's and Qing Yaojin's eager gazes. The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, that was 5,000 sets of equipment and armor. How could it be completed in just a month? Even the supervisor of works did not have this ability. The speed at which Li Zishuan's workshop was terrifying. Haha. Good. Little Xian, you're really something. The speed at which you forge weapons is too fast. Oh, right, do you have any more of the vanadium steel horse lances that you forged? You can give me one as a gift. After a moment of shock, Qing Yaojin walked to Li Zishuan and patted him on the shoulder as he laughed. That day, Li Zishuan had used the vanadium steel horse lances and wore the vanadium steel plate armor to compete with Duan Jishuan in front of all the officials. Through that competition, the flexibility and toughness of the vanadium steel plate armor and the sharpness of the vanadium steel horse lances had left a deep impression on Li Zishuan and the officials. Qing Yaojin's most common weapon was also a horse lance. Therefore, old Sheng had been coveting the vanadium steel horse lance that Li Zishuan had used against Duan Jishuan. Now that he finally had the chance, he could not hold back and directly ask Li Zishuan for it. Qin Xiong turned his face away and pretended that he did not know this old man. It was too embarrassing. Li Zishuan did not mind. On the contrary, he liked old Cheng's straightforward personality. This nephew knows that Uncle Cheng is good at using horse lances, so I ordered someone to make one for you. In a while, I will send someone to deliver it to your residence. I guarantee that it will be better than the one I used on the drill ground that day. Qing Yaojin was instantly overjoyed. He laughed and said, haha. Good. 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 Little Xian, you know this old man well. Unlike my two brats who don't know how to be filial to their father. They only know how to cause trouble. Oh, right, second brother, why don't you have little Xian make a pair of vanadium steel weapons for you? In the end, this fellow still wanted to drag Qin Xiong down with him. Qin Xiong shook his head and said, no need. This old man's golden mace is enough. After saying that, Qin Xiong looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously, little Xian, since you have decided to go to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow, this old man has no reason to stop you. The current situation between the Tang Empire and the Turks can be said to be at daggers drawn. A few days ago, according to the report from the spies in the north, Shili's army has been active recently. Not only did they deploy a large number of scouts on the Tang Empire's border, Shili also launched a fierce attack on Tuli in the grassland. It seems that he has completely unified the grassland. Shili's strength is already very strong. If he is allowed to get rid of Tuli in a short period of time, it will definitely not be good news for the Tang Empire. Therefore, this old man expects that the 3-month deadline set by His Majesty will only be sooner and not later. Little Xian, not only are your martial arts strength excellent, but you are also brave and resourceful. In addition, you are the most familiar with this new batch of armor. If you can join the Black Armored Army and take up the position, this old man believes that it will be very helpful in increasing the Black Armored Army's combat power. It's just that your nature is undisciplined and you don't like to be restrained. However, once you enter the army camp, you have to abide by the military rules. Moreover, you have to set an example. Only then can you convince the others. Do you understand? Compared to Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong was undoubtedly much more reliable. Qin Xiong patiently explained to Li Zixuan the current situation and the things to pay attention to after entering the army. This nephew understands. Many thanks for Uncle Qin's reminder. Hearing that there were strange movements on the Tang Empire's northern border and that Shili had launched a general attack on Tuli, Li Zixuan was shocked. At the same time, a sense of urgency rose in his heart. It seemed that Shili had already sensed the Tang Empire's next move on the grassland. He was already making preparations in advance. Chapter 1706. Haha. You're right. We have to abide by the military rules. Even if I'm in the military camp, I'm no exception. But Xiao Xian, if you're bullied in the military camp, don't worry about it. Just beat them back. Anyway, you're now a master at the late stage of the Supreme Power realm. No one in the Black Armored Army can beat you. If you can't beat them, I'll go and help you. Compared to Qin Xiong's maturity, Qing Yaojin was undoubtedly more forthright and straightforward. This old fellow had just received benefits from Li Zixuan, so he naturally had to stand up and say a few words. However, given his relationship with Li Zixuan, even if he didn't receive any benefits, he would be the first to stand up for Li Zixuan if he was bullied. Li Zixuan smiled. Old Cheng's words obviously meant something. He was worried that he would be bullied after entering the Black Armored Army. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan was a little touched. He clasped his hands and said, "This nephew appreciates Uncle Cheng's good intentions. But don't worry, I won't let anyone bully me." Even if Qiu Xingong wanted to bully him after entering the Black Armored Army, Li Zixuan planned to solve it himself. He was already an adult. Of course, he had to get back the face he had lost. Haha. Good. You're a little like me when I was young. Good, good. Qing Yaojin couldn't help laughing. He didn't know whether this old guy was praising Li Zixuan or himself. Okay. Xiao Xian. Since you're in Chang'an today, don't go back at noon. I'll ask your aunt to get some good wine and dishes. Let's have a good drink at noon. Qin Xiong didn't want Qing Yaojin to continue boasting, so he interrupted, "You can tell us how you broke through to the late stage of the Supreme Power realm this time." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Qing Yaojin's eyes immediately lit up. Old Qing nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. Little Xian, you have to accompany me, Old Qing, and second brother for a few drinks today. Speaking of which, after you go to the military camp, you won't be able to drink even if you want to." Haha. I won't hide it from you. The 12 guards of the capital have all begun their training. In 2 days, this old man will be living in the barracks every day. Qing Yaojin did not care about Li Zixuan's martial arts strength at all because he knew that he had long been surpassed by Li Zixuan in martial arts. Moreover, at his age, even if he wanted to catch up, he would definitely not be able to. Therefore, old Sheng had already developed a certain immunity to Li Zixuan's monstrous martial arts talent. Compared to this, he preferred drinking. He felt that in terms of alcohol tolerance, he could definitely beat Li Zixuan. Since the 2 uncles are so kind to invite me, then I won't stand on ceremony. Li Zixuan thought about it and finally agreed. According to his original plan, he had come to tell Qin Xiong about it and then return to Lantian County. However, since the war in the north, he, Qin Xiong, and Qing Yaojin had not met again. Previously, the 2 old generals had led the army thousands of miles to help Long Men pass. This was all friendship. How could he not agree to such a small request? What's more, he had just heard from Qing Yaojin that the 12 guards of the capital had begun their training, which was enough to show how serious the current situation was. Recently, He had been dealing with the affairs of the academy on Cloud Mountain and did not know much about the situation at the foot of the mountain, especially the situation in the imperial court. It was better to take advantage of this lunch to understand the current situation from Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Chapter 1707. Fragrant. Fragrant. Qin Estate. When it was close to noon, the maidservants of the Qin estate brought over numerous fragrant dishes from the kitchen. Old Qing couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then he couldn't help but click his tongue in praise. Second brother, the culinary skills of the chefs in your estate are really getting better and better. This taste is almost on par with the immortal indulgence in. Qin Xiong couldn't help but glare at Qing Yaojin and say, "What chef? These dishes were all made by your sister-in-law herself." "Ah. Second sister-in-law actually made them herself?" Qing Yaojin was shocked and said in disbelief. "Hee hee. It's rare for little Xian and Jijia to be here today. I have to personally cook and entertain you." As they were talking, Madame Qin walked in with two maidservants carrying plates and said with a smile. Old Qing chuckled and said, "Haha. Sister-in-law, you're doing this on account of little Xian, right? Looks like I'm still riding on little Xian's coattails today." This old fellow often came to the Qin family to freeload, but it was usually the servants in the manor who cooked. Why would Madame Qin cook personally? Madame Qin scolded, "Nonsense. When you come to the Qin manor, has the Qin manor ever shortchanged you?" Although she said that, everyone knew that it was just a joke between the two of them and couldn't be taken seriously. Li Zishuan stood up and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Auntie. Auntie, sit down and eat with us." Madame Qin smiled and said, "No, no. You guys eat first. The chicken is still stewing over there. Auntie has to take care of it." "Oh, right. Little Xian, why didn't you bring Yushi with you today? Auntie hasn't seen her in a long time." Han Yushi was the adopted daughter of Qin Xiong and Madame Qin. Because of Li Zishuan, Han Yushi was even closer to the Qin family. The two families were also very close, which was why Madame Qin said that. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "I came to Chang and to do something today, so I didn't bring my wife along. I'll get her to visit Auntie another day." Hee hee. Good, good, good. Then Auntie will help you get the chicken soup. Eat quickly." Madame Qin nodded and smiled in satisfaction before turning to leave. "All right. Little Xian, Jijia, eat up." At this moment, Qin Xiong, as the host, hurriedly called out. "Haha. Come on. We haven't gathered since we came back from the north, right? Let's drink first." Qing Yaojin laughed and unceremoniously poured himself a cup as he shouted loudly. There were only the three of them at the table. Qin Huaiyu was still at the academy. After old Qing shouted, the atmosphere at the table immediately became lively. "Good. This little nephew toasts Uncle Cheng and Uncle Qin. Previously, the two uncles led an army from afar to rescue us. This nephew will remember this friendship." Ever since Li Zishuan grasped the trick of drinking, although he still did not like drinking, he was no longer afraid of drinking. Hearing this, he raised his wine cup, stood up, and raised his cup to Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong said seriously, "Xiao Xian, we are family. Jijia and I treat you as our family's younger generation. If something happens to you, how can we sit still at home? It's only right that I lead the army to save you." Qing Yaojin interrupted, "Haha. Second brother is right. We are all family. Why are you being so polite? Come on. Cheers." After saying that, old Qing raised his neck and drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. "Good. Cheers." Qin Xiong and Li Zishuan also followed suit and drank the wine in their cups in one gulp. "Haha. Good wine and good food, why didn't you call me? Shu Bao, Jijia, you guys are too unkind." After a round of wine, Qing Yaojin, this old fellow, was preparing to continue pouring wine for Li Zishuan. At this time, a burst of energetic and familiar laughter came from outside the room. Who else could it be other than Li Er? When the three people in the house heard Li Er's voice, they were all shocked. Everyone quickly put down their wine cups and stood up to welcome him. They bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." As the host, Qin Xiong bowed and apologized, "Your Majesty has come to my humble abode. This old official has not welcomed you. I hope that Your Majesty will forgive me." Li Er went forward to help Qin Xiong up and said, Shu Bao, what are you doing? I'm only here to drink and freeload today. Let's skip the formalities. Speaking of which, how long has it been since we've gathered to drink together?" Although Qin Xiong did not believe Li Er's nonsense that he was only here to drink, the latter half of Li Er's sentence still made him fall silent. That's right, ever since Li Er started the change in the Xuanwu Gate and ascended to the throne, they had never sat at the same table to drink and eat meat again, right? Your Majesty must be joking. Please come in. Qin Xiong quickly recovered from his deep thoughts. He quickly turned his body and invited Li Er in. Li Er nodded and walked in with his hands behind his back. However, when he walked in front of Li Zixuan, he stared expressionlessly at Li Zixuan. This stare made Li Zixuan's heart skip a beat. Although there was one more person at the table, the atmosphere was not as lively as before. No matter how much Qing Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Li Er had gone through life and death together on the battlefield and called each other brothers, now that Li Er had become the emperor, it was impossible for them to return to their previous state. Why are you here in Chang'an City today? Have you settled the matters at the academy? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Er looked at Li Zixuan and asked lightly. Li Zixuan quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the academy released the results today. This year's enrollment has been completely completed. In addition, the 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed. I plan to bring the new equipment to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. That's why I came to Chang'an City today to inform General Duan." The 5,000 sets of armor for the Black Armored Army have been completed? Although Li Er had already guessed this, he could not hide his surprise when he heard Li Zixuan say it with his own ears. Previously, Yan Lide had roughly calculated with him that if they were to follow the new style of armor invented by Li Zixuan, it would be impossible for the Ministry of Works and the craftsmen of the General Works Supervisor to complete the 5,000 sets of armor in 3 months. Now, Li Zixuan's workshop had only used slightly more than a month to complete the 5,000 sets of armor, vanadium steel horse lances, and vanadium steel horse armor. This speed made Li Er envious. If it wasn't for the Emperor's reputation, he really wanted to snatch Li Zixuan's strange interest pavilion workshop, because this workshop could be considered a national treasure. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5,000 sets of armor have been completed and can be sent to the Black Armored Army camp at any time. Li Zixuan was a little flustered by Li Er's wolf-like gaze. Even so, he braced himself and replied. Chapter 1708. Haha. Good. Good. In Qin's mansion, Li Zixuan was elated to hear Li Zixuan's reply. Although he coveted Li Zixuan's workshop, he could not show it. He laughed and said, "The Black Armored Army has just expanded. If you can finish these armors as soon as possible, Duan Zixuan will be able to arrange for the soldiers to train and familiarize themselves with the new equipment. Besides, you are the most familiar with the new equipment. With you assisting Duan Zixuan in managing the military affairs, it will also help the Black Armored Army to become stronger." Li Zixuan hurriedly said, "I will do my best and spare no effort." What a great do your best and do your best. You are going to the military camp tomorrow and you are already in Chang'an. Why don't you report to me? Suddenly, Elder Li's face darkened as he looked at Li Zixuan. Sure enough, old Li was here to settle accounts with him. Li Zixuan muttered in his heart. Then, he quickly pretended to be in fear and trepidation and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. You are always busy with state affairs. I just don't want to disturb Your Majesty over such a small matter." Li Er shot a glance at Li Zixuan and said crossly, "You, punk, have a glib tongue. All right. I am too lazy to argue with you. Then, he drank a cup of wine and asked, regarding the current situation in the north, Xu Bao has told you, right? Speaking of serious matters, Li Zixuan no longer had the mood to continue eating and drinking. He nodded and said, Uncle Qin has already told this subject. What do you think? Li Er looked at Li Zixuan with interest and asked. He really hoped to hear Li Zixuan's unique views on the situation between the two countries. Li Zixuan had been in the imperial court for more than a year, and he always had a unique view on every problem. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to leave the palace and come to Qin's mansion today. Qin Xiong and Xing Yaojin had also put down their chopsticks and wine cups and looked over. At this time, there were only the four of them in the main hall. Some of the servants and maids had already been ordered to leave by Qin Xiong. On one hand, it was for Li Er's safety. On the other hand, it was to prevent Li Er from revealing any confidential state affairs during the meal. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said slowly, Your Majesty, I think that since Shili secretly deployed his troops at the border between the two countries and launched a general attack on Tuli's troops in the grasslands, it proves that he already knows or guessed that the imperial court has a plan to attack the grasslands. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty's 6 yamen, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, civil and military, all officials to prepare for war. Such a big movement, such a big movement. Such a big movement. So Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, so Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, you're so. Li Er's eyes flashed and he said, Your analysis is reasonable. Then, what do you think the imperial court should do in the face of the current situation? I originally planned to secretly prepare the army for war and catch Shili off guard 2 months later. But now, it's obvious that Shili is already on guard. Moreover, he seems to be more anxious than I am to carry out the war. In this way, what do you think the Tang Empire's chances of winning this war are? Li Zixuan frowned and said, Your Majesty, the Tang Empire and the Turks are the two most powerful countries in the world today. In such a big national war, to secretly catch the other side off guard, Your Majesty, I think this is an impossible task. It's only a matter of time before Shili finds out that the imperial court is secretly preparing the army for war. But it seems that Shili found out about it earlier this time. But Your Majesty, thinks that all these are not important because the main factor that determines the victory of a war is still the hard power of both sides. Since Shili has already sensed the imperial court's intention to attack the grasslands, then before the war truly begins, we should make complete preparations. We cannot fight a war without preparation. Li Er nodded his head and said, This emperor knows that to forge iron, one must be strong. Therefore, a few days ago, all the soldiers of the 12 capital guards had already started training together. The officials from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of War have already begun preparing military supplies, allocating funds, and deducing battle tactics more than half a month ago, all for the sake of winning this tough battle. Li Zixuan thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, Your Majesty, forgive me for being so bold, but I don't think this is enough. Li Er's brows raised and he said doubtfully, Oh? Do you have any better suggestions? Tell me. Li Zixuan didn't hesitate for a moment. He gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I believe that the mobilization of the 6 yamens and the 12 guards of the capital isn't enough. The Tang Empire should be fully prepared for war. Issue the war mobilization order to every single citizen. Our Tang Empire implements a government army system. The citizens usually farm and join the army in times of war. Ever since the imperial court purged all the rebellious forces in the Tang Empire, the world gradually became peaceful. Many of the soldiers who fought on the battlefield and experienced hundreds of battles have all retired. Among these people, even if some of them don't have outstanding martial arts, they are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. They have rich battle experience. To the Tang Empire, they are an immeasurable amount of wealth. I believe that as long as the imperial court summons these veterans, as long as their blood is still warm, they will definitely be willing to put on their armor and go to war again. If these people are integrated into an army, not only can they form a fighting force in a short period of time, their fighting force is definitely not to be underestimated. I believe that in this decisive battle of life and death, the Tang Empire must go all out and not have any mercy or slack off. This time, the Turks must be completely killed. Veterans were wealth, whether it was in modern times or ancient times. Veterans were not old, but they had experience and experience. They had more battle experience and knew how to cooperate on the battlefield and how to survive. Some people said that a veteran on the battlefield was equivalent to 10 new recruits. Li Zishuan agreed with this very much. This was especially true now that the Great Tang was using a government army system. In peacetime, the government soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land, trained during the farm breaks, and joined the army in times of war. The government soldiers had to prepare their own weapons and horses for war, and the entire country had a government that was responsible for selecting and training the government soldiers. Ever since Wang Shichong was killed in the 4th year of Wuda, the Great Tang had been at peace for 6 or 7 years, of course, not counting the coup at the Xuanwu Gate and the Wei River Alliance. In these 6 or 7 years, the number of government soldiers in the government was far less than it had been in the 4th year of Wuda. The main reason was that many government soldiers had retired. This was why Li Zishuan had made this proposal. He believed that once the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Khaganate broke out, the strength of the 12 garrison guards and the black armored army was far from enough. They needed to select a group of seasoned soldiers from the various regions. This was both respect and trust for the veterans. Chapter 1709. Recruit veterans? I didn't expect you to value those veterans so much. In the Qin residence, after Li Zishuan finished his long speech, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong's eyes lit up. Li Er was silent for a moment before he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "What you said is actually not without reason. For this attack on the Turks, I originally planned to send 300,000 soldiers. These 300,000 soldiers will be transferred from the 12 guards of Chang'an. Along the way, I will recruit the elite soldiers of the various provinces to expand the army to 400,000 soldiers. At that time, the 12 guards of the capital will be the main force, and the elite soldiers of the various provinces will play a supporting role. However, after hearing what you said, it is a bit of a waste to only send the soldiers to assist the 12 guards. Since that is the case, I have decided to announce to the world that I will select 150,000 elite soldiers from the various provinces and send them to Chang'an within a month. At that time, I will send a few generals to personally lead these soldiers. When we attack the grasslands, they will also be the main force. However, this will cause the national treasury to be tight. Although the soldiers of the Tang Empire would prepare their own weapons and horses when they were in a war, Li Er had changed his plan and decided to let the selected elite soldiers come to Chang'an for training 1 month in advance. Behind this decision, the imperial court would have to pay an extra 1 month's worth of food for 150,000 soldiers. This was not a small amount. Your Majesty, this subject believes that we cannot be stingy with money and food at the crucial moment of the national war. If the Great Tang is defeated in this war, there will be no way for it to rise again. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was secretly anxious. He thought to himself, what kind of situation is this? You're still worrying about money and food? Are all emperors so stingy? When Li Er heard this, he immediately glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Brat, you don't know the cost of food until you are in charge of the household. Do you know how much money and armor will be used for 150,000 soldiers in a month?" The assault of 450,000 soldiers on the grasslands was bound to be a protracted battle. The amount of money and food consumed on the road would be astronomical. Although the national treasury had saved up some money over the past year, the plague of locusts had more or less damaged the imperial court's vitality. If we can't take down the Turks in 4 months, the imperial court will very likely be dragged down by this war. Li Zishuan's expression turned solemn as he said, "Your Majesty, you've misunderstood me. This subject has already said that I want the entire Great Tang to prepare for war. This includes not only the guards of Chang'an, not only the officials of the 6 bureaus, and not only the elites of the various prefectures, but also the landowning clans, merchants, and ordinary civilians. This battle concerns the fate of my Great Tang for the next several hundred years. If we win, my great Tang will have one less powerful enemy, and the northern border will be peaceful for at least 50 years. If we lose, all the Tang people will become slaves of a fallen country, prisoners of the Turks. This subject believes that as long as the common people are clear about the pros and cons, they will definitely support the imperial court. Those who have money will contribute money, and those who have strength will contribute strength. This is the strength of the entire nation to prepare for war against the Turks. In this way, this subject does not believe that the imperial court will be worn down by the long supply lines, much less that the great Tang will lose to the Turks. Li Zishuan's words caused Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong's blood to surge. What did it mean to prepare for war? This was what it meant to prepare for war. If they could really unite the hearts of the common people of Great Tang, defeating the powerful Turks would not be a problem. However, uniting the hearts of the common people was easier said than done. When the two thought of this, their surging hearts gradually calmed down. How could Li Eru not understand this principle? He frowned and said, "Brat, your words are easy to say, but doing it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. Even though the world has been peaceful for many years, the lives of the common people are still very difficult. Asking them to fork out money is something that we cannot do." As the emperor of a country, Li Eru had his own pride. It was already difficult for an emperor like him to compete with the common people. If he were to ask for money from the common people, Li Eru felt that it would be better for the country to be destroyed. As an emperor, he could not afford to lose face like this. It had to be said that Emperor Li Eru's worldview was still very upright, a little too upright. Li Zishuan choked for a moment. After pausing for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the common people are indeed suffering, but there are many rich merchants and noble clans. This war is also related to their interests. They have the ability and the obligation to support this war. Your subjects' intention is to ask them to fork out some money and food to ensure that the imperial court's attack on the Turks will be successful." Li Eru's eyes narrowed and he said meaningfully, "Do you know that it is harder than ascending to the heavens to get those merchants and noble clans to fork out money? The richer a person was, the more stingy they would be." Li Eru naturally understood this principle. Even though those aristocratic clans were all very wealthy, asking them to voluntarily donate money to fill the national treasury, he believed that no one would be willing to do so. Li Zishuan insisted, "Your Majesty, your subject believes that such stingy people who can't see the big picture are in the minority. If your Majesty is still worried, your subject can first ask the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the merchants in the world to donate money. All the money donated will be used in this war against the Turks. When the time comes, if all the merchants respond and gather, how can those noble clans not fork out a single coin?" Li Eru was speechless for a moment. Even though he was unwilling to compete with the common people, he knew that this war with the Turks would be a bitter one. Especially in the battle in the north half a month ago, the unparalleled strength of the Turks' wolf cavalry had cast a shadow over his heart. Under such circumstances, the Great Tang would obviously not be able to defeat the Turks in a short period of time. In that case, the imperial court would be dragged into the quagmire of war and fall into a predicament of financial difficulties. After all, this long supply line required a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources. It was completely different from the Great Tang's previous wars to quell internal rebellions. "Good. We will do as you say. Let's see if the merchants in the world will be as generous as you say." After a long silence, Li Eru finally spoke. "Your subject obeys." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty. Other than gathering funds from the common people and mobilizing the entire country's strength to support the national war, your subject believes that the imperial court should not sit back and watch Xieli gather his superior forces to eliminate Tuli and unify the entire grassland. Right now, Xieli's forces are already huge. If we sit back and watch him unify the grassland, in this war, the imperial court's army will probably have a harder time winning." Hearing this, the eyes of the three lit up. Li Eru quickly asked, "Oh? Then what plan do you have? Quickly tell us." Chapter 17:10. Your Majesty, although most of the tribes of the steppe have already submitted to Xieli, this does not mean that the steppe is a monolithic block. Previously, the Turkic Khitan chieftain led his tribes to submit to the Great Tang, and now, Tuli is stubbornly resisting Shieli. This shows that there are still many tribes of the steppe who are not of the same mind as Shieli. And we must make good use of this point to obstruct Shieli from unifying the steppe. In the Qin residence, Li Zishuan slowly analyzed Li Er's question. This subject believes that the imperial court should immediately dispatch an emissary to secretly infiltrate the steppe with your majesty's imperial edict. The imperial edict states that Tuli will be conferred the title of king of the Great Tang, and any Turkic tribes that submit to the Great Tang will be richly rewarded. In the current situation, Tuli Kaghan and Shieli are already like fire and water. Your Majesty can dispatch people to use Tuli as a foundation to develop tribal forces on the steppe to resist Shieli and divide the Turks from within as much as possible. In addition, the imperial court can also deploy a large number of troops on the northern border to exert pressure on Shieli, making him somewhat apprehensive and not daring to use all his forces to suppress the rebel forces within the Turks. This way, the Great Tang will have time to prepare for war. In truth, this method of dividing the Turks from within had long been considered by Li Zishuan. At the very least, when the imperial court dispatched troops to encircle and suppress Liang Shidu several months ago, he had already thought of doing it. But at that time, the struggle between Tuli and Shieli had not yet reached its climax, and Li Zishuan had not yet dispatched troops to attack the Turks. Thus, Li Zishuan did not have the opportunity to propose this method of dividing the Turks. At present, the Great Tang and the Turks were at daggers drawn, clearly in a state where war could break out at any time. Moreover, Shieli clearly wanted to eliminate the rebel forces on the steppe in the shortest amount of time possible and then concentrate all his forces on dealing with the Great Tang. In this critical situation, it was clearly necessary to divide the Turks. Li Er's eyes brightened, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Although your plan is good, at this time, the steppe is no different from a dragon's pool or a tiger's den to the Tang. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, who would dare to go to the Turks and carry out your plan? In addition, Tuli's heart favors the Great Tang because he had some friendship with me in the past. But it's hard to say for the other tribes on the prairie. To have them betray Shieli because of some official titles and benefits, I'm afraid it's not very likely. Li Er was a pragmatic emperor. He was not like the emperors of the later generations who stayed in the palace for a long time and rarely left the palace. He was very clear about the outside world and the ways of the world, so his views were often very realistic. Given the current disparity in strength between the Great Tang and the Turks, any outsider who was not biased would favor the Turks over the Great Tang, let alone the other tribal chiefs of the steppe. It was believed that most people on the grassland believed that Shieli was invincible, at least for the Tang Empire. On the other hand, Li Zishuan was already prepared. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Your Majesty, let's not talk about the candidates sent by the imperial court to the Turkic Khaganate, but it's actually not difficult to make the other tribes of the grassland side with the Tang Empire. We have an excellent opportunity right now. What opportunity? The curiosity in Li Er's heart was immediately aroused. Then he said with some annoyance, Kid, if you have any ideas, just say it. Don't keep me guessing. As an emperor, Li Er certainly liked the feeling of having everything under his control. Of course, not to mention the emperor, even ordinary people did not like others keeping them guessing. Li Zishuan was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He thought to himself, when did I keep you guessing? Can't I say it one by one? What's the hurry? Although he was depressed, he still had to talk about serious matters. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I wonder if you still remember the prophecy that at the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer in the Turkic Khaganate? Although this question was suspected of keeping Li Er guessing again, Li Zishuan had to ask. It was said that important people tended to forget things. Who asked Li Er to be an important person among important people? It had been nearly 10 days since he had returned to the imperial court and told Li Er that the Turkic Khaganate would have abnormal weather at the end of July this year. It was hard to guarantee that Li Er would not forget this matter. When these words were said, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong were both shocked. The two of them looked at each other and could see a trace of shock in each other's eyes. Frost in the 7th month, this kind of thing sounded inconceivable. How could Li Zishuan say it in front of Li Er? However, when they thought of the prophecy that Li Zishuan had said last year that there would be a plague of locusts in the second year of Jingguan, Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong had no choice but to believe this absurd prophecy of frost in the 7th month. Li Er frowned. His mind immediately recalled the conversation he had with Li Zishuan in the Sweet Dew Hall that day. His expression became solemn and he said with a frown, "Jin naturally remembers." Only then did Li Zishuan continue. The perfect opportunity this subject spoke of is at the end of the 7th month, when the Turkic Khaganate will have abnormal weather in midsummer. As the saying goes, strange phenomena appear in troubled times. These strange phenomena also indicate that the country is about to fall. The emissary sent by your majesty can use this prophecy to bewitch the tribes on the grasslands who are outwardly united but inwardly divided against Shili. Tell them that strange phenomena will soon appear on the grasslands and that the Turkic Khaganate will soon be completely destroyed. Let these tribal chiefs choose a good tree to rest in as soon as possible. If they do not believe, they can wait a few more days. When the white frost descends on the grasslands at the end of the month, they will have no choice but to believe. At that time, the emissary sent by the imperial court will then explain to these tribal chiefs their feelings and use them for benefits. It will be twice the result with half the effort and yield unexpected results. At that time, it will be difficult for Shili to completely eliminate Tuli Khan in a short period of time. This is because those tribal chiefs who believe in the prophecy will definitely not let go of this opportunity to perform. With them working together with Tuli Khan to stall Shili, our chances of victory in the decisive battle with Shili 2 months later will be greater. Li Er's eyes widened. At this time, his chest could be said to be surging with emotions. Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turkic Khaganate gave him an impulse to slap the table and praise. This plan could directly reverse the outcome of this national war. It could also save the Tang Empire from sacrificing thousands of soldiers this time. It was too crucial. Good. 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 This plan is very good. After being excited for a while, Li Er could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Then, he was not stingy with his praise as he said, "Divide the Turkic Khaganate from within the grasslands and let the tribal chiefs of the other tribes help Tuli stall Shili. Then, after we have readied our troops, we will kill our way into the grasslands and have a showdown with Shili. In this way, victory is certain." Chapter 17:11. It is a good plan, but who can go to the Turks to carry out this plan? Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks was indeed a bright one, but Qin Xiong frowned and asked this question. After all, whether a plan was good or bad depended on the result, and the person who carried out the plan would have a direct bearing on the result. Li Er's face froze when he heard Qin Xiong's words. He clearly understood that a good plan was only half the success. The other half depended on the person who carried it out. Xu Bao is right. Li Zishuan, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Li Er asked with a frown. Your Majesty, this little Xian is not familiar with most of the officials in court. He might not have a suitable candidate in mind. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Qin Xiong couldn't help but speak. To the Tang, the Turks were no different from a tiger's den. To have Li Zishuan recommend someone to carry out the plan to divide the Turks was clearly asking Li Zishuan to offend someone. If that person didn't return, that person's clan would probably view Li Zishuan as an enemy for generations. If that person was lucky enough to succeed and come back alive, he would be promoted. That person would not be grateful to Li Zishuan for his kindness. He would only be happy that he was quick-witted or lucky. This was a thankless task. Out of concern for the younger generation, Qin Xiong did not wish for Li Zishuan to answer Li Er's question. It had to be said that old Qin was truly treating Li Zishuan as his own nephew. Li Zishuan was not stupid. Although his EQ was not very high, it was definitely not low. In an instant, he understood Qin Xiong's intentions. He could not help but feel a trace of emotion in his heart. Back then, he had inadvertently cured Qin Xiong's old injury, but Qin Xiong had always treated him as his savior. Normally, he would protect him in everything. Whenever he encountered a problem, Qin Xiong would always be the first to stand up. This was the case when he had killed his way into the Blood-Wind Stockade alone. Half a month ago, it was the same when he had fought the Turkic army at Longmen Pass. Li Zishuan could only silently remember these sentiments in his heart. When the Qin family encountered difficulties and needed help one day, he would definitely provide assistance without hesitation. How could old Li not see through Cheng Yaojin's intentions? His eyes flashed as he looked at Qin Xiong, who was bowing with his head lowered. A trace of understanding quickly flashed through his eyes. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Xu Bao, how could I not think of the things you can think of? Don't worry, Li Zishuan's words today will only enter the ears of the four of us. There will not be a fifth person who will know." This was a guarantee to Qin Xiong. He guaranteed that the person recommended by Li Zishuan would not know that he was recommended by Li Zishuan. It was rare for an emperor to be able to do this. Qin Xiong was about to speak when Li Zishuan opened his mouth. He first clasped his hands towards Qin Xiong and said, "Uncle Qin's good intentions, this nephew appreciates it. But this nephew only cares about the life and death of the Tang Empire. This nephew's recommendation to your majesty today is completely out of the public interest. This nephew has a clear conscience." Finishing, Li Zishuan bowed towards Li Er and said, "Your majesty, this subject has a person in mind. He is the most suitable person to carry out this plan. I hope that your majesty can consider it." "Speak," Li Er hurriedly said, his voice carrying a trace of urgency. "Duke Zhu, Tang Jian." Under Li Er's aggressive gaze, Li Zishuan did not keep him in suspense this time. He directly said the most ideal person in his mind. It was the legendary person who had been sent to the Turks many times in history and almost lost his life in the grasslands, Tang Jian. Tang Jian's name was Mao Yu, and he was from Jinyang in Bing province. In history, Tang Jian was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. He was born in the first year of Xiang in the northern Zhou dynasty and died in the first year of Xianqing in the Tang dynasty. He had experienced 3 dynasties and 5 emperors and passed away at the age of 80. He could be said to be the old man of the officialdom. In his youth, Tang Jian's family had been officials for generations. His family was a famous family. It could be said that he did not get tired of using things and did not get tired of eating things. He received a good education and culture, and was raised to have an unrestrained and forthright personality. He was not a child who followed the rules. However, innate nature was innate, and education was education. Tang Jian was extremely respectful towards his elders and was famous for his filial piety. Due to his father Tang Jian and Li Yuan being close, Tang Jian, who was older than Li Er by 20 years, had the chance to interact with Li Er and become friends despite the difference in age. At that time, the Sui dynasty was filled with rebellions and smoke of war rose everywhere. Tang Jian often discussed the world situation with Shimin and secretly reminded Li Er that the Sui dynasty was in chaos, and the world could be plotted against. Li Er, who had great ambitions, treated Tang Jian as a close friend and reported Tang Jian's words to his father. When Li Yuan heard this, he scolded Shimin not to speak nonsense. After that, he secretly summoned Tang Jian to the palace to discuss the world situation. Therefore, Tang Jian could be considered as one of the earliest ministers to follow the emperor. In the 9th month of the 2nd year of Wuda, Tang Zuo was established. The country's foundation was not stable, and the world was still in chaos. Lu Wuzhou used Mai as a base and formed alliances with the Turks in the north. He sent troops down south to Taiyuan, where Li Tang and Long rose, drinking horses and drinking water from Fan River. Prince Jin, the 3rd son of the new emperor Li Yuan, Li Yuanji, saw Lu Wuzhou coming fiercely. He abandoned Jinyang and fled to Chang'an. After Lu Wuzhou captured Taiyuan, he continued to lead his troops down south. Tang official Lu Chongmao occupied Xia County and gathered people to oppose the Tang, in response to Lu Wuzhou. At that time, Tang Jian was on a diplomatic mission and arrived at the army. Coincidentally, Li Xiaoji and the others were captured by Lu Wuzhou. Unfortunately, he was also captured. During the captivity, the resourceful Tang Jian, although he was trapped in the enemy camp, said, "I am the commander of the thieves, they are all mediocre. Only Yuchi Jingda is wise and far-sighted." Thereupon he seized the opportunity to instigate Yuchi Jingda to rebel, advising him to choose a master and surrender to the Tang. Yuchi Jingda also knew that Lu Wuzhou would not be able to accomplish great things. Under Tang Jian's persuasion, body in Chao camp, heart in Han, he prepared to abandon Lu and surrender to the Tang. In the prison, Tang Jian and Yuan Junbao were locked in the same place. From Yuan Junbao's mouth he learned about Dugu Huai's rebellion. From time to time he also received news that Dugu Huai had escaped back to Pudong to assume his original post. Tang Jian saw the situation was critical. He urgently asked Yuchi Jingda to release Lu Shirang and send a message to the Tang camp. Under Qin Wang's urging, Emperor Gaozu was on his way to Pudong when he heard Lu Shirang's story. Thereupon he lured Dugu Huai to kill him, and thus escaped from danger. Working together from inside and outside, Qin Wang Li Shimin defeated Lu Wuzhou. After returning to the capital, Tang Jian was appointed as the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Heavenly Policy Mansion, the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Gate, and was conferred the title of Zhu Guogong. The most legendary thing about Tang Jian was that he later went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. In the first year of Zhongguan, the Tang and the Tujue stopped fighting. Tang Jian was sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue to build peace. In the fourth year of Zhongguan, he sent as a diplomatic mission to the Tujue. Following the imperial court's mission, Tang Jian brought gold, silver, money and provisions to lure Shili to surrender. Shili saw that Tang Ri was powerful, plus he was very respectful toward the Tujue, hence he prepared to surrender to the House of Tang and slacked off on military defense. Right this moment, the Tang court sent Li Jing to launch a surprise attack, defeating the Tujue and quelling the danger of the northern border. Being in the hinterland of the Tujue, in the end, not only did they achieve their goal of luring Shili to surrender, they were also able to escape on the eve of Li Jing's attack. Tang Jian's maneuver could be said to have reached perfection. Afterward, Tang Jian was also promoted as the Minister of Civil Affairs. His son and Princess Yuzhong became Phoenix Awan. The Taiyuan Tang family was not only a high official, but also a relative of the emperor. Henceforth, their glory reached the peak. It was precisely because Tang Jian had left such a thick and colorful stroke in the history books that Li Zishuan recommended Tang Jian to Li Zishuan. He believed that with Tang Jian's quick-wittedness and intelligence, he would definitely be able to successfully carry out the plan to divide the Tujue. This subject heard that Zhu Guogong Tang Jian went on a diplomatic mission to the Tujue last year. Regarding the environment and situation of the Tujue, Zhu Guogong is clearer than many ministers. In addition, that year when His Majesty defeated the rebel Lu Wuzhou, Zhu Guogong was in prison, yet he was still able to successfully instigate Uncle Yuchi, who was under Lu Wuzhou's banner, to rebel. This proves that Zhu Guogong's quick-wittedness and eloquence are exceptionally outstanding. How similar is the situation at that time to now? Therefore, this subject believes that with Tuli Khan as the foundation to instigate the leaders of the other tribes, sending Zhu Guogong is the most appropriate. Li Zishuan cupped his hands toward Li Er and said in a clear voice. Chapter 17:12. Oh. You know Mao Yu? After hearing Tang Jian's name from Li Zishuan's mouth, Li Er could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. He even felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Based on personal ability and the current situation, Tang Jian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, although Tang Jian had been conferred the title of Duke, he had always lived in seclusion. Li Er did not expect that Li Zishuan would have a connection with Tang Jian, so he could not help but ask. Can I say that I know him from the history books? In the history books, before the great Tang destroyed the Turks, the person who sent the envoy to the Turks was Tang Jian. Li Zishuan had indeed never seen Tang Jian before. The two of them also did not have any interactions. Hearing this, he could not help but secretly roll his eyes and grumble in his heart. But these words could not be said out loud. In the face of Li Er's question, Li Zishuan did not blush, and his heart did not skip a beat as he made up a story. Your Majesty, this subject does not know Duke Zhu, but this subject has heard Uncle Yuchi speak of Duke Zhu's deeds. In addition, this subject recommends Duke Ju out of righteousness and without any selfish motives. In the current situation, this subject believes that Duke Ju is the most suitable candidate. After saying this, Li Zixuan's expression turned solemn as he clasped his hands and bowed solemnly to Li Er. Perhaps it was because of the solemnity on this fellow's face that Li Er believed his nonsense. Old Li furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. On the side, when Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin heard the name Tang Jian, their eyes could not help but light up. However, a hint of worry immediately flashed through Qin Xiong's eyes. After all, Tang Jian was a duke, a person of the same status as them. Moreover, this person, whether it was Li Yuan or the current Li Er, had a good personal relationship. If Tang Jian knew that the person who had recommended him to go to the Turks at this time was Li Zixuan, he would probably hate Li Zixuan to death in his heart. Although Li Zixuan's current divine favor did not seem to have any need to fear Tang Jian, who could say for sure about something like a divine favor? What if it was gone in the future? Li Zixuan had offended a duke for no reason at all, even though he didn't have the slightest benefit to himself. However, words that had been spoken were like water that could not be taken back. Qin Xiong could only wait anxiously at the side. While Qin Xiong was anxiously waiting and worrying, Li Zixuan finally spoke. He looked at Li Zixuan and said seriously, "Your plan is very good. The person you recommended is also very suitable. We will seriously consider it." After saying that, Li Er looked at Qin Xiong, who was sitting at the side with a worried expression but did not say a word. He immediately understood. He smiled and continued, "Shu Bao, don't worry about this brat anymore. What I said earlier still counts. What's more, Mao Yu is an open-minded person. He's not a petty person. Even if he knows, he'll know the severity of the matter." With Li Er poking at his heart, Qin Xiong could not help but blush. He hurriedly apologized, "Your Majesty is the Emperor. Naturally, your words carry enormous weight. How would this old subject dare to doubt you?" He. Li Er shook his head, not denying it. Qing Yaojin grinned and said, he. "Second brother, you don't mean what you say. But don't worry, even if Tang Mao finds fault with Xiao Xian after this, I, Qing Yaojin, will not agree. I'm not afraid of him." This old fellow's mouth tore down Qin Xiong's stage. What a useless teammate. Qin Xiong glared at Qing Yaojin. Li Er was already used to this and did not mind. He drank a cup of wine and looked at Li Zixuan. He asked calmly, "Li Zixuan, when you go to the Black Armored Army tomorrow, have you thought about how to train this newly formed Black Armored Army?" This was a small test for Li Zixuan. Other than having the right to supervise, the military registrar also had the responsibility to assist the general in managing military affairs. Li Zixuan said seriously, "Your Majesty, I haven't thought about it yet. I've never been to the Black Armored Army's main camp and have never seen the current Black Armored Army. Without seeing the actual condition of the Black Armored Army, if I rashly come up with a training plan for them, it would be no different from talking on paper. Only after seeing it with my own eyes can I formulate a training plan for them. This will allow this newly formed Black Armored Army to quickly adapt to the new equipment and allow them to quickly become a powerful force." Although it was a negative answer, Li Er nodded. He smiled and said, he. Good. Good. If you can think this way, it proves that you're more mature than before. Then I can rest assured and let you go to the Black Armored Army. I only have one request. Within 2 months, let the Black Armored Army become the most outstanding of the 12 camps in the capital." Towards the end, Li Er's voice became extremely firm. If one were to ask who was the elder of elders in the Black Armored Army, that person would be none other than Li Er. Even Duan Jixuan couldn't compare to him. This was because the Black Armored Army was single-handedly created by Li Er. In the process of the Tang Empire's establishment, the Black Armored Army had followed Li Er through many battles. It could be said that Li Er's feelings towards the Black Armored Army were deeper than any other army. Therefore, in the battle 2 months later, Li Er had high hopes for the Black Armored Army. In the past, the Black Armored Army was the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire. It was an elite troop formed by the elites of the elites. However, during the rebellion in Guangcheng, the 2,000 Black Armored Army members and the tens of thousands of troops from the Chui and Jing families met. That battle caused the Black Armored Army to suffer heavy losses. As a last resort, Li Er decided to reorganize the Black Armored Army and expand the Black Armored Army. It hadn't even been a month since the expansion of the Black Armored Army was completed. Even though those who were selected to join the Black Armored Army were all experts, they didn't have any cooperation with each other. Naturally, their fighting prowess wasn't as good as before. Right now, Li Er only wanted the Black Armored Army to return to its peak and continue its glory. Sensing the seriousness in Li Er's voice, Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said solemnly, "Your subject obeys the decree. Your subject will do his best to make the Black Armored Army the most outstanding army in the Tang Empire." Naturally, Li Zishuan wasn't confident in his words. After all, whether it was in his previous life or this one, he had never led an army properly. Being entrusted with such an important task by Li Er without any experience, he naturally felt uneasy. But then again, since Li Er trusted him so much, Li Zishuan felt that there was no reason for him to disappoint Li Er. Besides, if he could train the Black Armored Army well, it would increase the chances of Tang Empire winning this war. Hee. All right. The meal has been eaten and the wine has been drunk. It's time for us to return to the palace. Hearing the affirmative answer from Li Zishuan, Li Er smiled with relief and then stood up. "Farewell, Your Majesty. Farewell, Your Majesty." Qin Xiong, Qing Yaojin, and Li Zishuan quickly stood up and bowed. Li Er waved his hands and left. Chapter 17:13. After Li Er left, even though that old demon Qing Yaojin was constantly making jokes on the side, the atmosphere at the table did not become lively again. Qin Xiong was still worried that Li Zishuan's plan to divide the Turks to Li Er would be known. At that time, it was hard to say what Tang Jian's attitude would be, but the entire Tang clan would definitely regard Li Zishuan as a mortal enemy. As for Li Zishuan, he was worried because he was going to start his life in the army tomorrow. After all, wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu. It was the same in the imperial court and the army. He did not know what awaited him next. Facing such an unknown fate, he could not help but feel a little lost. This was not as simple as solving a math or physics problem. It involved many people and matters. He himself was not sure if he would be able to live a smooth life in the army. "Uncle Qin, thank you for your hospitality today. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Many things happened during lunch. Although everyone did not eat to their heart's content, all good things must come to an end. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they continued to chat for a while before Li Zishuan stood up and bid farewell. Good. Go ahead. Qin Xiong also knew that Li Zishuan would have many things to arrange before going to the army, so he did not urge him to stay. However, he still said, "Little Xian, since His Majesty has appointed you as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army, it means that His Majesty wants to cultivate your ability in war. You are the only child of your family. Logically speaking, His Majesty would not let you go to the front lines. However, the war with the Turks concerns the survival of the Tang Empire. You may not be able to avoid this war. It is also a good thing for you to gain experience in the Black Armored Army. In addition, you must be mentally prepared to go to the front lines. The medicine master is better than me and Jijia in terms of military strategy. Before you enter the army, you should pay him a visit. Speaking of which, you are considered relatives. I believe that he will not hide anything from you. If you can learn something from the medicine master, it may come in handy in the future." Hearing Qin Xiong praise someone like this, Qing Yaojin was not unconvinced. Because that person was Li Jing, the Tang Empire's military god. In terms of military strategy, Li Jing's military talent was admirable. Old Sheng was no exception. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He originally wanted to go home directly, but after hearing what Qin Xiong said, he suddenly changed his mind. Uncle Qin is right. I will go to Duke Wei's mansion to visit Uncle Li. Uncles, this nephew will take his leave." After bidding farewell to the two of them, Li Zishuan changed his route and went straight to Puning Lane, Duke Wei's mansion. Outside the mansion, Li Zishuan reported his name. The gatekeeper of Li Zishuan's mansion was shocked. He was about to go in and report, but he immediately put on a warm expression and welcomed Li Zishuan in. "Master has instructed that Marquis, you don't have to report your arrival. Go directly to the side hall for tea. Old Master is reading in the study room right now. I will go and inform Old Master." The gatekeeper enthusiastically led Li Zishuan to the side hall of Duke Wei's mansion. After asking the servant girls to serve him tea, he quickly ran out like a wisp of smoke. Why are the people of Duke Wei's mansion so polite to me? Could it be that Li Jing has divine foresight and predicted that I would come today? So he informed the gatekeeper in advance? That's impossible. The history books only wrote that Li Jing was a military god, but they didn't say that he was a swindler. Li Zishuan, who was sitting on the chair, was not in the mood to taste the fragrant tea. Instead, he muttered to himself. The atmosphere in the mansion was a little too strange. It was true that he was related to Li Jing, but it was far from being to this extent, right? Just as Li Zishuan was puzzled, light footsteps came from outside the door. Li Zishuan frowned, because the footsteps did not sound like it came from a man, but more like a woman. As expected, in the next moment, a graceful woman wearing a red dress walked in. Li Zishuan's heart thumped, and he knew that it was not good. Because the person who came was Hong Funu. Li Zishuan deeply remembered that when the bearded man first came to Cloud Mountain to show off, he was beaten to a pulp by him and Mo Huai. After that, Hong Funu killed her way to Cloud Mountain and almost fought with her life. If not for Li Jing stopping her, a great battle of the century would probably have broken out on Cloud Mountain. So when he saw the unreasonable Hong Funu again, Li Zishuan immediately had the urge to flee. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. When Hong Funu saw Li Zishuan, she did not glare at him angrily, nor did she speak sarcastically. Instead, she revealed a trace of kindness on her face. She walked towards Li Zishuan with a smile and said, "TSK TSK. I heard that you fought with the Tuju estate preceptor in the north and did not die. Little Xian, grandmother really underestimated you. But you were able to not lose to Wu Jia, which can be considered as helping your brother vent his anger. He. How is it? Have you eaten yet? If you haven't, grandmother will ask someone to prepare some food and wine for you. Oh, if you haven't eaten yet, grandmother will personally prepare food and wine for you." The more Hong Funu spoke, the happier she became. In the end, she could not help but pat Li Zishuan on the shoulder, with a look of, "I'm giving you face, you have to accept it. Many thanks. Many thanks for grandmother's kindness. It's just that I've already eaten before coming here." Li Zishuan shuddered and hurriedly stood up from the stool. He cupped his hands and said. At the same time, he seemed to understand something in his heart. It seemed that the reason why Hong Funu was so friendly to him was mainly because of the bearded man. That night, when Yun Shan was attacked, the bearded man had no choice but to fight Wu Jia head-on. In the end, if it were not for little Yu's timely arrival, the bearded man's head would have been separated from his body. With Hong Funa's temperament, if she heard that the bearded man was beaten up, she would probably want to capture that person and torture him to death with a knife. After that, Li Zishuan happened to meet Wu Jia at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not defeat Wu Jia did not gain any advantage over him either. It was probably because of this incident that Hong Funa's attitude towards Li Zishuan changed greatly. Have you eaten? That's not important. You can have another meal after you've eaten. Grandmother will ask someone to prepare a table of good wine and dishes for you. Later, Brother Jing will accompany you to drink a few cups. Li Zishuan's guess was right. The reason why Hong Funa's attitude towards him had changed greatly was mainly because Li Zishuan had fought Wu Jia alone at the Dragon Gate. Although he did not seriously injure Wu Jia, he had still injured him and helped the bearded man vent his anger. It was not a joke to say that the Feng Chen three heroes were of the same breath and branch. Cough cough. all right. Chu Chen, don't make things difficult for little Xian. De Jian is looking for you in the front yard. Quickly go out and take a look. Just as Li Zishuan was at a loss, Li Jing finally arrived. He coughed dryly and said to Hong Funu. De Jian? What could he possibly want from me? All right. Brother Jing, you can chat with little Xian. I'll go out first. Hong Funu pouted unhappily, then turned around and left. Chapter 1714. Xiao Xian, what brings you to Chang'an today? I heard that your Yanhuang College has been busy with recruiting students. It seems like you've finished your work, right? Duke Wei's mansion, side hall. After Li Jing sent away that nonsensical Hong Funu, he invited Li Zishuan to sit down. After exchanging some pleasantries, Li Jing went straight to the point and asked Li Zishuan why he was here. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, Uncle Li, I've finished my work at the college. In addition, the 5,000 sets of new armor that His Majesty had ordered the workshop of the interesting pavilion to make have been completed. Therefore, I plan to head to the Black Armored Army camp tomorrow to take up my post. I'm here today to inform General Duan in advance, so I came to visit you. Actually, he was here today to learn from Li Jing, but how could he say such things so bluntly? He, Li Zishuan, still cared about his reputation. But then again, his relationship with Li Jing was a bit messy. According to his relationship with Han Yushi, he should call Li Jing granduncle. However, this way, Li Jing would be a generation older than Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin. This was because Li Zishuan usually called them uncles, but now he called Li Jing granduncle. What was going on? Therefore, ever since he found out that Han Yushi's father, Han Tianhu, was a descendant of Han Qinhu, one of the 8 pillar countries of the former Sui dynasty, old Sheng had emphasized to Li Zishuan more than once that he could not call Li Jing granduncle. Oh. 5,000 sets of weapons and armor? How did your workshop finish making them so quickly? When Li Jing heard this, his eyes flashed and he could not hide the shock on his face. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was not only proficient in leading troops to war, but he also had a good understanding of weapon manufacturing. He knew that according to the plate armor style that Li Zishuan had shown in front of the civil and military officials, there were no more than 5 workshops in the Tang dynasty that could make such exquisite plate armor. Including the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor, there were no more than 5. Even if the Ministry of Works and the Works Supervisor worked together, it would be impossible for them to create 5,000 sets of such armor in a month's time. How could Li Zishuan not be surprised that Li Zishuan's interesting pavilion workshop did it? Yes. Thousands of craftsmen, working day and night, finally succeeded. Li Zishuan nodded calmly. Others only knew how amazing this speed was, but they didn't know how much the workshop had paid for this speed. Even though Li Zishuan's family was extremely wealthy, creating these 5,000 sets of armor was still a huge blow to his vitality. After all, if he wanted to achieve such a fast speed, he needed enough skilled craftsmen. If he wanted to motivate the craftsmen to produce, he had to give them enough wages. However, the only fortunate thing was that the iron and vanadium used to make the weapons and armor were all dug out from the mines. Li Zishuan had a few mines in his hands. In terms of raw materials, he only had to pay the miners' wages and the cost of transporting the ores. Otherwise, just these 5,000 sets of armor would be enough to empty his family's fortune. Making weapons was really too expensive. Especially in ancient times where there was a shortage of iron. However, even though he had spent a lot of money to make these 5,000 sets of armor, Li Zishuan didn't regret it. Because to him, money could be earned again, but if the country was gone, it would be useless no matter how much money he earned. Good. 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 Hearing the affirmative answer, Li Zishuan nodded repeatedly. He smiled and said, Xiao Xian, these armor of yours came at the right time. Xieli in the north is making a move, I'm sure you've heard about this, right? Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at each other's throats, the sooner you can make the armor, the sooner the newly formed Black Armored Army can be formed. I've already heard about the movements of the Wolf tribe in the north. That's why I'm in such a hurry to go to the army camp. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Xiao Xian, not only are you strong in martial arts, but you're also meticulous. In fact, not only Jijia and Shu Bao, even I have always wanted to transfer you into the army. However, you're Jingma's only son, so I can't bear to do that. Now that the Tang Empire is in danger, and you've coincidentally become the Black Armored Army's commander, I think it won't be long before you shine in the Tang Empire's military. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and looked at Li Zishuan with a serious face. He wasn't deliberately flattering Li Zishuan. A person with unparalleled martial arts could become a fierce general. However, in addition to unparalleled martial arts, this person also had unparalleled wisdom and meticulous thinking. With a little training, this person would definitely have the chance to become a one-in-a-million good general. And Li Zishuan was such a person. A master of the Grandmaster realm and the head of the engineering school, wasn't that the perfect combination of martial arts and wisdom? Uncle Li, you're too kind. Hearing this, Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, although I'm strong in martial arts, I've never led an army to war before. How can I deserve such praise from Uncle Li? Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan meaningfully and smiled faintly. Of course you deserve it. I also believe that my judgment is not wrong. If you don't believe me, then let's wait and see. Li Zishuan laughed dryly and didn't continue the conversation. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment and said, leading an army to war requires actual combat experience, but this experience can be cultivated later. In these years, I've followed His Majesty to fight in the north and south. I've experienced at least 800 battles, if not 1,000. I have some understanding of the art of war and strategy, but I don't know if you'd like to listen to my nagging. Li Zishuan was delighted. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to Li Zishuan solemnly. He said, Uncle Li, what are you talking about? You're the invincible war god of the Tang Empire. It's my honor to be able to listen to your teachings on the art of war. If I hadn't been apprenticed when I was young, would have been willing to serve you as a teacher. Seeing Li Zishuan's attitude, Li Zishuan felt gratified. In fact, he had never intended to accept any disciple. His position in the military was too high. He only wanted to live a secluded life and not get involved in politics to reduce the suspicion of the emperor. Therefore, he had never thought of accepting any disciple. However, Li Zishuan was too outstanding in both martial arts and literature. It was hard not to love him. In addition, Li Zishuan was his junior and relative. Under such circumstances, Li Zishuan couldn't help but want to teach Li Zishuan something. The generals of their generation would eventually grow old. He hoped that Li Zishuan could shoulder the heavy responsibility of making the Tang Empire prosper in the future. Haha. You don't have to be so serious. I can't teach you anything too profound in such a short time. I'll just teach you some superficial things so that you can have a general understanding of the military drill of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan stood up and helped Li Zishuan up. He said with a smile. Chapter 1715. Duke Wei's Mansion. Li Jing's lecture lasted all the way until dusk. He spoke very quickly, and Li Zishuan, who had strong mental strength, digested it very quickly as well. It was so fast that even Li Jing could not keep up with Li Zishuan's speed. This was really a strange thing. A teacher's lecture speed could not keep up with the speed at which a student digested the knowledge. This was really unheard of. Initially, Li Jing only wanted to talk to Li Zishuan about the current structure of the Tang army, the main generals in the army, and the military formations that were often used during military drills. He did not expect Li Zishuan to understand it on the spot. He only hoped that after Li Zishuan entered the Black Armored Army's camp, he would be able to slowly digest these things through his daily training. After all, Li Zishuan had never been in the army before, nor had he ever led an army before. Even if he was extremely talented, it was impossible for him to digest so much military knowledge in such a short time. But who knew that Li Zishuan, who had never come into contact with military formations before, would be able to digest the knowledge that Li Jing taught him even faster than some of the veteran generals who had been in the army for years. Sometimes, Li Jing only needed to talk about the general rules of a certain military formation and the principles of cooperation, and Li Zishuan would be able to draw inferences from it. Moreover, some of the unintentional words that came out of his mouth would make Li Jing's eyes light up. As a result, the class, that was supposed to last until dusk, was finished by the time it was 5 in the afternoon. Furthermore, Li Zishuan, as a student, was able to digest the new knowledge better than he had expected. Left with no choice, Li Jing could only increase the learning content for Li Zishuan. He personally went to the study room and took out a stack of unbound manuscripts. Then, he began to talk to Li Zishuan again. What he had taught Li Zishuan previously was only the surface of the art of military formations. But in this stack of manuscripts, it was the essence of the art of military formations. These were all summaries of Li Jing's military experience over the years. Its value was absolutely immeasurable. Li Zishuan explained the contents of these manuscripts slowly. In the process, he would often intersperse some of the wars he had experienced before. The purpose of this was to combine theory and practice so that Li Zishuan could better understand them. Li Zishuan was also having a great time listening to them. After all, 9 out of 10 men were military fans. It was a rare opportunity to listen to a military lecture from the great Tang army god. Such an opportunity was hard to come by even in 10,000 years. In terms of teaching skills, although Li Jing was not as good as the gold medal lecturers in modern schools, Li Jing's understanding of military formations was unparalleled. Every word he said hit the nail on the head, making people involuntarily think and comprehend. All right. It was getting late. Little Xian, you should go back. Otherwise, when the city gates close, it won't be easy for you to leave the city. When the sun was setting, Li Jing collected the scattered manuscripts on the table, then stood up and said to Li Zishuan, who was sitting opposite him. There was a trace of tiredness on his face. Teaching for half a day had exhausted his spirit. It was really because Li Zishuan, this student, was absorbing new knowledge too fast. As a teacher, he had been tense and did not dare to relax for a moment in order not to drag him down. Now that he was finally liberated, Li Jing could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Teaching a disciple is really tiring. Under normal circumstances, half a day could not teach or learn too much. However, the two people in front of him, one was the invincible god of war, the other was a genius with a photographic memory. In half a day, the two of them had completed the cultural inheritance that would take others more than 10 days to digest. At this time, Li Zishuan stood up and bowed respectfully to Li Jing. He said, Uncle Li's teaching today is very likely to save the lives of many other soldiers on the battlefield in the future. I will remember your life-saving grace in my heart. Li Jing's military lecture today was extremely important to Li Zishuan. He was going to the military camp tomorrow, but before that, he knew nothing about the military. He didn't even know about the job structure in the military, let alone the military drill method of this era. Although he was a modern person and knew some of the training programs of the modern army, through watching TV or military training, it was absolutely impossible to forcibly transfer the modern set over. Every era had its own characteristics. If he forcibly forced the things of another era into this era, there would definitely be a problem of acclimatization. But now, after experiencing Li Jing's teaching, the situation was completely different. Although he had not completely grasped the essence of Li Jing's military strategy, at least he now had a good understanding of the system and basic military formation in the Tang army. When the time came, he could formulate a set of specific training system according to the military formation training method of this era, and there would not be a problem of acclimatization. In addition, through this afternoon's lecture, Li Zishuan had a general understanding of the military rules in the Tang army. In this way, when he entered the military camp in the future, he would not inadvertently violate the military rules. He did not like to have his weakness in the hands of others. Haha. Little Xian, your words are too serious. Li Jing waved his hand and said, the art of war exists in the heart, and the actions are more important than the reason. The so-called art of war can only allow you to understand the deployment of various military formations and battlefield strategies, but the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. Blindly imitating the art of war is not advisable. Since you have received my teachings on the art of war, you are half a disciple of mine. This old man does not want you to become that armchair strategist Zhao Kuo, who brings disaster to the country and the people. You must remember what this old man has said today." Li Jing's face was filled with solemnity. Although he had great military achievements in his life and was revered as the war god of the Great Tang by the people, he had never formally accepted a disciple. On one hand, he wanted to keep a low profile, and on the other hand, he did not want to have a half-baked disciple like Xiao Kuo, who would bring disaster to the lives of the soldiers. Hou Junji was not Li Jing's disciple yet. Li Zishuan clasped his hands solemnly and said, "This nephew will remember Uncle Li's teachings. I will not become that armchair strategist Xiao Kuo." After a few moments of hesitation, Li Jing reluctantly handed the pile of manuscripts on the table to Li Zishuan and said, "These manuscripts are some of the insights this old man has gained about the art of war while following His Majesty. This old man has named it the Mirror of Six Armies. Although it has not been completed yet, it should be of some help to your current situation. Take it back today and have someone copy it before returning the original manuscript to this old man." Mirror of Six Armies. It was actually the Mirror of Six Armies. In history, the Mirror of Six Armies was the first book written by Li Jing that gathered the essence of the art of war, but for some reason, it was lost. Li Zishuan did not expect Li Jing to pass such a precious book on the art of war to him. It seemed that today's trip was not in vain. "Many thanks to Uncle Li for passing this book on the art of war to me." Li Zishuan was overjoyed as he hurriedly received the book with both hands. Chapter 17-16. Li Zishuan was in a good mood as he held the Mirror of Six Armies that Li Jing had given him. This was Li Jing's masterpiece in the art of war. Although there were many military books in this era, such as Sun Tzu's The Art of War, they had to keep pace with the times. Although Li Jing's Mirror of Six Armies was better than Sun Tzu's The Art of War, the content of the Mirror of Six Armies had definitely absorbed the wisdom of the ancestors and combined it with the current military system and formations of the Tang Empire. Therefore, the Mirror of Six Armies was more suitable for this era. Li Zishuan, who was in a good mood, rode Whitey out of Chang'an City quickly. He had to get to the workshop before the end of the day and asked the craftsman to make a copy of the Mirror of Six Armies. This military book was too important. Before he left, Li Jing had repeatedly warned him not to reveal it to anyone else. The art of war was not something that could be easily imparted. Because if someone with evil intentions learned it, it would be a disaster for the country and the people. If not for the fact that Li Zishuan was a promising talent, that Li Zishuan was humble, adept in both the pen and the sword, and that Li Zishuan was half a relative of his, and that the Turks and the Great Tang were at daggers drawn and a war could break out at any time, he would never have taught Li Zishuan the Mirror of Six Armies at this time. Therefore, Li Zishuan would not let anyone else make a copy of the Mirror of Six Armies. He had to keep an eye on it himself. "Marquis. His Highness Prince of Wei is looking for you everywhere. It seems that there is something urgent." Not long after leaving Chang'an City, a middle-aged man riding a horse came up to him. When the man was about to reach Li Zishuan, he steadied his horse and dismounted. He bowed to Li Zishuan with his fists clasped. Jia Yi, why is Qin Ke looking for me?" Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. The person who came was Du Yi. After the Heavenly Dragon sect was annihilated, Venerable Du Yi was taken in by Li Zishuan as a servant. In order to avoid causing panic in his family, Li Zishuan changed Du Yi's name to Jia Yi. After a long time, he got used to calling him Jia Yi and not Du Yi. Counting the days, Du Yi had been a servant of the Marquis's household for nearly half a month. During this time, Li Zishuan had probed Du Yi many times, intentionally or unintentionally. However, he found that the other party seemed to have accepted his fate and did not have the slightest intention of rebelling. Thus, Li Zishuan gradually relaxed his guard against Du Yi. However, even so, Li Zishuan did not dare to let Du Yi stay in the Marquis's mansion all the time. Usually, Du Yi spent more time in the Yunshan courtyard. Mo Huai, a master at the late stage of the Grand Master realm, was guarding the Yunshan courtyard. Even if Du Yi had the intention of rebelling, he would not be able to make any waves. In any case, Li Zishuan did not dare and would not risk his family. He was rarely in the Marquis's mansion, so he would not leave Dewey alone in the Marquis's mansion. Dewey used to be a monk. However, after becoming Li Zixuan's servant, in order to avoid attracting strange gazes when he went out, he usually wore a silk scarf hat outside. He looked a bit like a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. In the face of Li Zixuan's inquiry, Dewey shook his head and said, "I don't know. Half an hour ago, the king of Wei went to the academy to look for the Marquis. When he found out that the Marquis was not on Cloud Mountain, he ordered this penniless monk to head down the mountain to look for the Marquis. Prince of Wei only said that he had something urgent and wanted you to go back to the workshop as soon as possible." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was a new development in the steam engine research? He nodded at Dewey and said, "That's good. Let's go back to the workshop as soon as possible." He had originally planned to go to the workshop to make a copy of the military book. Now, he could solve Li Tai's problem along the way. Thus, the master and servant rode 2 horses and galloped wildly on the official road, splashing up a lot of smoke and dust along the way. "Young master, you're finally here. Prince of Wei and Faubert are at the steel mill. You should go quickly." As soon as they arrived at the workshop, Song Xiaoxi came up to them and said hurriedly as he helped Li Zixuan lead the horse. "Okay." Since they had already arrived at the workshop, Li Zixuan didn't ask for more details. He would know what happened in a moment anyway. He was about to step into the workshop when he suddenly stopped and turned to Song Xiaoxi and said, "Song Xiaoxi, I'm sorry. Xiaoxi, go to the editing department and ask the craftsman who is in charge of making a copy to not leave work yet. I have something to ask him." Although Li Tai's matter was important, making a copy of the military book was also very important. The contents of the military book might save his life on the battlefield in the future. "Yes. Young master." Song Xiaoxi responded and then went to lead Big White to the stable in front of the workshop. There was high-quality horse grass there. Li Zixuan then walked in through the door. "Marquis, I will wait for you outside." Dewey cupped his fists and said. Ever since he became Li Zixuan's servant, he hadn't really entered the workshop. He knew that Li Zixuan's most important secrets were hidden inside. Although he was curious, it was only curiosity. He didn't have any other improper thoughts. Li Zixuan frowned. After a moment, he said, "It's fine. Come in with me." Dewey was not only a person with strong martial arts, but he was also quick-witted and had many tricks up his sleeve. If this kind of person could be loyal, Li Zixuan felt that he could be of great use. Therefore, he did not mind giving Dewey more temptations to test him. Dewey was stunned when he heard this. He probably did not expect Li Zixuan to take the initiative to invite him into the workshop. However, while he was still in a daze, Li Zixuan had already walked in. He quickly responded, "Yes. Marquis." After saying that, he hurriedly followed them in. "Qingke, why hasn't the leaf turned yet?" "Soon. It should be soon." "Steward Zhang, get someone to make the fire bigger and pump more air into it. Let the water boil faster." "All right." When Li Zixuan walked into the steel mill, he heard the voices of Li Tai, Faubert, and the rest. The atmosphere seemed to be heavy. He looked around and saw a huge cylindrical furnace standing in the middle of the yard. The furnace's surface had gears and connecting rods and other transmission mechanisms. At the end of the furnace was a generator made by the workshop. A few shirtless blacksmiths were blowing air into the furnace. Although he could not see the flame, Li Zixuan could feel a wave of heat hitting him in the face. "It's moving. It's moving. It's spinning. And it's getting faster and faster. Success. We've succeeded." At this moment, the connecting rods drove the gears, and the gears drove the generator's wheels to turn. The people in the yard suddenly cheered. No one noticed Li Zixuan's arrival. Dewey widened his eyes and looked at the huge machine in disbelief. He clearly did not see anyone exerting force on the machine, but how could the machine turn on its own? Could this be the magic of immortality? Thinking back to the magic of immortality that he had performed on the streets of Cheng, and in order to bewitch the people, Dewey's face could not help but burn. Compared to this, the magic of immortality that he had performed before could only be regarded as child's play. Haha. Good. 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 Qingke, you've finally succeeded. The Tang Empire, and even the whole world, will completely change because of your invention. When Li Zishuan saw that Li Tai's steam engine test was successful, he could not help but clap his hands and laugh excitedly. Chapter 1717. There was no doubt about the steam engine's role in promoting the development of human society. It was the most important symbol of the replacement of handicraft labor by large-scale machine production. Perhaps Faubert, Zhang Hongsheng, Li Tai, and the others in the workshop did not realize the great value of the steam engine, but as a modern man, Li Zishuan knew very well that this thing was enough to change this era. In the past, he invented the Datang Daily, the immortal chariot, the curved plow, the water wheel, and other things. Perhaps they caused the wheel of history to deviate slightly from its original trajectory, but the appearance of the steam engine was very likely to cause history to be completely different from what was described in the history books. Yamacho, you're finally here. Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Li Tai, who was in a state of great excitement, turned around and saw Li Zishuan standing at the door of the courtyard, looking at him with a smile. Li Tai was excited and complained a little. Speaking of which, after the first steam engine was built today, he had originally planned to invite Li Zishuan over to test it himself. However, whether it was in Lantian County or Yunshan, he could not find Li Zishuan. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only bring people over to test it. When Li Zishuan explained the principle of the steam engine to him, he told him that if the design of the steam engine was not reasonable, it would be easy to cause a road cavity explosion during use. Little Fatty cherished his life, so he wanted Li Zishuan to come over and take charge. But after waiting for a long time, Li Zishuan did not come, so he could only take the risk and try it himself. Fortunately, there were no major problems in the end. I went to Chang'an City today for some business. If I had known that you were going to test the steam engine today, I wouldn't have stayed in Chang'an City for so long. Li Zishuan walked to Li Tai, patted the latter's shoulder with a smile, and explained a little. Then he said, haha. You did a good job, Qingke. This steam engine is stable and can drive the generator at a constant speed, which proves that you've succeeded. Congratulations. You've completed a magnificent invention. The millions of people of the Great Tang will remember you, and your name will definitely appear in the history books. Li Tai also felt that he was very amazing to have achieved great success on his first attempt at building a steam engine. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's praise, he felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Yamacho, Tai only built a steam engine. How can millions of people in Tang remember it? And it will be written in the history books? Aren't you exaggerating? Although the rest of the people didn't say anything, they had a look of deep understanding on their faces. Obviously, they were like Li Tai, not realizing the huge change that the steam engine could bring to this era. Haha. Not exaggerating. Not exaggerating at all. In about a year, you will understand that what I said today is not an exaggeration at all. Li Zishuan smiled mysteriously, and then he looked at the steam engine and the transmission mechanism outside. Although this thing was running normally now, it did not mean that there were no hidden problems. He had to check it carefully. Seeing Li Zishuan's serious tone, everyone subconsciously believed his prediction. Li Tai shook his head and said, Yamacho, even if the steam engine is really so important, the person who will be recorded in the history books should be you, not Li Tai. All the blueprints for the steam engine came from Shanzhang. Tai was just following the blueprints and drawing according to the blueprints. The credit of inventing the steam engine is not mine. As Li Zishuan inspected the steam engine, he smiled faintly and said, imitating a gourd requires skill. Some people try to imitate a tiger but end up looking like a dog. Compared to them, Qingke, you're much better. Also, it is not easy for you to build a steam engine in such a short time. The success of the steam engine belongs to all of you. As for me, it is better if I don't have this false reputation. While they were talking, Li Zishuan had already checked all the details of the steam engine and transmission mechanism. He nodded with satisfaction again and said, There should be no problems. Just follow this prototype and make a few more. Then, Qingke, you can go to Bing Province and Yunzhou. At this point, Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Faubert, Zhang Hongxing, and the others. With a serious expression, he said, Faubert, Qingke is going to Bing Province and Yunzhou to build telegraph relay stations. This is a very important matter. Everyone in the workshop must do their best to assist Qingke. Whatever he needs, the workshop will build it for him as soon as possible. This is an extremely urgent matter. Faubert had never seen Li Zishuan speak of something so seriously. Hearing this, he couldn't help but become serious. He cupped his hands and said, Young master, don't worry. Everyone in the workshop will work together to assist King Wei. Li Zishuan nodded. He then looked at Li Tai and said, Qingke, during your trip to the north, you must ensure that the telegraph relay stations are built as soon as possible and pay attention to your safety. Bing Province is fine, but Yunzhou is located at the northern border of the Great Tang. I'm afraid that there might be some unforeseen circumstances, so before you leave, you must ask His Majesty to send an army to escort you. In addition, Qing Chumo and the others should be almost done with their final exams. When the time comes, let Qing Chumo and Iron Egg go north with you. Master has to go to the barracks tomorrow morning, so I can't go north with you. Take care of yourself. In the past, Li Zishuan wouldn't be so long-winded. However, from what he learned in the House of Chang and today, the secret war between the Great Tang and the Turks had already begun. The two countries' intentions for war were clear as day. It was just that the two countries weren't fully prepared yet. Under such circumstances, if the Turks knew that King Wei of the Great Tang was going to the northern border, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't come up with some bad ideas. Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, Yes. Yamacho. You take care too. Goo goo. After saying that, Li Tai's stomach made a strange noise. Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and eat, don't starve. Xiaoxi, go to the cafeteria and ask them to prepare some delicious food. Everyone has been working hard to build the steam engine these days. Yes. Young master. Song Xiaoxi nodded and hurriedly ran off to pass down the order. At this time, Zhang Hongxing cupped his hands and said to Li Zishuan, Marquis. The 5,000 sets of vanadium steel horse lances, vanadium steel plate armor, and vanadium steel horse armor that you requested have all been completed. They are all stored in the warehouse of the workshop. I have checked them one by one. Would you like to take a look now? Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Since you have already checked, I won't take a look. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Tomorrow morning, this Marquis will bring people here to collect the armor. He still had to make a copy of the military book. As for the armor and weapons, he had already taken a look at some of them a few days ago. Since Zhang Hongxing said that there was no problem, then there should be no problem. Good. Then I will wait for Marquis to collect the armor tomorrow. Chapter 17-18. Little you, it's already so late. Why haven't you gone back yet? After telling Li Tai about going to the north to set up a telegraph, Li Zishuan went straight to the editorial department of Datong Daily. At this time, the editorial department was still lit up, the workshop had already been electrified and it wouldn't be long before most of Lantian County would be electrified. When Li Zishuan walked in, he saw little Yu, sitting on a chair and flipping through something. She was so focused that she didn't even notice that someone had come in. Li Zishuan couldn't help but quietly walk up to her and said, Mister, you're here. Hearing the familiar voice, little Fishy was shocked. She quickly put down the document in her hand and stood up, saying, Little Four came over earlier and said that you had something important to make a copy of. I thought that since it was something important, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave it to the craftsman. It just so happens that I'm also very familiar with our movable type printing method, so I stayed and waited for you. You little girl. Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed. This kind of work should be left to a reliable person. You're a little girl. If you don't go back at this time, wouldn't it be unsafe to walk at night? Li Yu didn't care and said, "What's wrong with that? Lantian County is Mister's territory. The law and order here are very good. Could it be that there are criminals? Besides, I went to investigate the county magistrate of Hua County by myself. Didn't I come out unscathed?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but stare at Li Yu angrily and said, "You little girl still have the nerve to say that. If Yushi didn't mention this to me a few days ago, I wouldn't even know about it. Although you're a gold medal reporter personally appointed by the emperor and can supervise all illegal things in the world, if you went to investigate the county magistrate alone, what would you do if the other party became desperate and killed you to silence you?" In fact, ever since Li Yu was given the title of a gold medal reporter, she was not honest at all. This girl would often mingle in the streets and restaurants. Whenever she heard of corrupt officials or illegal activities, she would either arrange for someone she trusted to investigate in secret or disguise herself and investigate on her own. A few days ago, after Li Yu returned from the north, he heard that the people of Hua County were unable to receive any relief food. After the locust plague, the imperial court distributed a certain amount of relief food according to the severity of the disaster. When Li Yu heard this, he didn't know where he got his courage from. After a little preparation, he actually went to Hua County alone to secretly investigate. Fortunately, the county magistrate of Hua County wasn't very vigilant. After Li Yu's identity was exposed, the Hua County warden decisively sided with Li Yu. That was how Li Yu was able to find out that the county magistrate of Hua County had embezzled disaster relief food and escaped unscathed. Li Zishuan had also heard about this matter 2 days ago when he was chatting with Han Yushi. At that time, he was really worried for Li Yu. He secretly wondered why this little girl was so bold. She always did things that ordinary people couldn't do. Cough cough. "Mister, please don't mention this matter anymore. Aren't I fine now?" Although Li Zishuan's tone was strict, the care and love in his words couldn't be concealed. Li Yu's heart was warmed, but she still acted coquettishly. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Oh right. Mister. Don't you have something to make a copy of? Quickly give it to me. I'll go and arrange it for you." Although Li Zishuan knew that Li Yu was deliberately changing the topic, he still took out the 6 armies mirror from his chest and handed it to her. He said, "There's a lot of content. I estimate that you'll be done by midnight. After you're done, don't go back to the county. Go directly to Yunshan Courtyard. It's been empty recently. Ever since the Marquis residence in Lantian County was built, the Li family's Yunshan Courtyard was rarely used. Even so, there were still maids taking care of and tidying up the place every day." Li Yu was delighted when she heard this, but she said, Mister, this isn't good, right?" Li Zishuan said unhappily, "What's not good about it? But you're going back to the county in the middle of the night. Even if you don't meet any bad people, if you fall into a ditch, you won't be able to call for help. From the workshop to Yunshan Courtyard, there are street lamps all the way. There won't be any accidents." Li Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, mister. Then I'll go make a copy of the book." After that, Li Yu took the 6 armies mirror from Li Zishuan's hands and went out the door. Looking at the girl's energetic back, Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. However, looking at Li Yu's state today, it seemed that she was slowly getting used to the position of the editorial department supervisor. A few days ago, Ma Zhou went to Qingzhou to take up the position of the provincial governor. The entire editorial department's heavy burden fell on Li Yu's shoulders. At first, Li Zishuan was worried that this girl wouldn't be able to handle such a huge pressure. However, after Ma Zhou left, the Datong Daily editorial department had been operating normally without any problems. This meant that Li Yu was slowly able to control this huge mess. In the editorial department, Li Zishuan looked at the manuscripts on the various desks, as well as the previous issues of Datong Daily. Only then did he leave with his hands behind his back. After leaving the workshop, he rode on to Bai and returned to the Marquis residence in Lantian County. "Husband, you're back. I'll go prepare some food for you." When he returned to the Marquis residence, the sky was already dark. Seeing that Li Zishuan had returned, Han Yushi quickly went up to him and said. Li Zishuan came back too late, so no one waited for him to have dinner together. Li Zishuan said casually, no need to trouble yourself. Let the kitchen maid heat up the dinner. I'll just eat whatever I want. Han Yushi frowned. However, seeing that Li Zishuan was so insistent, she couldn't persuade him. She could only let Xiaohe instruct the kitchen. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Zishuan picked up his bowl and started eating without caring about his image. This was only when they were a couple. When there were other people present, he still had to be careful about his image as Marquis. Han Yushi supported her chin and looked at the man in front of her without blinking. Although the way this man ate was not elegant at all, it didn't hinder her from liking him. She secretly thought that this was what it meant to be real and not fake. Anyway, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Li Zishuan is the best no matter what. Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan would leave Lantian County tomorrow to take up his position in the Black Armored Army. Therefore, in these last few hours, she couldn't bear to look away from Li Zishuan. Ahem. What's wrong? Wife? Didn't your husband wash his face this morning? Feeling Han Yushi's gaze, Li Zishuan couldn't help but touch his face and look at Han Yushi. Chapter 17-19. Pfft. In the side hall of the backyard, Han Yushi couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Li Zishuan touching his face in embarrassment. However, her smile quickly disappeared. She looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, don't you know if you washed your face this morning? I just feel that I can't get enough of your face." Oh my, once this woman learned how to say sweet nothings, she could simply be so sweet. Li Zishuan instantly felt that the fragrant food in his mouth had turned into a sweet and greasy taste. He quickly wiped his mouth and said, "Cough, cough. I didn't expect that my wife's sweet nothings would be no weaker than my husband's." What Han Yushi said just now was just that she couldn't help herself. At this moment, she knew that she had misspoken and couldn't help but blush. She glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, you're talking nonsense." "I didn't." In order to prevent his wife from being embarrassed, Li Zishuan laughed and waved his hand. "Haha. All right. Your husband is full. Wife, get someone to clean up. It's getting late. We should wash up and rest." Li Zishuan especially emphasized the word wash. This guy's lecherous heart was simply self-evident. Han Yushi's face instantly turned even redder, so red that water was about to drip out. She felt even more shy, especially when she thought of last night's situation. Fortunately, after Li Zishuan said this, he directly went to the side room with his hands behind his back. Otherwise, Han Yushi really didn't know how to continue this conversation. It was the last night before the young couple parted. There was no need to say more about the craziness. At midnight, the storms suddenly stopped. These two people didn't sleep but leaned against the bed and actually started talking about things. "Wife, after I leave tomorrow, I'll leave this huge Marquis estate to you to take care of. Father, Mother, and Faubert will help you with the affairs of the estate, so I'm not worried. I'm mainly worried that there will be people with evil intentions outside the estate who will take advantage of the situation to harm the people in the estate. Therefore, I won't bring any of the guards with me this time. They will all stay behind to protect the safety of the Marquis' estate. During this period of time, the family will try to reduce the number of times they go out alone." The two brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Feng, were both from the Imperial Army. They were skilled in martial arts and each of them was capable of fighting against 10 experts. However, Lu Feng had escorted Ma Zhou to Qingzhou a few days ago. Even so, Lu Yun alone was more than enough to ensure the safety of the residents. Although Fei Ji's martial arts are not as good as Lu Yun's, he has followed me for the longest time and is the most trustworthy. Furthermore, he is meticulous in his thinking. The guards of the Ho Fu can be assigned to him. Wife, you must learn how to use these people well. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi with one hand and said slowly. He wasn't making a big fuss about the safety of the family in the estate, but he felt that it was necessary to take precautions. Especially after the incident of the academy being attacked, Li Zishuan felt that when he made decisions in the future, he couldn't be careless. Otherwise, the people around him might lose their lives because of him. Han Yushi understood Li Zixuan's feelings. She nodded and said, This concubine will remember everything that my husband has said. I'll take good care of father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and I won't let them meet with any danger. This was a promise and a responsibility. As his wife, although she couldn't share Li Zixuan's worries in official matters, she could help Li Zixuan take good care of the family. Otherwise, Li Zixuan would be distracted by family matters. It's been hard on my wife. Li Zixuan sighed and said. He knew that he shouldn't have placed all of his family's affairs on a woman, but the current situation forced him to temporarily leave this small family and strive for a stable environment for the other great family to develop. If the Great Tang wasn't surrounded by powerful enemies like the Turks, Li Zixuan would be willing to give up his position and peacefully accompany his family every day, living the life of a wealthy man. It's not hard on me. Husband, you're the one who's working the hardest. At this moment, Han Yushi raised her head and looked steadily at Li Zixuan. She said, This concubine knows that husband's heart is not only concerned about our small family, but is even more concerned about the lives of the common people and the survival of the country. This concubine does not ask that husband can stay by this concubine's side forever. I only ask that husband can protect himself when you are outside. To this concubine and my parents, husband is the sky of this family. This silly woman, although she didn't talk much, she would always be the one who understood Li Zixuan the most. Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but pull Han Yushi into his arms and hug her tightly. He sighed and said, You know me best, my wife. However, your husband isn't as great as you think. Your husband doesn't have great ambitions. I only want to be by your and my parents' side every day. But without a big family, how can there be a small family? If we don't take care of the Turks, the Great Tang will never be at peace, and the people of the Great Tang will always have a sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. In this situation, how can our families live happily together? So it's not that your husband has great ambitions, but that I'm forced by the situation. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan lovingly and said, Husband, why do you have to belittle yourself like this? This concubine likes a husband like you. It was said that the men of the Gu family were the cutest. Some men might be conferred the title of Marquis, Prime Minister, and Minister, but they might not be good husbands, good sons, or good fathers to their families. Han Yushi felt that Li Zixuan was quite good like this. Haha. Li Zixuan smiled. He stroked Han Yushi's back and suddenly thought of something. He said, Oh right. If I remember correctly, Rinbiao and Li Jingchu should be getting married soon, right? Rinbiao is my good brother, and Li Jingchu is my adopted sister. I'll have to trouble my wife to send a congratulatory gift to Qizhou. Han Yushi knew a little about Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu. Hearing this, she nodded and said, This concubine understands. I'll go and arrange it tomorrow. Li Zixuan responded. He suddenly felt a wave of tiredness. After all, it was already early in the morning. Thus, he patted Han Yushi's back and said, It's getting late. Wife, let's rest. Husband, wait. Han Yushi suddenly sat up. She was a little shy, but also a little anxious. Li Zixuan couldn't help but be confused. Han Yushi stretched out her wrist and said softly, Husband, help me take my pulse. Take your pulse? Take what pulse? Wife, where are you feeling unwell? Li Zixuan heard this and was even more confused. Han Yushi lowered her head and said softly, This concubine feels that after these 2 days, our concubine seems to be pregnant. Husband, your medical skills are excellent. Can you take my pulse? Li Zixuan almost fainted when he heard this. Wife, aren't you being too impatient? Even if we do that, we might not be pregnant. Even if we are pregnant, it's impossible to show a pregnancy pulse so quickly, right? Chapter 17:20. Husband. It's 5:30. It's time for you to wake up. The next day, before dawn, Han Yushi propped herself up and nudged Li Zixuan, who was sleeping soundly beside her. Last night, she, who was eager to have a child, had pestered Li Zishuan for who knows how many rounds. Li Zishuan was a martial arts grandmaster after all, so his physical strength was limitless. She, on the other hand, could not do the same. She felt weak all over and was too lazy to even move a finger. Even so, she still relied on her strong willpower to wake up on time and wake Li Zishuan up. This was because Li Zishuan had told her yesterday that the Black Armored Army would be calling for soldiers at 7 in the morning. Li Zishuan had to be there on time with the armor and equipment. Oh. Let me sleep for a while more. Li Zishuan, who was sleeping, turned over and mumbled. Then, he went back to sleep. Although he was a Wu Dao master, a Wu Dao master was still human. After doing so many things, he would still feel tired and sleepy. Husband, it's 5:30 already. If you don't wake up now, you won't be able to make it to the military camp before 7 in the morning. Han Yushi felt helpless. Although Li Zishuan's tired expression made her heart ache, she didn't dare to let Li Zishuan delay such important military matters. Oh, military camp? It's 5:30 already? Li Zishuan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. Thank goodness for you, my wife. Otherwise, would have overslept. As he spoke, Li Zishuan had already lifted the blanket and jumped out of bed to get dressed. This was his first day at the military camp. He didn't want to be late. Wouldn't that be handing his weakness to the enemy? Besides, in his previous life, Li Zishuan didn't like to be late. It was a matter of personal habit. Husband, let this concubine help you dress. Han Yushi used all her strength to get up, but she forgot that she was only wearing a very thin gauze dress. This movement almost made Li Zishuan unwilling to get out of bed again. Ahem. Wife, don't move. You'd better have a good rest. I'll wear it myself. Li Zishuan coughed and quickly pressed Han Yushi down. Then, he got out of bed and went to get dressed. Since he was going to the military camp, he naturally had to wear armor. Li Zishuan was wearing the military uniform given to him by the imperial court and not the latest plate armor made by the workshop. That thing was too troublesome to wear. If one's body wasn't flexible enough, one person probably wouldn't be able to do it. Even if his body's flexibility was perfect, if he wanted to wear the new plate armor made by the workshop, he wouldn't be able to do it without a cup of tea's time. When Han Yushi was pressed down by Li Zishuan, she knew that she had just walked. She, who was more shy, used the blanket to wrap her body. Looking at Li Zishuan's heroic appearance in armor, the admiration in her heart couldn't help but grow stronger. It was said that a man in a military uniform was the most charming. The style of the Tang dynasty's armor was very heroic and domineering. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zishuan was born handsome. Now that he was wearing armor, he would definitely charm a lot of young ladies when he walked outside. How could Han Yushi be an exception? Hey! I didn't expect it to fit so well. This saves me a lot of trouble. Li Zishuan moved his arms and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he walked to the bedside and looked at Han Yushi on the bed. He said, "Wife, I'm going to the military camp. Stay at home and take good care of your parents. You also have to take good care of yourself. Understand?" Chapter 1721. I didn't expect you to think so highly of Li Zishuan, Erlang. In the bedchamber, after Li Er finished speaking, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This child has only returned to Cheng and for a little more than a year, but he is already in the court and has been conferred the title of Marquis. Sometimes I am really curious how spiritual Master Ling Su trains his disciples to actually produce such an outstanding person like Li Zishuan. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but associate Li Zishuan with her own children. After all, in terms of age, Li Zishuan wasn't much older than Li Qingqian and Li Tai. A trace of doubt flashed through Li Er's eyes. He had only heard of spiritual Master Ling Shu from Baiqi's intelligence, but had never seen him in person. Hearing Empress Zhongsun sigh with emotion, he couldn't help but be curious about spiritual Master Ling Shu's methods of teaching his disciples. Haha. Li Zishuan is indeed talented, but Qingqian, Xiaoke, and Qing Ke aren't bad either. Qingxian is now conscientious and is learning how to manage government affairs from me. In time, when I grow old, Qingxian will certainly become a wise ruler. Xiaoke is dedicated to managing the Yanhuang Bank. Yesterday, he came to me to ask for people, saying that he wants to set up a department called the Gold-Clad Guard in the bank to supervise the illegal matters within the bank and to protect the bank's safety. If the bank can really become orderly under his management, then my Tang Empire will be able to recreate a super golden age no less than the Qin Emperor's Hanwu era. Qingshue's grades are among the best in Yanhuang College, and her achievements in engineering are comparable to several of the college's discipline leaders. Now, she has become the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects of Yanhuang College, leading the advancement of these two projects. Yesterday, I heard people say that Qing Ke has successfully built the first steam engine in the workshop of the interesting pavilion. I heard Li Zishuan mention this before. It is a good thing. It was rare to hear Li Er ramble on about such trivial matters, so Empress Zhongsun listened very patiently. But when she heard about the steam engine, she couldn't help but interrupt. Your Majesty, what is this steam engine? How is it a good thing? Li Er smiled mysteriously and said, "Hoo-hoo." In Li Zishuan's words, the steam engine is a power machine, a machine that uses fire to generate power. It can be used to drive generators to generate electricity or other machines to work. It's truly convenient. It's hard to imagine how prosperous our great Tang would be if this machine could replace human labor on a large scale. Empress Zhongsun opened her small mouth in surprise. Using fire to generate power? The cyan sparrow can actually create such a miraculous thing? At this moment, Empress Zhongsun was only short of saying, "Is this still my son?" She found it hard to imagine that the child who only knew how to fight for his parents' favor not so long ago had now become a master of engineering and created such a wonderful product. The change between before and after was really too great. Haha. Maid Guanyin, don't underestimate Qing Ke. I can see that as long as this child uses his intelligence in the right place, no one can compare to him. Li Er smiled proudly. Then, he looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said meaningfully, "All right." It was almost time for the morning assembly. There are some things that I should tell everyone in the court. Empress Zhongsun quickly stood up and said, "I will dress your Majesty." Although she was the mother of a nation, in front of Li Er, she always regarded herself as his wife. Things like serving Li Er and dressing him, she would usually do it herself and never let anyone else do it. This was already a tacit understanding between husband and wife. Hongsheng, have all the armors and equipment been loaded? At the new workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, although the sky was not yet bright, it was already in full swing. Dozens of craftsmen were moving goods back and forth. Li Zishuan, dressed in military attire, found Zhang Hongsheng and asked, "Marquis, all the armors and equipment have been counted. In half a cup of tea's time, they will all be loaded onto the carriage." Zhang Hongsheng bowed and cupped his fists. Although Li Zishuan had just arrived at the workshop, the craftsmen were already busy, especially Zhang Hongsheng. He did not even go home last night. This morning, he had already gotten up before dawn to arrange for the craftsmen to count the armors and equipment and load them onto the carriage. After all, it was 5,000 sets of armors and equipment. It would take a lot of time just to count them, let alone load them onto the carriage. When Li Zishuan arrived at the workshop, there was already a long line of carriages in front of the workshop. They were all carriages that specialized in transporting goods. Good. Thank you for your hard work, Hongsheng. Li Zishuan patted Zhang Hongsheng's shoulder and said. In fact, he did not tell Zhang Hongsheng to do these things in advance. It was Zhang Hongsheng who took the initiative to do them in advance. If it were not for his subordinates who were so easy to deal with, he might not have been able to reach the barracks on time today. Hey! This is nothing. It's not hard at all. Zhang Hongsheng waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. Sir! Your things. At this moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Li Zishuan turned around and saw Li Yu holding a black package and walking towards him quickly. Li Zishuan went forward and received it with both hands. He opened the package and saw 2 stacks of manuscripts lying quietly inside. One stack was unbound and was obviously Li Jing's original manuscripts. The other stack was bound and even had an exquisite craft paper cover. It was obviously Li Yu's masterpiece. This girl is quite meticulous, Li Zishuan praised in his heart. He then looked at Li Yu and smiled. Good. Little Yu, thank you for your hard work. You must have slept very late last night, right? Although Li Yu's face could not hide her tiredness, she still smiled sweetly. It's okay, sir. It's not hard for little Yu to work for you. Compared to the help Li Zishuan gave her, what she did was insignificant. Li Yu had always been grateful to Li Zishuan. You little girl. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly and said, go back and rest after you've given the orders to the editorial department today. It's easy for girls to get wrinkles if they stay up too late. Li Yu wrinkled her nose and whispered, I won't get wrinkles. Zhang Hongxing walked over and cupped his fist. Marquis, all 5,000 sets of weapons and armor have been loaded. There's a total of 100 carriages. Do you want to check? Li Zishuan perked up and waved his hand. No need. I'm not worried about you. After I leave, Hongxing, help Faubert with the workshop. He's old now. Try not to let him tire himself out. Zhang Hongxing cupped his fist. I understand. Marquis, don't worry. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at Li Yu. Little Yu, I have to go to the barracks. Take care of yourself. If there's anything, send me a telegram. Li Yu took a deep look at Li Zishuan and cupped his hands as a disciple. Take care, Mr. Li Zishuan made a sound of acknowledgement and then shouted to his bodyguards, move out. Destination, Chang'an City. Chapter 1722. At Li Zishuan's command, more than 100 carriages set off at the same time, heading straight for Chang'an. 5,000 sets of armor, and these were the most advanced weapons and armor in the world. Both Li Zishuan and the imperial court attached great importance to this. Li Zishuan had taken more than half of the personal guards of the Marquis's residence with him today, and more than 100 soldiers of the imperial army at the foot of Cloud Mountain had also been transferred over to accompany Li Zishuan in escorting these weapons and armor to Chang'an. Although the folk customs of the Tang Empire were open and chivalrous, and the imperial court did not explicitly forbid scholars and chivalrous men from carrying swords or other weapons, the imperial court would never allow the weapons and armor made by the new workshop of the interesting pavilion to fall into the hands of the common people. This was because the new weapons and armor were simply too formidable. Just imagine, if someone were to obtain a set of vanadium steel armor, a vanadium steel horse lance, and a vanadium steel horse armor, wouldn't that person become an invulnerable iron knight who could charge through anything? Such a person would definitely be able to casually charge into the local government of a small province or county, creating a very unstable factor for the Great Tang's common people. This was just like how many countries in modern society banned firearms. To this era, the weapons and armor created by the workshop were no less dangerous than firearms in modern times. Hiya. Li Zishuan rode at the front of the long procession on Dabai's back. He was dressed in military attire and looked extremely handsome, just like a general who had just returned from a victorious battle. Thankfully, it was still early and there weren't many people on the road. Otherwise, who knew how many young girls would be mesmerized by his handsome appearance? Li Zishuan didn't have time to think about such frivolous matters. At this time, he was thinking about his next plan. Although he hadn't wanted to go to the army and suffer, what was done couldn't be undone. Moreover, the Great Tang and the Turks were at each other's throats, so he truly did have a responsibility to join the army and contribute to the country. In this situation, he had already calmly accepted the difficult life that awaited him. In addition, for some reason, when he thought about personally experiencing the military life of the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan felt a sliver of anticipation in his heart. While drunk, I look at swords under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn at the barracks. 800 li of troops under the scorching heat, 50 bowstrings overturning the sound beyond the Great Wall, the soldiers of autumn on the battlefield. In the past, Li Zixuan had only experienced the thrill and excitement of ancient battlefields through poetry. Now that he was personally going to the military camp, and in the near future, he might personally go to the battlefield. How could he not be excited? Especially in this life, he had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Now, he was already a Wu Dao master. It was said that those who were skilled were bold. In his previous life, every time he saw the military parade of his motherland on TV, he had an impulse to join the army and serve his country. However, at that time, his body was not strong. He was in a sub-healthy state where he was panting after running 2 laps around the field. He definitely could not endure the hardships of being a soldier, so in the end, he gave up. But in this life, not only did he have the heart, but he also had the ability. He wanted to use his abilities to make some contributions to the people who were suffering in this era. After all, he was a descendant of Yan Huang. Wait. Yamacho, wait for us. While he was deep in thought, Li Zixuan suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. At first, he thought it was an auditory hallucination, but after a while, the voice behind him became clearer and clearer. He finally couldn't help but turn around. He saw 2 funny teenagers riding 2 bicycles, rushing towards the convoy. It was Qing Chimo and Yuchi Baolin. Lu Yun, Feiji, you guys take the convoy and leave first. I'll be right behind you. Li Zixuan frowned and said to the people around him. Chapter 1723. Old Master, Chou Niu is doing well in Yunshan. Why did you let him join the Black Armored Army? In Chang'an City, Madame Sun couldn't help but ask as she helped Qing Yaojin put on his court robes. After Li Zixuan left the Qin manor yesterday, Qin Xiong and Qing Yaojin discussed and decided to send their younger generation to the Black Armored Army's camp. However, Qin Xiong's son, Qin Huayu, only studied poetry and didn't know any martial arts. Obviously, he couldn't be sent to the army. In the end, Qing Yaojin called Yuchi Jingda and the 2 old fellows went to the palace to ask for an official position for their son. At this moment, hearing his wife's question, Qing Yaojin couldn't help but glare and say, Madam, don't you know whether that brat is good at studying or not? It's better to let him get the last place in Yunshan and embarrass his father than to let him go to the army camp and earn some military merit. That way, when his father rises to the heavens, this brat won't starve to death on the streets. Speaking of which, from the start, Qing Yaojin didn't expect Qing Chimo to have any achievements in literature. As long as Qing Chimo didn't always get the last place and embarrass him, it would be fine. The reason why he let Qing Chimo go to the mathematics school was mainly because Qing Yaojin had already seen that Li Zixuan was not a fish in a pond. Among the younger generation in Chang'an City, Li Zixuan was the only one who could convince Qing Yaojin in terms of martial arts and talent. It was said that when one sees a worthy person, one should emulate the worthy. Having met such an outstanding young man like Li Zixuan, Qing Yaojin naturally wanted his son to be influenced by Li Zixuan and cultivate their relationship. Cough, of course, this relationship was only brotherly. In the future, when their generation grew old, Qing Chimo would have a capable brother to rely on. Old Qing wouldn't be worried, right? This couldn't be considered as using. To be precise, it was an investment. Qing Yaojin had long seen the potential in Li Zixuan and had long invested in Li Zixuan, this potential stock. Bah. Old thing, what nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? When Sun Shi heard this, her eyebrows raised. She could not help but pinch the soft flesh on Qing Yaojin's waist as she reprimanded. She couldn't be blamed for being unreasonable. It was just that Qing Yaojin's words were really asking for a beating. Ioyo. Madam, let go. I, old Qing, won't say anything. Qing Yaojin could not help but grimace in pain as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Let's see if you dare to spout nonsense in the future. Madame Sun glared at Qing Yaojin. The latter gasped and rubbed his old waist, not daring to say anything harsh. After a while, Madame Sun asked doubtfully, Master, since you want Chou Niu to join the army, why don't you let him join the Right Guards? This way, it'll be convenient for you to take care of him. Qing Yaojin was not only the High Duke of Lu, he was also the general of the Right Guards. In the Right Guards, Qing Yaojin's words could be said to be absolute. What Madame's son meant was very simple. That was to let Qing Chimo become a soldier under Qing Yaojin. With Qing Yaojin taking care of him, Qing Chimo would not be bullied in the army, right? It was said that mothers loved their sons the most. How could Madame's son be an exception? Her mentality was in line with the majority of mothers in the world. After listening to Madame's son's nagging, Qing Yaojin's mouth twitched but he did not reply. Madame's son waited for a long time but did not hear a reply. She could not help but pinched Qing Yaojin again and said angrily, "I'm talking to you, are you listening?" This time, Qing Yaojin was prepared. He nimbly avoided Madame's son's killing blow and said, "Didn't you not let me speak just now? Now that I'm not speaking, you're blaming me. You're really unreasonable. You. When Madame's son heard this, she was so angry that she wanted to die. Seeing this, Qing Yaojin quickly waved his hand and said, "Aya. Madam. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. It's almost morning court. If I'm late, Wei Jing, that old thing, will impeach me again. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, the old man adjusted his belt and hurriedly rushed out of the door. Chapter 1724. Haha. Finally, I don't have to study in the academy anymore. In my opinion, Xiao Xian, you should go to the Black Armored Army as soon as possible. That way, I can follow you to the barracks." On the official road from Lantian County to Chang'an City, the convoy escorting the new equipment was moving forward quickly. Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin were riding the workshop's most advanced speed-changing bicycles, sandwiching Li Zixuan in the middle. The three of them walked side by side at the front of the convoy, making the entire convoy look a little strange. However, Qing Chimo didn't care about this at all. At this moment, he was holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and waving his right hand as he laughed loudly. Yanhuang College usually implemented strict military management of the students. Not only were there many rules in the academy, but students were also not allowed to go out during normal teaching periods. Most importantly, the competition between the students in the academy was very fierce. Qing Chimo, the underachiever, had enough of it. Although the students in the academy were still very friendly with each other, it was very easy for him to accidentally score last in every exam. If he were to score last in the exam, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned home. His skin was thicker than others, but he couldn't stand being beaten up every day. Actually, if the exam wasn't a factor, Qing Chimo still liked the life on Yunshan Mountain. Now that he was able to leave the academy temporarily, this guy was like a tiger that had just been released from a metal cage. He couldn't help but want to roar 3 times to the sky. "You rascal, you can't wait to leave the academy?" Li Zixuan, who was riding on Big White's back, couldn't help but glance at Qing Chimo and say, "Hee hee. You can't say that. Staying in the academy is actually quite fun, as long as there are no exams. Xiao Xian, you know that I'm not cut out for it." Qing Chimo was still holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and scratching his head with the other as he laughed foolishly. This guy had obviously practiced his driving skills on the way to the north to kill the locusts. Hearing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was too lazy to deal with this useless person. Actually, as to why the two brothers, Qing Chimo and Yuqi Baolin, would suddenly follow him to the black armored troops, he had just pondered over this question for a moment. He more or less understood Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda's intentions in making such an arrangement. Regarding this, he only felt gratitude towards these two old generals. After all, with Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda's current position in the imperial court, no one in the military dared to touch their sons, not even Qiu Xinggong. This could be considered as a safeguard for Li Zixuan. After entering Chang'an City, you two will give up the bicycle and ride horses instead. As for your car, I'll get someone to send it back for you. Otherwise, how can you go to the barracks like this? After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan instructed Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. Yeah. Yuqi Baolin was more obedient and nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Qing Chumo was unconvinced. What's wrong with riding a bicycle to the barracks? The Tang Empire's military regulations don't say that riding a bicycle to the barracks isn't allowed, right? This fellow didn't like riding a horse when he went out anymore. He was already used to riding a bicycle. Li Zixuan glared at this fellow and said unhappily, "Then when we go to war, do you also ride a bicycle? If I tell you to ride a horse, then ride a horse. The military isn't like other places. When you go to the barracks, don't be unconventional and cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll get someone to send you back to the academy." Hey. Don't. Xiao Xian. I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. If you want to ride a horse, then so be it. It's not like I don't know how to ride a horse. Iao, F***ck, save me. Upon hearing this, Qing Chumo was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. What a joke, it wasn't easy for him to leave the academy. How could he bear to go back? However, in a moment of panic, when he waved his hands subconsciously, both his hands left the handlebars. The bicycle instantly lost its balance and went straight towards the farmland by the side of the road. Whoa! Where did all these carriages come from? Why are there imperial guards escorting them? What's in these carriages? When Li Zixuan and the rest arrived at Chang'an City, the city gates were already open. The carriages entered through the Yanqing Gate and went straight towards the Black Armored Army's barracks in the northwest of the city. Along the way, the huge carriages naturally attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Under normal circumstances, those who could wake up so early were mostly peddlers who entered the city to sell their goods or commoners who entered the city to buy things. The huge carriages caused them to discuss animatedly. However, although these people were curious about the armored soldiers beside the carriages, they could only shrink back and point at them from afar. The general in the lead looks like the Marquis of Yong'an. What? The Marquis of Yong'an? Why did the Marquis of Yong'an bring so many soldiers and carriages to Chang'an City? Who knows? Could it be that the imperial court is sending the Marquis of Yong'an to suppress bandits? Nonsense. Now that the world is peaceful, where would there be so many bandits to suppress? Besides, the Marquis of Yong'an isn't a general, why would he lead soldiers to suppress bandits? That's true. But why is the Marquis of Yong'an wearing a general's uniform? About this, it had to be said that the people of Chang'an City were quite familiar with Li Zixuan. There were very few people who had never heard of Li Zixuan, and there were even more who had seen Li Zixuan with their own eyes. As such, among the pedestrians on both sides of the road, there were people who quickly recognized Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan naturally didn't have the time to care about these people's discussions. This was because there was only 15 minutes left before the Black Armored Army's barracks were called. In order to avoid being late, he could only speed up the carriages. Luckily, there weren't many people on the streets of Chang'an City early in the morning, and there weren't any traffic jams. Of course, speaking of this, it was all thanks to the widespread use of bicycles. Whether it was the civil and military officials or the common people, they were used to riding bicycles instead of horse carriages for short journeys. Otherwise, there would still be traffic jams on some of the key streets of Chang'an City. This was because this was the time when the civil and military officials left their homes to rush to the palace for the morning court. If it was in the past, every official would take a horse carriage to attend the morning court. It would be strange if the streets weren't congested. Who are you? This is the Black Armored Army's barracks, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Finally, Li Zixuan arrived at the Black Armored Army's barracks before the 7:00 hour. This was a hilly wasteland in the northwest corner of Chang'an City. Inside the barracks, there were several large and small white tents, and one could vaguely see groups of fully armed soldiers. When the two soldiers in front of the barracks saw Li Zixuan, they hurried forward to stop him. Li Zixuan flipped off his horse and said loudly, "I am Li Zixuan, the Black Armored Army adjutant appointed by the Emperor. Today, I am officially here to take up my post. Chapter 1725. You are the Marquis of Yongmen. In Chang'an, in front of the Black Armored Barracks, the two guards were shocked when they heard Li Zishuan's identity. Although there were many people in Chang'an who had seen Li Zishuan, these two guards were not among them because they were in the army all year round. Not only them, but less than 10% of the soldiers in the barracks had seen Li Zishuan, but more than 90% of them had heard of Li Zishuan. Therefore, after knowing Li Zishuan's identity, the two guards were so surprised and excited. After all, Li Zishuan was a marquis at a young age, a Yamacho from Yanhuang College, and the first person to kill locusts. With so many halos around him, Li Zishuan was now considered a celebrity in the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that the two guards were very enthusiastic after knowing his identity, he smiled and said, "Maybe you can call me adjunct." The two guards looked at each other and quickly bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Sir Adjunct." The news that Li Zishuan had been appointed as adjunct of the Black Armored Army had long been spread. At first, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army were talking about it for a long time. However, due to various reasons, Li Zishuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army. After a long time, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army gradually forgot about this matter. Today, after hearing Li Zishuan's intention, the two guards could not help but recall the news from more than a month ago. They were surprised. "Your subordinate, Lu Xingwu, is from Jinzhou." Jinzhou was also badly affected by the locusts in Guangzhou. Fortunately, Sir Adjunct Sky Pheasant Brigade provided timely relief. Most of the fertile land in Jinzhou was saved. "Sir Adjunct, please accept my bow." At this time, one of the shorter guards bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan, saluting him. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to meet someone he had helped in this place. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. The one who saved the people of Jin province was His Majesty, not me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty." This was a political issue. Li Zishuan did not want to carry too much popularity among the people. He was familiar with ancient history and knew that in this feudal era, keeping a low profile was the way to go. Yes. 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 It's all thanks to Your Majesty's wisdom." Lu Xingwu was very tactful and quickly bowed in the direction of the palace when he heard this. Time was of the essence. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste too much time outside the gate, so he said, "Lu Xingwu, these carriages are filled with the new weapons and armor that I have created for the soldiers. Quickly lead a group of people and come over to transport the weapons and armor. I still have to enter the camp to pay my respects to General Duan." When Lu Xingwu heard Li Zishuan calling his name, he couldn't help but feel energized. He quickly cupped his fists and said loudly, "Your subordinate obeys." Li Zishuan nodded and led Xing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin directly through the gate and into the depths of the camp. Lu Xingwu and Yuchi Baolin didn't have time to ask about Xing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's identities. From their point of view, since Li Zishuan was a member of the Black Armored Army, he definitely knew the rules of the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't bring an unrelated outsider into the Black Armored Army's camp. What the two of them were concerned about now was to get people to transport the weapons and armor. "These are all the weapons and armor that General Duan made for us?" "So many." The soldier beside Lu Xingwu looked at the endless carriages in front of the gate and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Quickly go in and get some brothers to move them. These are all good stuff." When Lu Xingwu heard this, he bumped the soldier's arm and said unhappily. More than half a month ago, Li Zishuan wore vanadium steel plate armor and wielded a vanadium steel sword to duel with Duan Jishuan on the drill ground. In the end, he completely crushed Duan Jishuan with his superior equipment. That duel caused quite a stir in the army. The generals and soldiers of the 12 capital guards all coveted the new weapons and armor that Li Zishuan used that day. The soldiers of the Black Armored Army also raised their heads in anticipation of the new weapons and armor that Li Zishuan had created. At this moment, Lu Xingwu looked at the carriages in front of him and was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. Good. Xingwu, you stay here and watch. I'll go get people. The other guard responded, then immediately turned and ran through the gate. General Li Zishuan greets the great general. Greetings to General Qiu. After the announcement, Li Zishuan walked in with Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xingong were in the tent, so he cupped his fists and greeted the two. Although his status outside was not lower than the two in front of him, he was in the army right now and had to look at military rank and experience. Where there were people, there would be jianghu. In the army, one had to follow the rules of the army. Greetings to the great general. Greetings to General Qiu. It was rare for Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin to not be mischievous at this time. Instead, they followed behind Li Zishuan and imitated him by bowing respectfully to Duan Jishuan and Qiu Xing. Duan Jishuan was the great general of the Black Armored Army and was in charge of military affairs. Qiu Xingong was the deputy general and only had the title of general, only below Duan Jishuan. According to the military system of the Great Tang, under the great general and general, there would be the assistant commander, 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 and so on. Since you have entered the Black Armored Army, you are my brothers. No need to be so polite. Duan Jishuan nodded slightly to Li Zishuan and the other two. Qiu Xingong's tiger-like eyes swept over Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. He did not speak, and no emotions could be seen on his weathered face. Duan Jishuan continued, Qing Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, the two of you are both descendants of generals. You should know better than anyone else that you should abide by military rules in the army. Go and change into your uniforms. In a while, when the soldiers are called out, you are not allowed to be late. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin trembled and immediately cupped their fists. Understood. Although the two of them were always joking around outside, their fathers were both generals in the army. Under their influence, they naturally knew that the military rules were strict. As such, they did not dare to hesitate or smile at Duan Jishuan's orders. Colonel Li, I know that you have a special identity and a lot of responsibilities. Yesterday, His Majesty gave you permission to set up personal guards in the Black Armored Army to protect yourself. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin will be under your command as your personal guards. After Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin left, Duan Jishuan looked at Li Zishuan and said in a low voice. Li Zishuan already knew about the personal guards. When he heard this, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Great General. Humph. Qiu Xingong couldn't help but snort. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became tense. Qiu Xingong cupped his fists casually at Duan Jishuan and said, General Duan, it's time to call out the soldiers. I will go to the drill ground first. With that, he turned and left without waiting for Duan Jishuan's permission. Chapter 1726. The morning breeze blew gently, and the sun rose from the east. At this moment, there was already a touch of red on the horizon. Most people had probably just woken up. On the drill ground in the northwest of Chang'an City, there was already a black mass of soldiers standing. When Li Zishuan followed Duan Jishuan to the stage, he saw such a magnificent scene of soldiers on the battlefield. What entered his eyes was that all the soldiers had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Like a pine tree, they stood upright on the drill ground. Although there were many of them, they were not in disorder. The distance between each person was the same, neat and tidy, not moving at all. This scene reminded Li Zishuan of the military parade of his motherland that he had seen on television in his previous life. Steel lions, just like heavenly soldiers. No wonder they were the strongest cavalry of the Tang Empire. With just one look, Li Zishuan could feel the strength of the army in front of him. Although this Black Armored Army had only been formed for a few months, they already had an imposing aura. Reporting to the Great General, other than the 20 men from the D Battalion who are transporting equipment outside the gate, the soldiers of the other 5 battalions have all arrived at the drill ground. No one is late. Seeing Duan Jishuan arrive, a tall and straight young soldier quickly walked forward and saluted Duan Jishuan with his fists clasped. Return to your ranks. Duan Jishuan nodded and said, "Yes." The young soldier replied and quickly retreated to the front of the troops on the left side of the stage. At this moment, Duan Jishuan walked to the front of the stage and scanned the entire drill ground with his tiger-like eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking dignified even though he was not angry. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his mouth. "All soldiers listen to my order, at ease." Duan Jishuan's first sentence surprised Li Zishuan. What the hell was "at ease"? Wasn't this a movement that only existed in the modern army? Was Duan Jishuan still sleeping and talking in his sleep? But what he did not expect was that as soon as Duan Jishuan finished speaking, the 5,000 soldiers on the drill ground all neatly took half a step forward with their left foot and made a "at ease" gesture. Their movements were uniform and extremely precise. Of course, it was not absolutely uniform. There were two people at the back of the line who were slower by half a beat. Li Zishuan's sharp eyes recognized them immediately. Who else could they be but Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin? These two fellows had participated in the military training of the academy, so it was impossible that they did not know the basic military movements such as "at ease" and "at ease." The reason why they were slower by half a beat was probably because they did not expect the Black Armored Army to use of the academy's training. Fortunately, Duan Jishuan knew that they were new to the Black Armored Army, so he pretended not to see the two discordant factors and continued speaking. It has been nearly 2 months since the expansion of the Black Armored Army. As the most elite cavalry of the Great Tang, His Majesty has always placed high hopes on the Black Armored Army. However, the Black Armored Army's current strength is not worthy of His Majesty's high hopes. Fortunately, the Black Armored Army's adjutant has finally arrived to take up his post. As for who our adjutant is, I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. Adjutant Li, come and greet the soldiers. Although Duan Jishuan did not shout at the top of his lungs, his voice could be heard in every corner of the drill ground. All 5,000 soldiers heard his words clearly. When they heard Duan Jishuan say that the Black Armored Army's adjutant had finally arrived to take up his post, everyone could not help but look at the young general behind Duan Jishuan. He was so young, but he had already become a legend of the Great Tang. Chapter 1727. At the Black Armored Army's camp. On the stage, Duan Jishuan had been silently observing Li Zishuan. He saw that not only did Li Zishuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored soldiers for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldiers' passion with just a few words. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be good at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be good at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a boorish fellow and definitely not a talented general. Li Zishuan had done well in this aspect. Haha. Sweat more in normal times and bleed less in times of war. Duan Jishuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the Black Armored Army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the Black Armored Army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and even more so, your parents and wives." At this point, Duan Jishuan's fierce eyes scanned the crowd. Perhaps the ordinary soldiers didn't know how valuable the equipment Li Zishuan had brought today were. However, as an important official of the imperial court and the leader of the Black Armored Army, how could he not know how valuable this batch of equipment was? Not to mention other things, even the generals of the 12 capital guards almost fought over this equipment. If not for Li Zishuan supporting the Black Armored Army, the moment Li Zishuan entered Chang and city, more than 100 carriages of equipment would have been divided among them. After pausing for a moment, Duan Jishuan's gaze turned serious and he said loudly, "All generals, listen up. From today onwards, Adjunct Li will be in charge of the daily drill of the Black Armored Army. His orders are military orders and my orders. No one, no matter what position they hold, is allowed to disobey. Do you all understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers on the drill ground were pleasantly surprised. They had not expected Li Zishuan to be entrusted with such an important task by Duan Jishuan as soon as he joined the black armored troops. He had directly taken on the daily training of the black armored troops. Not only were they shocked, Qiu Xinggong was even more shocked. However, a trace of anger flashed across Qiu Xinggong's face. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the fact that there were so many soldiers on the drill ground. He walked 5 steps in front of Duan Jishuan and cupped his fists. General Duan, Adjunct Li has just been appointed and is not familiar with the military affairs of the Black Armored Army. Furthermore, Adjunct Li has never led soldiers before. How can we let him take over the military affairs of the Black Armored Army? Black Armored Army's camp. On the stage, Duan Jishuan had been silently observing Li Zishuan. He saw that not only did Li Zishuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored troops for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldiers' passion with just a few words. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be adept at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be adept at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a brute and definitely not a talented general. Li Zishuan had done well in this aspect. Haha. Sweat more during normal times so that you can bleed less during wartime. Duan Jishuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the Black Armored Army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the Black Armored Army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and your parents and wives." Chapter 1728. While the Black Armored Army was doing a roll call, the morning court was being held in Cheng and City's Taiji Palace. Li Er sat on the dragon throne. After listening to a few officials reporting some trivial matters, his eyes focused and he said in a deep voice, "Dear officials, I received an urgent report yesterday. Xieli has gathered a large number of troops to encircle and annihilate Tuli's troops. Tuli Khan has asked me for help urgently. He wants the Tang Empire to send troops to help him resist Xieli." It was unknown if it was true or if Li Er was just making things up. Anyway, as soon as he said that, all the officials in the imperial court were in an uproar. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds, and it was a bit like a market. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong closed their eyes and pretended to be in deep thought. They did not say a word because they were present when Li Zishuan proposed the plan to Li Er. Today, when Li Er said this, these 2 experienced old generals could guess what Li Er was going to say next. "Your Majesty, I think that the imperial court should send troops to help Tuli. Otherwise, after Xieli unifies the grassland, the next one to attack may be our Tang Empire. The imperial court cannot sit back and watch Xieli expand in the grassland." Fang Xianling stood out and bowed to Li Er. Old Fang had followed Li Er to fight in the north and south in the early years. Old Fang was definitely experienced in judging the war situation. "I second the motion. Now that the Turks and the Tang Empire are like fire and water, at such a critical moment, we cannot let Xieli unify the grassland. The imperial court should send troops to help Tuli." Zhang Sun Wuji also stood out and bowed to Li Er. After Zhang Sun Wuji, some other officials and generals also stood out and seconded the motion. Li Jing also came to the morning court today. Unexpectedly, he actually stood out and objected, "Your Majesty, I think that it is not appropriate for the Tang Empire to send troops now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Li Jing, the war god of the Great Tang, would actually stand out to oppose when everyone was united against a common enemy and unanimously wanted to suppress the Turks. This was truly a little inconceivable. Li Er's gaze focused. He looked at Li Jing and asked, "Oh? What does apothecary mean?" Li Jing cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, it has only been a little more than a month since the Tang Empire began to prepare for war. The 400,000 soldiers, horses, and provisions needed to attack the Tujue have yet to be fully prepared. How can we recklessly declare war on Xieli? Marching into the grassland will not be the same as pacifying the rebellion in the Great Tang's territory a few years ago. When the time comes, the army's provisions and supplies will become incomparably difficult due to the distance. This old subject believes that at this time, whether it is the provisions and supplies or the preparation of the various armies, it is not advisable to shed all pretense of cordiality with Xieli and rashly start a war. Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others could not help but frown. Although they agreed to send out troops, they had to admit that Li Jing's words made sense. It was indeed not the best time to start a war with the Turks. Medicine Master's words are reasonable. At present, my Great Tang has just experienced the plague of locusts and is not yet ready to start a full-scale war with Xieli. At this moment, Li Er opened his mouth. However, he immediately changed the topic and said, "But the imperial court can't just sit by and watch Xieli unify the grasslands and strengthen his strength. Therefore, I've decided to send an envoy with a batch of provisions into the grasslands to assist Tuli Khan in resisting Xieli. I just don't know who is willing to go." The moment Li Er finished speaking, Taiji Palace immediately fell silent. Chapter 1729. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Xiao Yu's suggestion, a hint of worry flashed across the faces of the officials in the palace. A war was not only a test of a country's military strength. At the same time, it was also a huge test of a country's economic strength. After all, war required money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a saying in history that they were all militaristic. Li Er smiled and said, "Minister Xiao, you don't have to worry about money and provisions. I already have a foolproof plan. I will not let these 150,000 soldiers drag down the national treasury." Don't be fooled by Li Er's solemn vow and full confidence. In fact, he was very uncertain in his heart. No one knew if the national donation plan that Li Zishuan had suggested to him yesterday would work or not. If it worked, then everything would be fine. If it did not work, then the finances of the imperial court might not be able to support it. This was a very risky decision. Using this kind of decision without full confidence was not in line with Li Er's style of doing things. However, the current situation showed that Xieli had the intention to speed up the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. If the Tang Empire wanted to have a higher chance of winning, the imperial court had to prepare more elite soldiers and strong generals. Li Er had to take the risk. He could only hope that Li Zishuan's plan would work. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. As the Minister of Revenue, he was in charge of the country's purse. Even he could not think of a good idea to break the situation. How could Li Er think of it? Therefore, old Xiao asked Li Er curiously, "May I ask what exactly is your Majesty's foolproof plan?" Li Er's expression was slightly sluggish but quickly returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, "There is no need to say more about this. Within 3 days, Minister Xiao will definitely see money and provisions flowing into the national treasury." But Xiao Yu was very dissatisfied with Li Er's ambiguous answer. He was about to ask again when Li Er interrupted him, "No buts. After the court is dismissed, the Secretariat will immediately draft an edict and announce to the world. The edict orders all states to immediately select 150,000 elite soldiers and rush to Cheng, and within a month. At that time, the imperial court will send a few generals to personally command these soldiers." Hearing Li Er's resolute words, Xiao Yu and the other officials did not dare to continue asking about this matter. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and cupped his hands. This old official obeys the edict. The Secretariat was in charge of formulating policies and drafting edicts. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji was not only the Minister of Rights, he was also in charge of the Secretariat. "Yes." Li Er nodded and said, "If there is nothing else, then the court is dismissed. Minister Tang, stay behind. This subject obeys the decree." Tang Jian bowed and accepted the order. After the morning assembly dispersed, the civil and military officials returned to their homes. Tang Jian came to the Sweet Nectar Hall under the lead of the chamberlain. He had yet to bow when Li Er laughed and waved his hand, saying, Her. There are no outsiders here, Mao Yu, you don't have to be so courteous. Come, give him a seat." Tang Jian was flattered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Right this moment, a chamberlain brought a stool over. Tang Jian sat down cautiously. Li Er spoke bluntly, this time I sent Mao Yu as a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue. It was indeed Jin's last resort. Shili's power is already great, now he wants to annex Tuli's troops. It can be said that he has the ambition of a wolf. How can Jin let him fulfill his wish easily? However, Jin knows that the journey to the Tujue will be filled with difficulties and dangers. Mao Yu, if you have any misgivings, Jin can withdraw the decree now and send someone else instead. It was said that a monarch's words were not joking. Generally, it was impossible for the emperor to take back what he had said. Now that Li Er said this to Tang Jian, whether it was sincere or just putting on an act, it was very rare and precious. When Tang Jian found out that Li Er wanted him to be a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue in the morning assembly, he still had some misgivings and unhappiness in his heart. After all, he was now a duke. Now that he was suddenly sent to such a dangerous place like the Tujue, it was impossible for him not to have any thoughts in his heart. However, with Li Er's words, the misgivings and unhappiness in his heart instantly vanished into thin air. It was really not easy for an emperor to do this for his subject. This subject thanks Your Majesty for your consideration. Tang Jian hurriedly got up and bowed to Li Er with a moved expression. However, since this subject has already agreed to this mission of being a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue, there is no reason for me to back down. Now that the country is in danger, this old subject receives the country's salary and should share the country's worries. Even if the Tujue is now in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, this old subject will not turn back. Tang Jian has met a wise ruler like Your Majesty in this life. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. After saying that, Tang Jian straightened his back. His face was full of righteousness, awe-inspiring, and fearless. Li Er was horrified and moved. He hurriedly got up and personally walked down to hold Tang Jian's arm. Good. 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 Jin really did not misjudge you. Mao Yu, you really did not disappoint Jin.